their parent is just Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by. Our show is about to begin. Good evening, everyone. This is Revolution News and Information coming at you live. It is 7:01 Central Time, and it is April 20th, 2016. We got a very, very important show coming at you tonight because starting here in about an hour and 15 minutes, the second hour of our show, we will be connecting the phone system that I have to a live conference with Gary Darby and other people.
Yep.
Tell me more. Could you actually read the thing that's pinned by Gary Darby on Revolution News and Information?
Let me bring it up because I didn't have it up. Okay. It says, okay, now he's done a couple of posts since then. I'm looking.
I can give you the one over there on the site on revenews.us.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Okay, I'm gonna give that to you right now. Every time I need to curse, I'll just go beep. No. We gotta choose some sort of sound or something. Anyway.
Okay. Oh, I can't read that.
You can't read that?
No, because that blue has got me. Okay, major announcement. There will be a discussion and information concerning the soon-to-be released presentment form. Get that? Presentment form. The Eastern Oregon statewide People's Grand Jury. Questions will be answered concerning the difference between the statutory puppet grand jury and I love how they put that, the statute puppet grand jury. And I got to swallow here. I lost my place. Okay. The discussion will also contain some pre-release information of what is contained in the individually. You know what?
What?
Is this what he talked to us about?
Yeah, that's what he covered it in our interview with him last Monday.
This will mean that the de jure people's government will be operating side by side until the de facto is overreached. It will not happen all at once, but over time. We the people will take back what was stolen from us, that which our forefathers gave us, true freedom. Please attend. That's not the one I'm talking about, dude. I'm talking about the one he posted today. He posted, I think it's on my favorite.
I could have
the one he posted today?
You might have to scroll down. Let me see if I join me in a scroll down. Let's see if we can find it.
Oh man. Now far I've been we're not gonna find it, dude, because
the major announcement 2 hours ago by Gary Darby?
Yes.
Darby?
Yeah.
That's the one for today.
Did you put it on Revolution News?
Yeah. He put it there himself. It is pinned at the top.
Okay. Well, tonight is major things are happening.
Yes.
And to tell you the truth, guys, the people are taking back. He gave me a little bit of insight of what's going to happen. And what it is the people's grand jury is putting indictment and accusations, they call them accusations, charges against those that were involved in taking down the protesters in Oregon. And these names might even go all the way up to Kate Brown. This Scuzio hoe. Anyway, I don't like her. And I'd call her that to her face, so it ain't like I'm talking against her. Anyway, it's big news. Big things are happening up in Oregon. So here I thought the men were all alone up there. No, there's a lot of people who do believe in what they're doing and are going to fight for them. So, hey, give a hell yes to tonight.
Well,
it's just so exciting.
Yes, yes, indeed. Now, it is important that you all share this message far and wide. There are going to be many, hopefully, many streamers covering this, including Dabu himself. We encourage sharing tonight. Share it like your life
yes.
depended on it. Because
okay, this is it. This was by Judge Darby a couple hours ago. Major announcement. There will be a discussion and information concerning the soon-to-be released presentment from the Eastern Oregon side statewide People's Grand Jury. Questions will be answered concerning the difference between the statutory puppet grand jury and the actual People's Grand Jury. The difference between a presentment and an indictment. So they're doing a presentment to these people. Okay, I got you. The history and purpose of the true People's Grand Jury. The discussion will also contain some pre-release information of what is contained in the eventually released presentment. Please notify. Now this is what I'm talking about. People don't trust the mainstream media no more, guys. So give us a break, okay? When we try to get this out, give us a break. Please notify all news media and bloggers that are favorable to the return of the lawful rule of the people, by the people, for the people. Please note and beware. You cannot change a corporation providing governmental services into a constitutional government of we the people. You have to repopulate the vacant constitution. There's some big ass words up in the house and I ain't got the throat for it today.
yeah.
But anyway, you have to repopulate the vacant constitutional, non-corporate positions from the country up. You hear that? From the country up. This will mean that the de jure people's government will be operating side by side until the de facto is lawfully dismantled. Hell yeah, I love that word, dismantled. Yes, when it comes to the...
Go ahead. If there's more, please continue.
No, just go ahead before you forget your
This could actually mean the release of our patriots. And when they get out, they're going to be mad. They're going to be very mad. And by the way, for everyone out there, yes, share it with the bloggers. Share. We read the article to you, and in it says, share this. So you're going to want to get on the phones with whoever. You're going to want to share the link that's in the description here, because in about an hour, actually a little over an hour, I believe we're going to be a little less, a little over an hour. We're going to be hearing some very, very interesting things.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I was correcting my dogs. They're trying to play with the cats, and the cats are not going for it. But anyway, so what it is more or less, they're going to be serving these people. These people have a certain amount of days to respond to the accusation against them. And I am so praying that Kate Brown, who signed off, take them out at any cost, is one of them. And I hope if she is, she's first. Tosh, you need to know when to chime in, son. We had enough of the tyranny of our government. We've had enough of them telling us our Constitution is not our rights. We've had enough of the people being tyrannied against and unjustly imprisoned for something that belongs to us, something that is ours, something we need to say and say it loud. We are sick and tired of the tyranny of the people that runs our government offices. We are sick and tired of being afraid to step out with our beliefs and what we say is going to get us in trouble. I'm not afraid no more, people. I'm not afraid no more. I'm mad, and I'm mad as hell. And I don't care who knows it. Especially those that keep putting me in Facebook jail and Twitter jail. For you, I give this. There. I didn't actually do that, guys. I just did it with my mouth, but you know what I mean. But you know, since I did my troll cleaning for the season, I feel good. I feel really good. And I got to get a lot off of my chest today, and that makes me feel good. And this tonight, seeing all these streamers gearing up to stream at one time what Judge Darby wants us to stream is exciting. You know, this is big news, guys. It's about to hit, and I'm excited. I'm really excited. It's like Christmas and springtime. So, Toast, what's your take on all this?
I'm pumped up for this. I hope y'all are too, because I hope y'all really sit down and actually listen to what they say. If y'all had to ever listen to anything in your life or wanted to listen to anything in life that was very important, tonight has come.
Yep. And I'm telling you right now,
Go ahead.
I decided to fly my flag upside down because we are in distress. Our patriots are in distress. Our people are in distress. Our country is in distress. And I really feel, and this is my opinion are like, because everyone's got one. Just some stinkier than others. But my opinion is, I don't think Obama's going to give up the office too well. I think he's going to cause something that's going to make sure that he stays in office for a little while longer till he gets his more damage done. You know, he's like a freaking, I'm trying to think, what is that thing? It's flies. If you live out in the country and you live around cattle, you know what flies are. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
I know what flies are.
They're most pestering son of my freaking things. And around me, if you don't get to the fly spray first to buy, it's gone. You got to go another county or 2 counties over to get it. And it's like, really? Seriously, people? And I got cattle every which way around me. So, but tonight's exciting. I'm pumped. I am so pumped. And, you know, I would have liked to have invited Ed on the conference, but we really, he gets his nights on Monday, and we really need to have Judge Darby heard, you know. I love Ed. He's a cool guy. And Darby.
Oh, yeah.
He's a sweetheart. I love Darby. I talk to him all the time.
Ed, if you're listening, you need to get back to me on what you want your show to be called so I can set it up in the forum. Oh, speaking of the forum, everyone, we've got a forum set up. It's revnews.us, and click on forums, and we're starting to post major articles in there every day. We're going to start transitioning, hopefully, from the Facebook page. And no, you don't need to register to look, because I'm getting tired of that. But anyway, close. You go ahead.
But you know, I'm glad that people up in Oregon are standing up saying, okay, we've been lied to. You know, we now are saying something. And I'm telling you right now, we are Oregon people. Ever since then, we are Ammon Bundy. We are Lavoie. We are them people up there. It's not Oregon's problem only. It's all of our problem. We're pissed, and we ain't going to take it no more. You know, I'm sorry, but I would love to meet Loretta Lynch, Hillary Clinton, Kate Brown, any other freaking female moron that puts a bad name on females in a dark alley. And I can guarantee you, I will come walking out of that alley. They're going to be looking stupid when I walk out in the alley too. See, I didn't say they were going to get hurt. I said they're going to be looking stupid. So I'm not threatening. I want the feds to know I'm not doing that. That's for sure. Just be fighting for my Constitution. Or any of you guys fight for your Constitution. You're loud about it? No, I didn't, Miss Brenda. And you're loud about it. It takes a lot longer for my food to get to me that way than it does anything, Brenda. And you're loud about it, you're already being watched. You're already going against the government just because you believe in your Constitution. You believe in your rights. So you're already being watched. You're already on the list. And, you know, all I'm saying is if they come and get me and put me in a FEMA camp, they better make sure there's people in there a hell of a lot better than me, because I'm going to be one mad, pissed off bitch. Can I say that? Toast? He's over there going, "Oh God, here she goes again. I just can't stop this woman." Toast, you okay?
Yeah, I'm just talking to the editor of the show right now, and he's having a little bit of issues, but we're coming along with that, and then we're trying to clean. We're gonna have the raw version and the clean version. So
Make sure you put the clean version out there to be shared.
yes, for sure.
I did hear from White Eagle. I didn't get back with him because I was busy
Oh yeah.
going on Mike Sorrell's show today, and I didn't get back with him because I got busy with this. Didn't get back with him because I got busy with dinner. I don't think the man quite understands when you're busy. But I think the last thing he said to me in text was, "I will get a hold of you when I get back. I may not have service where I'm going to be." So, okay, that was him saying he'd get back with me. That's cool. Guys, anybody that sees Mark Sorrell's show from today,
Mike
Sorrell, Source. I'm going to call him Mike Source. I meant everything I said. I'm not going back on it. I say it, I own it. And I guess that's why some people don't like me. But I'm not going to drop a tear. Because for everyone that don't like me, I have 10 that do. Put that in their books and read it. There you go. So I'm pretty good today. I'm feeling good. How about you, Toast? You feeling good today?
I'm pumped.
Hey, did you call the guy that you were supposed to have on stream? Live tonight?
I told him we'll be having him tomorrow night. I'm sorry, Matt Smitty won't be with us tonight. He'll be with us tomorrow night. And
okay,
sure
now who is he?
He's the guy that's been talking about the labor union and what he could have done better in Oregon, stuff like that. Maybe give us a few pointers for when the next time this all goes down again. Maybe we can do it a right way. But you know what? I'm starting to learn there is no right way to do this.
There is no right way to protest. When is the right way and where is the right place? And when is the right time to protest? There isn't. You just stand up, damn it, and you do it. And you say, this is my God-given right. And you can't take that from me. Oh, I'd be loud. They'd be dragging me off. I'd be loud. I'd be worse than David Fry. I'd be so mad.
You know what you could be charged with at a protest, right? You could be charged with disorderly conduct for just standing around. And disorderly conduct can be anything that they want it to be. Just remember that, people.
Yeah. And you can be charged with being a terrorist. Ain't that some buckles and bumps? What is buckles and bumps? Where the hell that come from?
Being on that list.
That's a mighty long list because we got a crap load of patriots. But where buckles and bots come from? Where the hell did I get that? I swear I'm not drinking. I'm not doing anything. I'm drinking Diet Pepsi. God, what's in it?
You know what? When everything goes down, they're probably just going to hit us with a nerve gas and then go from there.
No shit. Hey, Rev Rad, he's asking you a question. Toast, Red Rev's in the room. Hey, let's give a shout out to Rev. He's a cool dude.
Yo, Rev, what's up? Yeah, if you want to pick this up, you can. You can restream me. I don't mind. We need everybody to restream as much of this as possible. I don't care if it's coming from my stream or somebody else's stream.
Hey, whoa. Why don't you give Rev Rad, Rev, are you on his Facebook? He can give you the phone number. You can call in yourself and be right there in the phone conference, man. Why don't you let him do that?
He's going to, no paying.
No, it's free. Judge Darby wants everybody to come in. He don't trust the mainstream media, so he wants the alternative media to do this.
And if you don't want to do that, you can always restream from us. I don't mind. You can post over our picture. I don't mind. As long as this word and message gets out, it is imperative.
Who, JB, took out his channel?
No, don't even be gun shy with me. Just go ahead and restream whatever you got to restream from me, man.
No, go ahead, man. We're fine. We're cool with this.
We're cool with this.
Hey, Rev, I'm going to be starting up my own stream soon. And you restream or do whatever you want with me, man. I don't care. You're a cool dude. I've watched you and listened to you, whether you know it or not. No, I wasn't lurking or stalking. But you're cool. Let's get you back out there because you did some damn cool work. And I think whoever fricked with you is ignorant, and they're going to be my next rant. Ooh, get on my rant list. Okay. Is your email on your page? Okay.
Use that word. Use that word. Talk to us real quick.
Yeah, that word right there. You can talk to us, and nobody knows what you're doing. Ooh, we have a way of talking. Let's see. What else can we talk about while we're waiting on Rev? Oh yeah, I seen Theodore say something about Loretta Lynch and Hillary Clinton. Them ain't no women. Don't let them fool you. They ain't women. Look at their Adam's apple, dude. It looks just like Michelle's. Them are all men up in the house.
But it doesn't matter how this word gets out tonight. This word must get out to as many people in as many ears and as many viewers as possible.
No shit. Hold on. Hey. Okay, Rev, look, watch this. See this word I'm typing?
Sorry.
Haley?
Smack me in the way.
No hitting. Are you going in timeout?
For a second, I was standing
You know I bragged about you today. Don't make these people see you different. Okay. Hey, Rev, you see that? My name's Clovis. You see what I typed? Use that after your sentence. Okay, that's fine. That'll work too. Okay. All right. There you go. Where the hell did his email go? God.
Mom, can I eat this in here?
Okay.
Mom, can I eat this?
Yes, baby. Just please. Yes, sweetie. Go ahead.
All right, Rev. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks. Everybody tell Rad, hey, give him a hand. He's a cool dude. I like him. He's probably sitting there scratching his head. It's Clovis. Who the hell is this? She knows me. Oh, see you later, Rab. Peace. My domain is globally.
Oh, man. Oh, wow.
Who the hell did that? Give us heads up because we don't want to be messing with him.
On YouTube, man. He can't type that word on YouTube at all.
You're kidding.
That's what he just said.
Whoa. So you're whispering to me on open live feed. What the hell are you whispering for? Jeez. Oh man, you're on a list, man. You're being watched.
Oh, wow.
He's not real humans. You got to get a dump truck to carry his sack around. Jesus Christ. Oh man, that took balls to do that. Holy God. Damn, Rev.
Stop at my website when you get a chance, Rev. I don't even know what it is. I'm gonna have to send him my email address. Rev, I'm gonna send you my email address real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Here, Rev. Can he read the Lavoie name? Can you read the hidden stiff?
Yes, he can. I made him mod so he could.
I can't even type tonight. What the hell is my problem? There you go, Rev. There you go, dude.
You forgot the Z.
Fuck, freak me.
Retract it.
I gotta retract it.
Just retract it. Oh, wow.
Jesus freaking, I tell you what the hell. Oh my God. Someone messed him
All
up.
right, we are streaming live at Rev Radio. Shout out to Rev Radio.
There.
Media.
Oh, we're on his live stream now. Cool, cool.
Okay, since we're live streaming on him, we need to reread what we read earlier in our show.
Oh, you're gonna make me read the freaking crap.
I'm
aren't you?
sorry.
All right, I don't wanna. You're gonna read it.
I'm gonna read it. Big words
right
scare
there.
me and terrify me.
Well, you're gonna. I'm going hoarse, man. Listen to my voice. I mean, I'm seriously. I
Okay,
have to be
from
on the.
Judge Darby, Revolution News and Information on Facebook. Major announcement. There will be a discussion and informal informational concern the soon to be released permanent of the wait. You know what? I have more spelling errors than you. Oh man.
Oh God, really?
Yeah.
All right, give it here. Give it here. Give it here. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh, I got it.
All right, I'm gonna drop it on you right now.
I got it. I got it. You already gave it to me. I got it. I just went back to the box.
There, I just
And
sent
you're
it to you.
you're gonna spam my damn box more.
No.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Major announcement. This is by Judge Darby. He posted it about 3 hours ago. Major announcement. There will be a discussion and information concerning the soon to be released presentment from the Eastern Oregon Statewide People's Grand Jury. Questions will be answered concerning the difference between statutory puppet grand jury, and you know who they are, yeah, and the actual people's grand jury. The difference between a presentment and an indictment, the history and purpose of the true people's grand jury. Discussion will also contain some pre-released information of what is contained in eventually released presentment. Now, please notify all news media and bloggers that are favorable to the return of the lawful rule of the people, by the people, for the people. Please note and be aware, you cannot change a corporation providing governmental services into a constitutional government of we the people. You have the the vacant constitution. Honey, go there. I'm doing this. Go. Okay, sorry, I got a little kid. Positions from this county up. In other words, what they're doing, Rev, is I gotta find my chat. Okay, what they're doing, Rev, is the grand jury of the people, the people's grand jury, is handing out what they call accusations, which is like an indictment, except they're not getting arrested. They are the ones that are being served that had anything to do with taking down the protesters, killing Lavoy, all that up in Oregon. They have so many days in which, what?
We are currently under FCC rules. We're being broadcasted over an FM radio station. Be advised. Please continue.
Okay, anyway, what it is when they're it's like an indictment. Don't be buttoning like that. They just write to me. I read everything. What they do is, it's like an indictment, but they don't get arrested. They have so many days in which to answer the accusations brought against them in a court of law. If not, then he's going to explain what happens after that. But it's big news. He said there's a lot of people's names on it. He can't really, he doesn't really remember who all's names are on it, but it can go up as far as Kate Brown. So this is big stuff. Hey, Smitty, what are you doing? So there you go. Okay. 97.1 just grabbed up in Kansas. My next door neighbors. Hey, Kansas, shout out to you.
Shout out to Kansas. Check us out, revnews.us.
Yes.
Anyway, continuing. Now that we're being joined by
we got to watch our language
stations across the nation, welcome to our little get together here on YouTube here. Want to definitely cover a little something out here, well, out there in Arizona, actually, about the alfalfa being planted. Let's cover that real quick. Let's
Okay.
get through this.
In Phoenix, Arizona, there's about 13, 14 acres. I think it's I'd say about 15 to 17 acres where Saudi Arabia is growing their own alfalfa. Now, see, they've already emptied out the water in their water tables. So they decided they're going to purchase land over here. If it was purchased or given, I bet Hillary's involved in this, and I'll say it loud. I don't like Hillary, and I just don't trust her. We've seen too much out of her. Anyway, Saudi Arabia is growing alfalfa because they can't grow it in their own land. And then they're packaging it up and putting it in hay bales and shipping it back over to Saudi Arabia for their cattle because they've done emptied out their water tables. They are pumping anywhere from I think I read 150 billion gallons of water. I think that's a week. I'm not sure. I got to go back to that, but I think it's a week. And they have 15 wells on that land. Now, I'd like to know what rancher owned that land that it was taken, because we know the BLM's out there taking land from everybody. So, and forcefully taking it. I'm not going to lie, and I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. We know what the BLM's doing, and we know what our government's doing. I'm not anti-government. I love my government within the Constitution. I don't like the idiots that run our government. I want to make that clear.
We've got since we got so many people listening to us now on Restreams, the actual coverage will start here in about 30 or so minutes.
Yes.
I will be connecting our system to that call, so we'll all be able to listen and all be able to hear. So that's in about 30 to 35 minutes away.
Right.
But we probably should talk more about this issue. Tell us about more when Judge Darby came on our show on Monday of last week. It was
Judge Darby came. What do you mean? Tell him. He's talked about so much. It's
talk about this specific topic. Remember,
this specific topic is, well, anyone that emails him, he will mail you the documents. The packet is so big with names and everything that you'll probably have to pay the $10. I told him I'd pay the $10 to get the documents, and then I can scan them off here and send them to you and Brenda and whoever else. Okay. It's the people. The people are putting accusations, and we got to call it accusations, but what it is they're charging those that were involved with the takedown of our patriots. God, I love my patriots. Our patriots killing Lavoie. They're bringing accusations, and we had to say the word accusations. I don't know why yet, but they're claiming they're bringing charges against them, more or less. And it's like an indictment, but they're not getting arrested. Okay, so this is what's going down, and he will explain the difference between the jury that's doing this and the jury that's appointed by the courts. Okay. When you go into the courts nowadays, you don't have what you used to have. I don't even think we really ever had it. But the Lawyers Guild has a lot to do with how things are ran in the courtroom. Your fate's done decided before you get there. Okay? Your lawyer, once you pertain a lawyer, guys, you are relinquishing your rights as an individual and a human being and a constitutionalist. You're relinquishing your rights to that lawyer. Okay? Not good. Not good. So, if I ever had to go to court, I'm going to be my own lawyer. I think I got it in me. I really do. I think I got it in me to do what my lawyer does. Because every lawyer I've ever hired, I've had to do the footwork for them. So, what the heck? And no, I didn't fart on myself. I'm actually doing that myself. But it's just, guys, wake up. We don't have a justice system no more. We don't have a government that works for the people. And until we stand up and say, knock it the heck off, people. I think you can say the H-E-L-L, I'm not sure. But, it's not going to stop. That's what me and Mike was talking about today. We got to get loud. We got to say enough's enough, and we're not taking it no more. And then, I'm going to start getting loud. What can they do to me? I mean, good Lord. Put me in jail for a week or two. Maybe I might need some solitary confinement. I'm not sure. But, and that's not nothing to laugh about because I really would probably go crazy. I mean, I got really tickled knowing and heard that, you know, Ammon Bundy got to see Pete Santelli. I'm still smiling big when I say that because they got him out of solitary confinement, guys. He actually gets to breathe and walk around and see human life. When they arrested these men, what did they do? They threw them in solitary confinement right off the bat. That is not justice. That's wrong. And I say, you guys, write the courthouses up there in Nevada. Write the jails up there in Nevada. Write the ones in Oregon, up there in Portland, their jails, their courts. Tell them we see what they're doing. How stupid do you think those people are? That you're doing what you're doing to them? No. And we don't like it. Now stop it. Like they're really going to stop. But at least they know we're watching. You know what I mean? You got to just put your foot down and say enough's enough. We're tired of the tyranny. We're tired of it. We have been sheeple too long, and I don't want to be a sheeple no more. I ain't no damn animal. Can we say damn? God, this ain't going to be fun at all. Because now, you know, we're censoring me to heck. And now I'm itching my head because it's not fun. But anyway, it's who I am. I can't help it. So tell us what's your intake on all this.
My intake on this is the documents will be presented on our website. Yeah, I'm going to say this first. On our website, revnews.us, sometime around the weekend. I ain't going to say what day. It gives us a little bit of a window. If they're delayed, we'll post an announcement on there. Also, as I said earlier in the show, the Patriots that they got locked up actually may be released if it all goes well. When they get out, they're going to be hopping mad. They're going to sue. They're going to sue the government for this.
I'm going to tell you, first thing they're going to do, Toast, when they get out is they're going to give their wives and children big hugs. They're going to head to their ranches to make sure it's being ran correctly because, you know,
The second thing they're going to do, they're going to have a big meal.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah,
A nice shower. And
oh, yeah.
if it was me, and I'm going to be honest, if it was me, the way these men are being treated, and this is how bad they're being treated, guys, okay? The nasty food they're giving them, and they just tried to break Hammond is what they did. I mean, Ammon Bundy. They tried to break that man. Do you know Cliven is still in solitary confinement? They put that man in solitary confinement. He's still there. All he did was get off the plane to see his sons, and they arrested him from something that happened 2-3 years ago. Now, see, that's where I'm going to point it out. Loretta Lynch goes down there on a Wednesday. I know you heard this, but I'm going to say it until I die. She went down there on a Wednesday. The following Monday, they started getting indictments and everything and started arresting other people. Arresting people for taking pictures. Arresting people for speaking up. What the heck? I mean, people, come on. Are you as mad as me? If you're as mad as me, type hell yeah. Okay, heck yeah.
CC rules, please.
I'm trying.
Just for tonight.
I'm trying. I am doing good, or I would have had 50 million of them words out already. You know me. But it's just the point that I'm tired of it. And I agree with Rev. There's a lot of people out there claim they're patriot and putting down those that are doing patriot stuff. And we're not going to take it no more. If you're going to put down the patriots for what they're going through, there you go. Thank you, Rev. Patriot crap. I mean, the stuff they're putting the patriots through is crap. I'm not one to read chat and do this. Back them off. Tell them, you're going to act this way, get out of my face. Because I got a job to do. And my job is to make sure that the patriots get the justice they deserve. And that the patriots are heard. You got a problem with this old lady? You got my emails, people. You know where to email me at. I'm going to be who I am. I'm going to be loud and I'm going to be strong about it because enough's enough. You know, we are in a war. It may not be with guns, but we are in a war. And our mouths are the only tools we have to fight with right now. Our fingers on a keyboard, our fingers on a pen. And we got to do this and we got to do it right. Okay, Tom, can you not butt in? We're on Kansas's radio right now. Well, Toast, you can't leave me on all this. I need to hear you.
I'm not trying to leave you in all of this. I'm trying to do a lot of different things at once. Checking on our website. I'm here in just a second. I've got to call in to
Okay.
the call-in number and then check on it. Make sure there's nobody talking in there. We're still waiting for the moderator to get in there. That's what we're waiting on. And I apologize.
Okay.
That we're kind of having to fill in the space here. But what's another topic that we should talk about? Oh man, so many to choose from. Let's get on the wire and see what other news is popping out there.
Okay, you give it to me and I'll give you my commentary on it. Because I've been reading a lot of stuff today. Oh, I got one.
What?
When a person gets shot, they can now sue the gun manufacturer. Can we talk about this? That is so wrong in so many ways. Who is that bill at Congress right now to be passed, or is that it's what? Oh, it's called the Democratic way. Well, on that one, that's gonna be my number one sound when it's something bad. Yes. Seriously. I'm just tired of it. It's I'm going horse talking about it. I was on Mike's show today and I'm going
in our
horse.
chat will be live with us tomorrow, talking about whatever he wants to talk about. I think he's going to go into the labor unions and some other topics. He will definitely be on here on revnews.us/channel, and that will lead you to our YouTube channel so you can see us live at any given time. But yes, he will be on here tomorrow to talk to us.
That's right. And you know what? I was thinking about it. Well, now that you threw me off course. But guys, I want to show of hands in the chat room. Who all has wrote David Fry, Ammon Bundy, the Hammonds, Clive and Bundy, any of them Patriots? Who's wrote them? I don't see nobody talking to me.
I haven't. Only
Shame.
because
It takes a few minutes.
Yes, it takes a few minutes. But
It's 32 cents. Give up that Dr. Pepper one day.
Yeah, we have to actually go out and get the envelopes. And my wife has been getting under 30 hours a week.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I'm sorry I haven't. I publicly admit I haven't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, at least you admit it. But I've done it. I wrote David Fry, and this week it's going to be Ammon Bundy. The week after that, Pete Santelli. I'm not gonna leave nobody out. And only reason why I'm going down the list like that is because I got certain thoughts to put on paper for certain ones. And what do you say to Pete? Poor guy. I don't mean to laugh.
We are
I
about
love him to
15
death.
minutes away, possibly. I'll be checking up on it here in a few minutes.
All right.
As soon as I can hear talking, I'll take us live into there. Yeah, and I will connect this call system that we use to my special caller here, and we will be broadcasting it to you live.
Right. Yes. And, Darby, I talked to him on the phone today and he was so sweet. He told me that when he does start doing interviews, he's going to think of me first because I've been so good to him. And I just called him after he put out that letter he actually called the Pentagon and we heard it live. And I called him up and we've been friends since. He's a really good guy and you learn so much from him. So, Rev, behave. I'm going to take you, Rich.
FCC.
Right up your rumples. But anyway, so we got how many minutes?
It's going to be about 15.
Why don't you bring Rev into the phone conversation here?
Oh, I can bring Rev into the phone conversation.
Yeah, why don't you let Rev come in here and talk some too?
Yeah, Rev, I'm going to give you a special number to call. Only call it when we tell you to call it, though. It doesn't have a.
Oh, just give him the number. The more you talk about it, we're wasting time.
Okay, all right. I'm going to connect it right now.
See, me and Toast love each other. We're the only ones that can talk to each other that way and get by with it. Okay. So we're going to bring Rev on. He's yawning. We got to keep him awake. Teach you to yawn in my chat room, dude.
All right. It says we're all alone. Ha ha ha.
Can't you get him on?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah, hidden I am. That's just who I am. I was bossy in school too. That's why I was popular. Yes, I was popular, whether you want to know it or not. Yes, I was. My husband loves me. My kids love me. That's all the damn well matters. I am bossy as hell. Yeah, I know. Don't you dare rebuttal that, Tom Harmon. Okay.
All right, Revolution Radio, dial that number and you can get directly into our show.
There you go, Rev. You yawning mother. Yeah, I didn't say a bad word. I didn't say a bad word.
Yeah, well, we.
Only if you bring attention to it.
Okay, we're under pressure.
Rev, please call in. We need some help. He says can't call me. No, you call us.
Let's see here.
He's not going to be able to.
Rev, post your number using the special word, or email me. I'll put my email in chat again.
You end up on Studio A with this. We don't allow that here. Oh my God. We some fun people. I crack myself up. You got to come to my world. You guys will laugh too. Oh. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I'm multitasking.
I posted my email to Rev again. Only he can see it. Well,
we're not calling you. You got to call us.
Yeah, you got to call us, or do you have a Skype number, or what do you got? We can.
Why don't you bring him in the Hangout? That's easier.
Oh, yeah, bring him in the Hangout. Yeah, let's do that.
Oh, my Lord.
Okay, what number? Oh, let me post the number again.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. I love this guy. Anyway, you got to scroll up. It's up there.
I'm going to post it again.
You didn't give him does he need an access code?
No.
Okay, no. Listen how he talks to me. No. Like, you let you know what you're talking about?
There you go, Rev. It's in chat again.
Something, I'm missing something. There it is right there. Please come help us. What is a Shelly Town, Captain?
It's not Hangouts.
It's not a Hangout. It's an Rev, please, honey. It's just a number you call. It comes right into our conference.
Yes, it does.
We do not sell your information. Read the fine print down below.
Email me your number. Well, that is the number. That's the number to our show. Unless you want to use the regular call-in number, which.
Okay, Cat. Gotcha.
I'm gonna call the number real quick. All right.
Oh, this cold is killing me. Anybody got a home remedy?
Oh, won't you be my neighbor? There you go. I like that.
You're echoing. Is that
I know.
Quit it.
Yeah, that was me on the call-in number.
You can't see if you use the keyword. I thought he could see it. If he's banned, he probably won't be able to.
He's not banned from our room. I gotta check the call-in.
What's phone? Oh, you told me about that phone set. Can you get it from Walmart or Walgreens?
Tums.
It's she's told me I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna go to my desk, write this down. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Yeah, wait a second.
Okay, I got it. Phone set. Thanks, Robin. Shout out to Robin. How you doing, baby girl? Oh, okay. Amazon. Gotcha.
Hey, Rev, send me a Google Plus, whatever it is, or if you can't call into the show, which I'm called in right now, add you and send number that way. Add you. How do I
By
add?
time you cannot see the number in the chat, dude. Ain't you reading?
We can't see the number in the chat.
That's what he says.
I've got his email. I'm gonna send him an email.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Say hey to Robin. She's saying hello, everyone. Waving at you, girlfriend.
Actually, I'm gonna send you his email and you send him the number. Hang on.
Why are you doing a 3-party post on a freaking email deal? Oh, because you got too many. I got you, dude. I'm working.
I've got to check the number, see if anybody's there.
I got it. I'm here.
You there? You're doing it?
I'm already in my email. So what you doing?
All right.
Okay, you go. Okay.
All right. All right. I'm gonna go check the number, people. I gotta call myself real quick. If that makes sense.
Okay.
All right.
Rev, I'm sending it to you right now.
All right. I'm gonna mute for a second.
Oh, so I gotta keep going. Huh. Rev, we need you in here, man. Okay. I'm sending it right now. Okay, you ready? Bam, sent. So give it a second and then go check your email. And you should have it. Like I said, give it a minute though, okay? So, they're my little girls. I multitask. I take care of my kids and do this. Yeah, okay. Be that way. They're monstrous today for some reason. They're hypertensive. Okay. Give it a minute and then go check your email, okay? It's in there. It's been sent.
We are still waiting for the moderator to
Hook up.
Yeah, to hook up to the line for the breaking news. We're still waiting to cover that, but we will be covering it. Guaranteed.
All right, I'm done. It's been sent off. He just has to go look at it.
All right.
Okay. Now, as far as any news, I haven't had a chance to really read up on news today.
Well, we've been working on this all day, trying to get the word out.
Yeah. Once you read through all the Trump stuff to get the news, you know what I mean?
Let me check the feed, see if there's anything there.
Alrighty. So he has to tell us on live. He's checking things. Okay, so guys, wow.
Congressman, you're becoming the United States of the federal government, right? Posting that to Revolution News and Information Facebook.
Hey, Toast.
Yes.
I got an email from Sheriff Clark. He wants my personal information to get a hold of me.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yes. We'll probably be having him on probably Thursday. We got
whenever he can. I can't.
Whenever he can. We might do a daytime show. It all depends on what he wants.
Yeah.
We kind of want to try to get the word out when we get him on.
Right. So I can't say what day. Hey, Rev, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Rev Radio's on the line here, people.
Hey, actually, it's Nighthawk. That's what everybody calls me.
Okay, Nighthawk. There you are, Nighthawk.
Wow, that was complicated and strange.
Uh-huh.
Sorry about that.
So how
I
you
don't
been
know if
doing?
anybody caught. Yeah, I don't know if anybody caught Deb Jordan's update with me last night, but a lot of these guys that are sitting in solitary, they want to stay in solitary because they're afraid for their lives.
Oh no.
Eamon and Davey they decided to get out, but most of them the judges turned most of them out into Gen Pop if they want to go, and many of them just don't want to go out into general population. So
Wow. Can you blame them?
I don't
well,
know.
no, I wouldn't want to be shoved in the kidneys myself. So
I mean, look what they did.
strange things.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
strange things happen in jail, and then they just get covered up, buried, and all that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah.
There's a 1 second delay. Sorry about that, Nighthawk.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, I can see that now. Hi, I'm Clovis. I can see that now because, now you say what you said and I said what I said today. I'm kind of worried now about Ammon and eating them now.
Yeah, there's too many things going on all at once. It's like these women that got arrested last week. As far as I'm concerned, what's going to go down, and this is how it's going to go down. Sheriff Denny Payman calls me every morning to make sure that, or not every morning, but quite frequently to make sure that I'm okay because, just because of my channel, I'm considered a person of interest right now because we had people on the ground out there. We weren't instigating anything. We were just reporting just like any other news channel. But, they've been using our stuff. And then, I don't know if anybody knows about this. There are a lot of people that think that John B. Wells is like this good guy, this patriot. He had all the Bundy women on and stuff. And there were like a boot because he goes, we need to get this out. Everybody get this out, And so a whole lot of people mirrored that video. And the very next day, they used that to shut down a whole lot of channels that were reporting, including mine, that were reporting on this on a daily basis. So, I don't know who his handler is, but, you can see there's an infiltration within mainstream media. And at this point, I consider John B. Wells mainstream media because whatever reason it would be, money, greed, whatever, I have never, a lot of people mirror my videos, and I have never once even considered for a freaking second saying, you stop mirroring my videos because it's about the information, and that's all it's about.
Right.
There's not a lot of money to be made on YouTube. It's like, I started this new channel. There's been a lot of hits on it, but I've made like $5. I mean, it really, why would I fight over $5? I don't even know a bad hooker that would fight over $5. So, it just gets more every moment. So, effectively they use
pieces of paper so I can turn it into a songbook.
Girls, time to get in here. Go.
what?
Oh, she's talking to her little girl.
Yeah, that's my little girl.
All right. No problem. Anyway, they effectively used that as a trap, as far as I'm concerned, because they took down so many channels with one video, and I think that was a trap. I think it was planned, whether it's for greed or whether it be for the feds or whether it be for whatever reason it was. I just, I don't know. I can't prove anything. But and then now we're watching the Patriot community ripping itself apart because there's not enough news. So they're all fighting over hits and views and stuff. Pretty much I'm just mad because the big channel got taken down for sharing information, and it's just gone into the ridiculous at this point.
Well, that's not right. I'm sorry, but it's not. I mean, that's trivial. If you think about it.
Yeah, if you want to call us after the show, we'd love to talk more about that, actually. Seriously. But,
Well, I started this channel. I have, I've done this for 4 years. This is channel number 9. This is channel number 9. Number 9. Number 9. Number 9. I'm kind of used to this and how this works. The last, I had a channel 2 years ago that got taken down because I sent somebody out to Sandy Hook, feet on the ground, reporting on that stuff. Plus, I broadcast the police scanner tapes that absolutely, completely told everybody that all that Sandy Hook stuff was a bunch of BS. I lost that channel with 14,000 viewers. Before that, it was the Aurora supposed mass killing. And I did all my work on that, and we had about 21,000 viewers, lost that one. This is just kind of how this works. And, sometimes it takes the wind out of my sails, but I'm stubborn as a pit bull, so.
well, we're glad to have you on here. Seriously. Feel free. Stay.
Well, I appreciate that. So when's Darby going to be on?
I'm waiting for the call-in line to go hot. Still waiting.
All right. Oh, all right. Cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure. A group I'm in was telling me about this and said, they said it's okay. I'm really at this point completely gun shy of broadcasting anybody's anything else. But
yeah, don't even worry about it coming from us. Seriously, man.
No, don't worry about
all
it
right.
at all.
All right, cool.
And when I get my stream up and people are witnessing this, we got 18 viewers. You have a right to stream anything you want off me.
Nighthawk, it's about the message, man.
That's right.
Really is about the message. It's not about the viewers. It's about the message.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, like Captain
Anyway,
Kirk said in chat, we got your back, man.
Yeah, I don't have a lot on live stream right now because we're still rebuilding. But I do have you going out on the Hawk's Nest. You got about, it looks like 15,000 there. And that's just audio only. That's over at freedomslips.com. And you're also going out over the AM or the FM radio here in Central Kentucky and another place in Kansas. They're micro broadcasters, 50 watts. So I don't, they don't get out very far, but I got about 50 miles around me and several people that listen. So.
Hey, Toast, did you get the right time?
Yes, I did. Give me a second.
Because I don't see Mark Sorrow on either.
I'm still waiting for it to go live. I got to reconnect to the number because I'm still waiting for the moderator to come into the room. So it could be here in about 12 or so minutes. So I'm just waiting. As soon as I hear them, I'm going to connect the call. That's priority right now. So I'm working on this as much as I can. I got to get back to working on it. Give me a second.
Go ahead, Rav. Talk away, man. You said you heard from Deb. How's she doing, all in all? Nighthawk.
Nighthawk, you with us?
Did he drop?
Yes. Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Say that again.
I said, how's Deb doing, all in all? I mean, she's really been hanging in there and sticking with this all, through the whole thing.
Yeah, she's, she seems to be trying to keep high spirits, but being involved in all this kind of stuff, I mean, sometimes we got to present a front to seem high spirit, but, wouldn't be depressed. My wife was in jail over dumb shit. Excuse my language, but if my wife was in jail over this, I would be magnanimously more pissed off than she seems to be. I'm not saying that it's wrong. It's just she is extremely. She's. anyway, she seems to be stronger than I am apparently because, you know, I'd be at the jailhouse doors with everybody I know going, you better cut her loose.
Yeah, me too. I am doing something, darling.
I'm still connecting the system. We got a visitor, so still working on this.
All right, I'm trying to handle something. Rev, keep talking and talk about anything you want to. I got to handle something real quick. Oh, dead air on the line. The dead air.
Yeah, sorry about the dead air, people.
Okay, anyway, I'm trying to multitask over this way where I'm at. Had a good visit with Mike today. And those of you who know him, Mike Sorrell, I can't even say his last name. It's going to kill me. We know on first name basis anyway. He's a pretty cool guy. Gave me some time on his stream today and had a good conversation. All in all, it was a good interview. And, well, now we're just waiting to see if them lines light up so we can go on in the phone conference and see what's going on. Toast.
It's just hold music.
Toast.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
You hear how he is? Okay, Brenda, go ahead and link that in my box in Facebook, if you don't mind.
Hey, listen, guys, how long till the actual stream of this Judge Darby thing?
It's supposed to be on now. That's what I don't understand. And
yeah, it's supposed to be going on all right now, but they said Judge Darby posted on the Revolution News information page at the 0 minute of the hour, and on another page he posted the 15th minute of the hour. So it could be anywhere in between now. I'm waiting right now. I'm still waiting. We're still in standby. There's nothing I can do right now. I'm sorry.
All right, yeah, I was going to say a large amount of time I could if there was a large amount of time I could run the Deb Jordan interview if you wanted me to, that would come through this, but it seems like there's a short amount of time, so.
You know what? If you want to go ahead and run it through this, you can, and I'll just break in. Just look for me in chat.
That'll work.
All right, you're going to have to, all right, no problem. You're going to have to yell loud so I hear you.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and
all right,
text
here we go.
Judge Darby.
All right, here we go. Lord, should I play parody songs on Obama? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I mean, seeing all these issues that have gone on over the last month in which, and then somebody told me I wasn't allowed to talk to you anymore, so.
Oh, yeah, really?
So anyway, update, man. What the hell is going on out west?
Oh, my goodness. Well, out west we have, the Bundy, the United States versus Bundy, kicking off to a pretty ruckus start here. The defendants from Oregon who are tied to the case here in Nevada.
All right, I got to merge the call. I'm merging the call in 3, 2, 1, merge. Hello?
Okay. Hello. You're on the We the People in Colorado call. The Wednesday night call starts in 6 minutes. You're welcome to chat. Till then, I've got a few things I've got to prepare.
All right. This is Revolution News Radio on YouTube with you. All right.
Hello, Revolution News.
Mike Sherrar from Sherrar Strikes Back.
Hello, Mike.
But you're all welcome to announce yourself before the call starts.
You also got Nighthawk from Revolution Radio and FreedomSlips.com both.
And you have Clovis, which is one of Judge Darby's favorite phone conversationists.
This is the gathering of the streams for a very important message tonight.
Rance from Michigan.
Hello, Rich.
How are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Welcome to the call.
Thanks.
All right.
You're also going out at 101.3 in Central Kentucky.
Hello, welcome Central Kentucky.
Central Kentucky for the win. I am broadcasting to you live from San Antonio, Texas, right here in Bexar County.
And Mike, read your Facebook page. I'm going to let you in a little bit there, man.
Also, Revolution Radio is also kicking out on 89.1 in northern Maine.
Northern Maine, you're on with us.
Ow.
Sorry.
Do you know that I'm originally from Maine? This is Judge Doucette.
Nice to meet you, Judge Doucette.
How are you? Do you know I'm originally from Maine?
No, sir, I didn't.
I was wondering what.
Yep,
I was wondering what
I
that
am.
accent was, Deuce.
Yeah, I was born and raised in actually North Orland, which is close to East Holden, which is just southeast of Bangor.
I call that way up northeast.
Yep.
It's Johnny B, the Missouri hillbilly, now living in Kansas.
Hello, Kansas. Once again, this
Lyle,
is
have we,
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Once again, this is Revolution News on YouTube, revnews.us, broadcasting to you live on YouTube.
Now, do you guys realize that the first part of this call, some of you guys may be an hour early, the first part of this call is actually the the Colorado grand jury call. And
No, it's the We the People. It's the We the People in Colorado call.
I knew you would be there. Okay, I knew you would be there to correct me.
Hello. Let me take over, Bruce. This is Steve in Denver. This is the We the People in Colorado call. I'm going to go ahead and start the recording now. The first hour of this call is for We the People in Colorado. And we've got some business we have to get through tonight. You're welcome to stay on. If you're looking for the Superior Court judges, the marshals for the continental United States of America, and I'm going to have to mute this person. Anybody who's making background noise or causing background noise will be muted, and I probably won't be able to get back to unmute you. So if you find you're muted and you want to say something later on, you'll have to call back in. I'm sorry, I just don't have enough hands on the board to take care of that. So anyway,
this conference is being recorded.
All right, the conference call is being recorded. As I was saying, if you're welcome to stay for the We the People in Colorado call. It's the first hour of this call. We've got some business to attend to, so if you're not interested in listening, I'd recommend you come back in an hour when we start the judges, marshals, and grand jury administrator and future sheriff call. Okay, I'd like to get started. I start every call with something usually from the Constitution or from the Declaration of Independence. But tonight I'm going to start off with what all free men and women want. This could have been written in the 1770s. This could have been written in the 1950s or 60s. This could very well have been written yesterday. It applies to all three times, and probably all the times in between all also. Here we go. All American men and women want to be free from British feudalism, free from the ownership of the land by the crown, free from the control of land by lords, free from the slavery of serfdom. Feudalism is not only a social system, it includes also a legal system populated by attorneys, those in the British social class system who are above the rank of a gentleman and below the rank of a knight. The attorneys are given the title of nobility of esquire. Attorneys are the mercenary, paper-pushing soldiers of the crown. It takes a certain kind of social vacancy, insensitivity, and or stupidness to qualify for the occupation of attorney. Attorneys are not really lawyers. They don't practice law. They practice attornment. British attornment is the feudal ceremony or process of attorning or turning a property or land over from one lord to another lord while moving the serfs or tenants or slaves along with the land. Generally, even today, attornment is the legal, but not necessarily lawful, method of maintaining the class structure by keeping the rich rich and the poor poor. That is, it is the method of keeping the rich wealthy in power and keeping the poor in subjugation or slavery. The attorney's rule in American law is the same as it is in British law. Attorneys are subtly selected and trained to have the same role in the United States of America. Generally, they are not aware that they are learning, practicing, and promoting British feudalism, the foundation of which is laid by the American public school system. A lawyer, on the other hand, practices law, believes in, practices, and promotes the free exercise of intelligence, reason, invention, and conscience to provide liberty and justice for all, with equal opportunity to have access to liberty and justice, and to take special care that the weak shall not be oppressed by the strong, the Code of Hammurabi, so that a man's powers of intelligence, reason, invention, and conscience will not be trampled by the unreasoned and greedy forces of other men and or governments. The lawyer protects labor, the right to labor, and the laborer's right to the fruits of his or her labor, the right to contract by use of contracts, the right to demand responsible specific performance by the use of distresses, the right to demand payment of a debt and to collect a debt by liens, and protects the social strength which arises from the mutual and reciprocal right to equal protection of the law, and protects all of these commercial rights to the extent of destruction of all social distinctions. The law which a lawyer promotes is the commercial law of fair and equal opportunity of laboring, buying, selling, and trading without monopoly. Clearly, then, the attorney and the lawyer practice opposite systems of social reward for labor, and there is no such thing as an attorney at law, unless by the term law, the is referring to feudal law. Shortly after the American Civil War, several labor and resource institutions or associations were established in the United States to return the control of America to the moneyed elite, especially the moneyed British elite. In 1878, our American legal system came under the control of a labor union known as the Bar Association. And that'll mute somebody else out. Okay. The Bar Association. Consequently, our courts have become closed union shops. Our judges have become the union bosses of those courts. These judges are overseen by a principal union boss or union superintendent, a Supreme Court justice of the state. Attorneys control everything of importance in government. The Bar Association controls the attorneys, and the moneyed elite control the Bar Association. The Bar Association labor union only allows union lawyers called attorneys to use the publicly taxed finance courts. The public is thus prevented from making full use of the tax finance justice system, which it has paid for through its taxes. Instead, those taxes are fraudulently used for the private transactions and accommodations of the union lawyers or attorneys by providing courts as a privately used public office space to do business as a labor hall or local union hall with local rules called the local rules of the court, which have no proven or demonstrated basis in commercial law or common law. The ultimate objective of our association is to overthrow the government of the United States of America and its Constitution, and to reestablish an incontestable form of British feudalism in America and the rest of the world, which will eventually become the New World Order. Free men want the Bar Association to be abolished and the commercial and common law systems of the United States of America and its Constitution to be totally reinstalled. Thank you, Hartford Van Dyke. Hartford, are you on the call?
Yeah, I just came on.
Oh,
Hello?
I just read your piece, What All Free Men Want. When did you write that, Hartford?
No, that was a long, long time ago.
Was it in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s? When?
That would have probably been in the 90s.
In the 90s you wrote that. Okay. Well, Hartford, I said to everybody on the call.
It should say at the top of the instrument what the organization was. I'll look it up sometime for you.
Okay, that'll be great. Anyway, just so you'll know, Hartford, I prefaced it by saying this could have been written in the 1770s, the 1950s or 60s, or last week, because it applies equally to all periods of time. Anyway, thank you for writing that, Hartford. That's a great piece. Now, we have a little bit of business to do in Colorado. I've been a little bit busy, and I'm a little bit disorganized, so I probably am going to miss some that I've pulled. But I've been busy pulling oaths of office for primarily district court judges, and trying to get organized. Anyway, what we're going to be doing right now is voting on whether or not to add the following district court judges onto the notice of fraud. And I'm going to do it by district first, and then we can. So we're going to vote more than once. In other words, so that it doesn't get confusing. The first district we're going to be doing is the 10th Judicial District, which is based out of Pueblo, Colorado. I've got an oath of office for an imposter judge named William D. Alexander. It was filed after he commenced the duties of his office. It does not have an official bond filed with it at the Secretary of State's office. and it was he was sworn in by someone not qualified to swear him in. Also, from the same judicial district, I have an imposter judge named David W. Krockenberg. Same conditions apply. Was filed after he commenced the duties of office with no official bond and sworn in by somebody not qualified to swear him in. Jill S. Mattoon, also of the 21st Judicial, or the 10th Judicial District. Same three conditions apply. Was filed with the Secretary of State after she commenced duties of office. No official bond filed with it, and sworn in by somebody not qualified to swear in. Also, Larry Schwartz of the 10th Judicial District. The same three conditions apply. So
are these county judges or are these federal judges?
No, they're district court judges in Colorado.
District court judges.
So, yeah.
No,
so this is a vote for.
Just a second.
Go ahead, Hart.
There's a couple factors you want to consider here. Number one, when they have the bond number and the name of the company should be on it.
Well, they don't have a bond.
But
they don't have one.
Even when they have a bond, they have to reveal the bonding company, and that's one element. See, there's another thing is connected with this is whether or not these people have sworn a military oath. You want to check that out if they have ever been a veteran. Mm-hmm. That deepens the situation. If they that has got to be stated on their because that is a continuous covenant oath. That's more binding than the ordinary judge's oath. But both of those oaths have an importance. And there's a third thing that you need to continue and that is whether or not the codes that they're operating on are bonded.
I think I got them out. I hope. Okay, go ahead, Hartford. Okay, thank you, Hartford. Okay, so we've got 4 district court judges in Pueblo, and I'll just go through their names one more time. We had, let's see here.
Stephen, if I may, that wasn't Hartford that you muted, was it?
No, it wasn't. Darby, can you help me get these noisy people off the line? Thank you. Okay. Again, the judges were, the imposter judges were William D. Alexander, David W. Krockenberg, Jill Mattoon, Jill S. Mattoon, and Larry Schwartz. So do I hear a motion to add them to the notice of fraud? People in Colorado only. Okay, so I think I heard a first and a second there. Did I hear a second? Okay.
Yes, I'll second that.
All in favor say aye.
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 Okay. All opposed, nay. Okay, those 4 names will be added. All right, now we're going to Boulder County. In Boulder County, we've got a Maria E. Birkencotter, and let's see, all the same conditions apply for Birkencotter as the ones in Pueblo County, and we also have a Patrick D. Butler, and the same 3 conditions apply for Patrick D. Butler. And I'm going to just go ahead and call for a vote, or does anybody make a motion? We add these 2 to the notice of fraud.
My motion.
All right, any second? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? All right, it's unanimous, so those 2 will be added. Now we are going to Mesa County. We've got David A. Botker, Thomas M. Deester, Brian J. Flynn, and also Valerie J. Robinson. All three conditions apply on all three of them in the Mesa County, which is what, the 21st Judicial District. So do I hear a motion to add the four of them?
Motion to add.
All right, any second?
A second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, it's unanimous, so those four will be added. Then from La Plata County, we have, I've only got one from La Plata County, and this is...
It's the 6th Judicial District, Steve.
Okay, but this is a county official. This is the La Plata County Treasurer, Allison Morrissey, and anyway, the only two hers was actually filed the day she commenced the duties of her office, so good on her for that. But no official bond, and it was it was signed by the county clerk and recorder. So maybe the county clerk and recorder had a proper bond. Let me see, a proper oath. And I've got a second letter as of oration. Let me see, Parker, stating that Parker has no official bond with her. So she was, the person who swore in was not qualified. Do I hear a motion to add Allison Morrissey to the notice of fraud? Anyone?
Motion to add.
I second it.
Oh, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, nay? Okay, it's unanimous. All right, so those names will be added to a new notice of fraud, and we will endeavor to get that new notice of fraud recorded and out to everyone as soon as possible. Okay, that's the big business part of the meeting that we, the people in Colorado, have. Just a quick note on some courtroom observer activities of yesterday and today.
If I may, before you...
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Keno.
You did send me Gregory G. Lamon's oath of office, but did he have a bond?
Oh, that's who I'm missing. Thank you. I knew I'd done some other ones, but I was, quite frankly, 12 hours in court yesterday and 12 hours today. Yes, I need to find out where I have him, because I did poll his, and no, he did not. And
No, T, if I may.
Yeah, just hold on a minute, will you? Let me see if I can get organized here, and one step at a time. Holy moly! I know, Keno, I may have dropped the ball on this. I can't seem to find it. I thought I got it, but in fact, I'm sure I got it.
It's all right, Steve. It's not earth-shattering, because I have it on good authority that he's stepping down sometime in the next couple of months.
Well, but the thing is, I did request it. I think I got it, and but after 2 12-hour days in court, I didn't have the time to prepare for tonight's call like I wanted to. I thought I had them all in the same spot, and I think I may have missed Lyman and Gurley. No, I did pay for them. I do have them. Neither one of them have. I just can't find them at this second. But I've seen them. I put my eyeballs on them. I just can't. Perhaps I better wait till next Wednesday, and we'll do this on Lyman and Gurley, because I did get them. I just can't put my fingers on them. Tell you, I did look at them. I don't know where they are. I'm sorry. My desk is a mess. Okay. Jacob, you had something?
Yeah, I just wondered if you got Montrose on your list. Mary E. Dagenhart.
She was added she's already been added.
Oh, she has.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
She's already been added. As a matter of fact, not only Dagenhart, but also Schultz, Heron, and Westfall already on the notice of fraud. Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Now,
Stephen.
Yes, David.
I think it would be worth our time to include Frederick Barker Rogers as well as federal court judge. I just lost it off the top of my head. Arbrook Jackson.
Well, Rogers is already on it under Gilpin County.
Arbrook Jackson, for not knowing the law, passing the buck, letting a judge with a forged oath of office be on the bench, and he's aware of it and passed the buck.
Okay, I'm not sure if Arbrook Jackson's on the list or not, but let's look at them for next Wednesday. Remind me, okay, David?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now I'd like to move on to what happened with our courtroom observers. We had two veterans that had trials, one scheduled for yesterday, one for today. The one scheduled for yesterday was. All right, I'm gonna have to mute somebody out here. Golly, it's hard to keep track of everything. But anyway, the veteran Eric Brandt was charged with trespass, destruction of public property, and disturbing the peace. His trial ended up being a 2-day trial. He was a sui juris defendant. He did an excellent job, and he was convicted on 2 out of the 3 charges. They did not convict him of destruction of public property, but they did trespass. How can you trespass in a public building when it's during its open times? But they still convicted him anyway, and of that charge and disturbing the peace. And anyway, I thought he presented an excellent, logical case that gave much more than reasonable doubt, and yet they convicted him anyway. The other veteran was let me mute this lady out. She's going to continue to.
My girl.
Okay. All right. Let's see. You get one, another one pops up. It's like playing whack-a-mole tonight. Anyway, the other one was Clarence Young, and Clarence, are you on the call? Clarence. Anyway, Clarence's case was dismissed. A strange brew of circumstances on that, but it was in the same courtroom that Eric's trial took place in, and but it was dismissed. So that was a victory. There was also another gal that we know whose case was dismissed today. We thought we were going to have a 3-fer, and then we found out from Dennis Schulte that he won his case in Tennessee with the district court there. So except for the 2 blemishes on trespass and disturbing the peace, the people had a good day in court. So now what I'd like to do is open up the call for comments and questions. And if anybody can think of anything I missed besides Wyman and Gurley and Rogers and Arbrook Jackson, now's a good time to speak up.
If I may.
Yes.
Bill Lovett from Florida. Is Dennis in a position now that he can go further with his case?
Yes. In fact, I think it's a landmark for him. Dennis, are you on the call? It'd be great if he were. He could explain it to us himself. Dennis, are you on the call with us? I actually got a message from Dennis, and he was all excited. He said he won this round with the. So if he won this round, yeah, it puts him in a good position, Bill. Maybe he'll be on the call Friday night, and we'll be able to, or maybe he'll be on the call later with the judges and marshals and grand jury administrators, and we'll be able to find out more. Sorry, I can't give any more details.
Steve, did he mention that was his son's case or his case?
No, his case, the case he filed. His son's case, hold on a minute. We got another noisemaker here. So I talked to Dennis the other day, and he told me that his son apparently took a plea deal that's really good. That was the best of everything for everybody, and he was happy with that. So that's what I know about his son's case.
Good. I yield.
Okay. All right. Anybody in Colorado? Comments, questions?
If I may.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Bill from Gilpin. I just wanted to remind everybody that I've got something monumental for the grand jury, and I'd like everybody to bring a thumb drive if they would like it.
And this won't come back in. Okay. And thanks, Bill, for that. The next grand jury will meet on April 30th, same place, same time. Be on time if you can.
Right.
Please. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Bill.
You bet.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else in Colorado? Comments, questions? Anything you want to discuss? Okay, I'd like to bring up a new point then. The grand jury administration has just taken note that we've got too many people in Colorado who are being slammed into foreclosure. And we all know that the fraud that's behind the foreclosure, and it's not acceptable. And so the grand jury and will be coming up with is working diligently right now on an order for one of the Superior Court judges to endorse to send to every county where one of the people that we're aware of is involved in a foreclosure, to cease and desist on that foreclosure. And not only for that one person, but for everybody in that county. And so we're working diligently on that. And it's not a request. It's an order, and it will be going out hopefully by Monday. So
if I may,
to all, yeah.
Steve, this is Judge Doucette, and I would be more than happy to sign that order once the grand jury gets that ready.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you for that, Judge Doucette. Yeah, it's so far. Apparently, this is just my theory on it, but apparently they are so desperate for money that they're pulling out all the stops on where they can steal money and get control of people's property and everything else they've got to keep their fraudulent system going, that we're going to see more and more and more of this. And we've got to stand our ground. We've got to stand up for our rights, and we have to help each other and back each other. So the grand jury administration is going to be doing everything they can. We're going to be keeping the grand jury very busy with cases to deliberate. So all I can say is I think this is part of the chaos before we finally find some smooth sailing waters. Okay.
If I may?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, this is Jan on Pennsylvania. I'm not on Colorado yet, but what I wanted to ask you are you taking any measures to secure your property, as in your body, because they are hungry and arresting people without probable cause? So, are you doing anything on that front?
Well, thanks for asking, Jan. We haven't specifically addressed that, but yes, you're right. They are doing that. And we do need to address that also. So thank you for that. It's kind of hard to keep your body intact, though, when they're taking all your belongings in your home. So we really need to do a multi-pronged attack back on them. But thanks for that, Jan. Okay, anybody else from Colorado, comments or questions?
Hey, Steve.
Yes. Hi, Mary.
Hi. Are you wanting to have the cities and people involved in this, quote, mortgage fraud? Like we know Sarah's in Fremont. Well, there's somebody down here in Pueblo County that I know of that's facing this same Janaway outfit. Do you want that emailed to you, or how do you want to know?
Definitely send me some information so I know which counties we really need to stick a fork in, okay?
Well, I don't know how many in Pueblo. They had Pueblo, I'm sure, quite a few.
If there's one, there's probably 100. I already assumed we had. I had already planned on putting Pueblo on that hit parade anyway.
Well, good. Mary. You're getting smart. This is little Chicago down here.
Everybody says the same thing about their county, Mary. But I have no doubt I know you're right. It's everywhere. It's rampant. It's pervasive. All right, thanks, Mary.
Just what you read that Hartford put out is so absolutely 100% the truth. It is a bar association, and the fact that England, or the monarch, or whatever, didn't like that they lost the war in 1776. So they have come back in and done what they have done, and I believe there's something in an army, some kind of a thing in about 1922, 23, that said not a bullet would be fired, but the nation would fall from within, and that's what's happening. They're eating the substance right out of us.
Well, I got another great piece from Steve B. this morning that came across his desk early this morning that I'll be sending out to everybody as soon as I can. And it's titled, let me pull it out so I can get it correct. Bar attorneys, no legislative authority in courtrooms. I had plenty of time to read that today while I was sitting there in court, and it's got some absolutely fabulous information in it that everybody needs to know. So I'll be sending that out to everybody, along with Hartford's What All Free Men, and I'm going to add and women want, because with the two of those, you've got some really powerful ammunition to go against these parasites. Okay. Anybody else? Comments in Colorado? Comments, questions?
I got a comment. Stephen, I'll tell you this, Sarah, Klamath County. If you can get me on the email so I can get that information from you, that'd be great. I also want to inform you, it just doesn't sound from your speech that you know much about the foreclosure process here in Colorado, but Colorado is very special because I'm looking for my notes right now and I can't find them, but in Colorado, the state actually set up its own trustee to, and I don't know the quotes, but to facilitate an easier or better communication between the banks and the lender. And in this process and in this department that they set up for foreclosures, they actually get a percentage, as in like a realtor gets a percentage on the foreclosure. They get a percentage on each foreclosure. So Colorado's a very unique state when it comes to home foreclosures because the state got involved. And I believe it was in the 80s. I can't find my notes right now, but it's very serious for the state to get involved at that level to work as a mediator between a corporation and a private person. So it's important for you guys to read and go to the Colorado website or call someone down at the foreclosure place and ask them. And in fact, they brag about it. Actually, they have little pamphlets saying how wonderful they are that they set up their own specialty in Colorado to help you guys. And when you find out that they actually help you by first of all taking a percentage cut. So what I'm saying is that the state of Colorado has interest in every house going into foreclosure because they get paid for every house that goes in foreclosure, whether it's been cured or not. So that's one of the key functions also is whether they cure the loan or not, they still get paid that percentage. So it's a huge multi-layered fraudulent abuse of powers when you start seeing, because I actually went down and asked the gals what branch of government they were representing, and they wouldn't tell me.
Yeah, they probably don't even know.
Yeah, they would.
Eric, we know we know that their fraud is pervasive. That they're nothing more than common criminals operating in a conspiratorial manner, and everything that they set up to masquerade as helping us is taking more money out of our pockets. We know that. And I really don't have time to waste on all their smoke and mirrors, Eric. But I would be happy to look at it, and if you can show me some intelligent way to use that against them, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it.
The key word is public trustee's office. So they are claiming to be a public trustee, and that is how you get them. Because they're claiming that. And so a public trustee cannot tax a person directly. And so these public trustees are taxing people directly in the foreclosure process. So that's just a quick synopsis on what's happening.
Oh, okay, well,
quote unquote, are getting paid per house foreclosure, not per hour like most clerks. All clerks should be paid by the hour, not by how many cases they get. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So the public trustee's office in Colorado has taken it a step further in RICO by demanding payment of a percentage of each and every transaction. And this is why I brought up UCC 3-501 when it comes to negotiable instruments, and you can get them for acting against their own rules and of course the law of the land. I yield the floor. Thanks for the time.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Eric. Okay. Anybody else got any comments and questions in Colorado?
Steve?
Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah. If I may, this is Mary again. On this issue of foreclosure, Steve B. has put out a great paper on the validation of the debt regarding this foreclosure stuff. The way they set this up, they have you meet with a clerk of the court first. You got to send something in, blah, blah, blah. But this ratification of commencement, that is basically, if I'm comprehending it correctly, there's another name for it.
Let me get that. Sorry, Mary. I think I got them. Go ahead.
My comprehension of the word, and if I'm wrong, please speak up. Ratification of commencement is another name for counterclaim and or prove your claim. Well, it looks like to me from what they did a beautiful job on this ratification of debt. When they can't come, that they've got to go in and prove that they can get to this. Would his challenging the validity of the debt be like a ratification of commission, or do you need to bring that up in front of the clerk at that first hearing? What would be your suggestion there?
You know what? Larry's the expert on that, and I don't think he's on the call. I'll have to see if I can get with Larry on that question, Mary. Unless somebody else has got an answer for us, for Mary.
Well, it certainly looks like it. Based on the document that CB put together, it comes in and says, under penalty of perjury, that you did not buy evidence of debt. Well, they did. They bought evidence of debt. So how can they say that, if you said they did not, then you've got to prove your claim. Then you're supposed to get this, and this, and they're supposed to get it done in 30 days. Now, my concern is with these criminal courts out here, that the clerk being a part of the criminality, should one at that first meeting bring up the fact that you expect the clerk to tell this is usually Janaway, I'm understanding that law firm is a big one, that she is to instruct that receiver of the validation of debt to answer it. I mean, would that be a good plan?
Well, again, I don't have an answer for that for you, Mary. Can anybody answer Mary's question? Okay, let me get together with Larry on that. Okay, Mary?
Okay, and then if he wants to me or whatever, that's fine.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mary. All right, anyone else?
I'll be calling.
Okay, go ahead, Mary.
Bruce, this is directed to you because you talked to Anna a lot, Judge Anna, on her book on mortgage fraud. Can we rely on what she has in there to be valuable if you have to go back in and do like I've been doing, make them prove their claim based on what they do or don't do?
I'm going to defer to Judge Doucette on that because he speaks with her frequently, not me. Judge?
Well, that would be correct, Mary. And yes, you can just that. And I believe that Judge Anna has some further articles on that on her website. So you might look there and do a search. I know there's a lot of stuff on there, Mary, but I think it's on there. I think I've read it. I yield.
On that one page, I think it's sort of 127 or whatever, that very first thing that she talks about, the public law, I've read that, and I can't find the words that she's using, and I'm wondering if that's an interpretation or what. And I would like to, check with her on that, and you speak with her. So perhaps, Bruce, you could ask her about that public law that she talks about. Is that
if you would email me a question on that, Mary, I will forward that to Anna, and I'll get you an answer. How's that?
Appreciate that very much. Thank you. I yield.
All right. Thank you, Mary.
Okay. Let's make this the last call for anybody in Colorado with a comment or question, and then we can get on to the judges, marshals, grand jury administrator, and future sheriff call.
Yeah, one more time, Stephen. It's Eric in Larimer County. The reason I'm going to clarify one more time is when your house gets in foreclosure, it is a judicial action. A judge hands down the order of foreclosure. Now, here's the problem, is the state has set up a public trustee to do the judicial department of government to do their work. And this is what I mentioned when I asked them what department of government, legislative, judicial, or executive, what branch of government do they claim to be in effect with, and they would not give me the answer. And so I believe that this could be fought on on premises that they have no authority to go in between the court and the attorneys, as they are a middleman in between you and the lender, which only leads to more and more charges for you, the person who's going in foreclosure. So I'll end my comment with that. It's pretty much a breach of the separation of powers. Period.
May I say something here?
Yes, sure, Tony. The floor is yours. Thank you.
We're not a problem. Go ahead. Wait a minute. One at a time. The lady first.
Oh, okay. This is Jan again. I just want to say a couple of things. The ratification of commencement is Rule 17, and basically, if you cannot prove standing, you don't have a claim. And standing in foreclosure is the acknowledgement of the loan and the acknowledgement of the debt, the life of loan history. So these are the Rule 17 then applies, and you could put that in. Also, in a judicial state, as New Jersey is, as Pennsylvania is, and Colorado, I think there are 17 states that are judicial states. What happens is you're dealing with contracts. Okay, everything's contract, from blinking an eye to shaking a hand to all this crap that these de facto judges pull. And they're administrative courts. They're Article I courts. And when they send you an order or a summary judgment rule, what you do with this contract, people don't, what they fail to remember is that you have the option to accept this contract. People think simply because a judge, some administrative law clerk or judge is gospel. Nobody ever says, I do not consent. Right across that order that says, I do not consent to this order, refuse for cause, and wherever it goes, to your foreclosure unit, you make sure that they get notified. You make sure that the judge that issued the order gets notified. You do it in red on a diagonal, because nobody answers this order, and it stands as truth in law in 3 days. So as soon as you get that, and that's why they have these 3-day rules, these 10-day rules, because administratively, this is their gospel, and this is what is everyone's gospel. Contract law is so critical when refusing these kind of things. Use it. Do not accept it. I know for a fact this has worked in some instances where people understand contract law and simply return the order, refuse. So that's something you may want to consider. See if it works. Every single thing they give you, just deny it. Everything. Deny it, handwritten, read, sign it. If you want, just sign your name after refuse for cause and read what belongs right across that order. Make yourself a copy first, then refuse it and have it on record. If you want to get it notarized, it's already in the public, and then you have record as evidence. So you can take it a step further, but that should work in and of itself. Don't accept their crap. Who are they? So that's just a thought.
All right, well, thank you, Jan. I think we had one other person who was trying to be the last comment there.
Yes, this is John over at Actions for Justice and Americans Against Foreclosure.
Hello, John.
Yes, how are you? I'm sorry I came in late to the call. And you are touching on a subject that I think affects probably 60 million Americans right now, the foreclosure crisis. I happen to work at J.P. Morgan Chase in collections loss mitigation, and I was responsible for trying to save homes and modify loans, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm very, very aware of all the fraud going on. Now, my question is regarding the non-judicial states. How can we stop the bogus trustees from selling people's homes without any defense whatsoever?
I have a response. This is Eric in Lambert County.
Okay, go for it.
The response is in UCC. First of all, I'm not an attorney. I'm not a lawyer. I don't give legal advice. But the response is in UCC, which has been adopted in Colorado with the designation number, I believe, of 4. But in UCC, you can demand the original contract of the negotiable instrument. And this is why I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you're on the call, when I mentioned 3-501, and it's about negotiable instruments. And you have the right to demand the original signatures of every party, of every consensual party in the contract. And so when you do demand these things by citing the UCC, their law, they must comply. And in most cases, they have bundled debts that nullify the first original contract, and they cannot provide most people with the authentic original contract that those people signed. So by requesting what do I want to say? By requesting a copy of the original instruments, and I make it very clear, all instruments, all documents, all paperwork involved before and during the process of the original contract. And they have to provide you with every step, every receipt, and they have to provide you with who the note was sold to, who it was bundled with, who it was sold again to. And if your signature isn't on there, and if their ducks aren't in a row, they can't provide the proof of the contract. And so that's the most simple form out of the non-judicial, is to keep it in their UCC and say, demand that they provide the original contract signatures, and make sure that they are certified and notarized. That could be also, a demand, but I use any or all, and then I list examples: certified copies, non-certified copies, in-house, and this is another trick, in-house paper transactions. So notes that they use in-house, and those in-house notes will lead you to the fraud. So, and they really don't want to give up their information, what you're asking, because it's proof that they're using fraud. And so a lot of the times they don't want, and they never give you what you asked for. I yield the floor. I hope that helped.
May I interject here? You may want to try, this is Dan again, and I don't give legal advice because I wouldn't dare be an attorney. But anyway, you may want to consider opening up a claim with the court, and you just add whatever the trustee gave you, because many times you cannot find the chain of trustees. There's quite a few of them. So you just get whatever they gave you, and you open up a court case, a federal court case. You put in a federal, you open up a miscellaneous file, and you put in cover page, and you put that refuse. I refuse. Or you open up a claim. You state a claim.
The contracts that I mentioned were also including what the court has done. So that's what's super important, is that you're going to get all of them, including what this gal just said.
It's very hard to find sometimes. If you have many trustees, it's very difficult. I know somebody in Oregon who lost his house after a 10-year fight with an expert in Oregon law, and he had about 3 or 4 trustees, different banks. So they keep it masked. So what you may want to consider is just open up a claim in a state case or a federal case, and you attach that refusal of whatever they've given you. Like Eric said, you just get a whole bunch of stuff and you refuse every single bit. You state all the offers, because that's what they are. They are offers. And you list them. And then you put on one page, I'm refusing all these offers. And you put them in. Demand to dismiss this action, failure to state a claim, or you can do something else like that and refuse it where it goes. Because you put the date you received it with proof and the date you refused it. You try and make sure it's refused within 3 days.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. We're going to shift gears now, get into the judges, marshals, future sheriffs, and grand jury administration call. Bruce, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. Take it away.
Okay. Welcome to the call, everybody. The first thing we want to do is a little house cleaning here. So everyone, please mute yourself right now. If you have a cell phone, you can hit your mute button. If you're on a regular home phone, you can hit *6. And when you want to unmute yourself, if you're on a regular phone, you hit *6, and or you can unmute your cell phone itself. The first thing I would like to do is welcome everyone to the call, including the FBI, CIA, NSA, any alphabet agencies that the government may have listening in here. We welcome you. If you've got a question, please speak up. This may be your only chance and your only place to really find the truth. And the truth is all we talk about here. So we have nothing to hide from anyone. Having that said, Judge Johnson, are you on the phone? And would you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you would, I would like you to say a prayer, and I would like you to note a couple of things, and that is tonight what we're going to be talking about is the Oregon statewide grand jury and their presentments. This could have a lot of effect, not only in Oregon, but in the United States and in the whole world. And I would like you to include in the prayer that our Heavenly Father be with us in exposing this fraud and allowing us a tool to be done with it once and for all. I turn it over to you, sir.
How's my audio?
Good. Perfect.
Fantastic. Heavenly Father, the holy authority of Yeshua, we lay hold of your wisdom, knowledge, and direction in everything we're doing. We lay it before you to get done by the power of your Spirit as you see fit. We thank you, Lord, for Oregon. We ask, Lord, that you give them the wisdom, direction, and knowledge they need to get things done in a proper order, in a lawful order for your glory, the holy name of Yeshua. And we thank you, Lord, and praise you for your bountiful blessings in getting all this stuff done for your glory and getting it situated. We get back to the law of the land in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, be it so.
Be it so. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do tonight, just to kind of outlay what we've going on. First off, before I get there, Gary, are you on the board as well?
Yes, I am. Just came in.
Gary, how many people have we got on the board? Are we talking 50 or are we talking hundreds?
We have currently 103 people.
103, so we're a little low. Hopefully that'll pick up a little bit. We've been hitting about 160 people on the call, not last week, but week before last. That's what I saw for numbers on that report. Okay, what the plan is tonight is we're going to discuss the presentments that are going to be coming out from the grand jury in Oregon. And one of the things that we know that when these presentments come out, the mainstream media is going to want to attack these presentments or ignore them completely. So one of the big issues that we need is we need for everybody on this call to start spreading the truth, to start educating people on what presentments are versus indictments. And then these orders could be, I'm told, fairly large. They could be 50 to 100 pages, and they could name 50 to 100 people. So the plan is these presentments, and they may already be out tonight, I'm not sure. But first we'll go to the alternative media with the auspices that the alternative media can help educate people on what they mean and that they are lawful, and also summarize the 50 or 100 pages because most people won't take the time to read the whole presentment. And was that you, Kino? Who had a question there?
You mentioned the alternative media?
Okay, one person at a time, and I'm sorry, I've got no way to pick which one, so let's try to go ahead and one of you guys start, and the other one just yields for a couple of minutes, and then I'll bring you in afterwards.
Yes, the Alternative Media Actions for Justice, AXJ.com is present, and we will publish everything that you put out there.
Okay, thank you. And who was the other call that we had on here, or caller that had a question?
That was Jacob. I yield.
Number first. Okay, Jacob. All right. Thank you, sir. Anyway, go ahead. You got a question, ma'am?
Yeah, this is Judge Fines out of Texas. I'm also working as alternative media as the Lady Federalist. Judge Darby has my email address. I will take everything and handle it as well.
And we thank you, Judge Don from Texas. And that's another thing. We have a lot of people on here from a lot of different states. This call is normally about all of the different states coming together and working together to help one another form your grand juries, your assemblies, your committees of safety, and your common law courts. Tonight, however, we're going to be focusing more on Oregon and what's going on there. Do I have Roger Dowdell on the phone? And if so, Roger, would you speak up?
Yes, Bruce, I'm on the line.
Okay, I'm going to turn this over to you for a minute, Roger, and you can explain what it is exactly that we're looking for and what we're trying to achieve. I think you can articulate it a little better than I can, sir. I yield.
Before Roger starts out, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Judge Darby.
Ladies and gentlemen on this call, if there is any background noise in your house or where you are having your phone, it comes onto the conference call and it becomes disruptive. So we ask you to either mute your phone or dial a *6, which does an automatic mute. Now, in order to unmute yourself, just do a *6 again. Now, for those people who do not mute their phones, I will be muting you, and sometimes I lose track and I can't mute you back, unmute you. So please be very courteous on this call and make sure that any background noise, you have your phone muted.
Excuse me. Yes, there are many haters on this call. Is there a way that you can mute everybody by defect and openly allow them to speak when they're asked to speak?
We will do that in the after this first hour and we handle some of the business, then we will go into a Q&A session and everyone will be muted. But we're trying to leave this open right now, so we're asking for everybody's assistance here. Okay, and Roger, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Bruce. Let me set a little bit of the context. We're aware that the press...
Oh, Roger, would you introduce yourself? I'm sorry, I didn't, sir.
Sure. My name is Roger Dowdell, and I'm a administrative investigator for the statewide grand jury in Florida. And together with Colorado, Florida, a couple other states are reaching out and helping the folks in Oregon. And we're putting together plans to help some other states, including Utah and Nevada. So we know from the experience we had during the period of time ranging from a little bit before Lavoie's murder to days afterwards that the government completely shut down the press. It shut down the mainstream media, including there was no investigative reporting and no independent reporting from the mainstream media. And then even the independent media that was on the site had the cell phone towers jammed, and even viruses were loaded onto phones that had video of interviews, and the videos were destroyed. So we're very concerned that when it comes time for the presentment to come out in the form of a press release, that we want to give the press release first to the independent media so that they get a chance to do some research on it during an embargo period where we're not talking about it publicly, but we are researching it and developing articles, developing interview questions, etc. And then approximately 48 hours after the press release draft becomes available, we would open it up and go public, go broad and go public. So the intent is to solicit any and all patriotic independent media that would be interested to join in this effort if they'll agree to the embargo. And the front end of this is there's a huge need to educate the public. Why? Well, because the public barely knows anything about a grand jury, especially the government-controlled grand juries. And then we still have a lot of the terminology within what the grand jury operates in is not well understood at all.
Roger, would you go ahead and at least explain the difference between a presentment and a indictment and how that whole thing works to help educate the people that are on the call that may not be aware of that, please? Thank you, sir.
Sure. Yep. We have put together a... Hello?
I'm curious if anybody can hear me. This is Nyhawk at Revolution Radio. I have 31,500 listeners over here at Freedom Slips, plus everyone. So you're getting out. That's all I wanted to say. Nobody's blocking me. So if you guys can hear me, that's what's going on.
All right.
Fantastic.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Roger.
So we did publish a document this afternoon called The Grand Jury and How It Works. And in this paper, it's meant to be a basic primer on what is a grand jury and how does the process work. In essence, I want to summarize the process with an acronym. The acronym is CIPID, C-I-P-I-D-D. The first C stands for there must be a complaint. The complaint can come from the injured party or from a grand juror or the 4 administrative investigators for the grand jury. And by the way, all of this is based on the Article 61 of the Magna Carta, which carefully details out in reasonably good level of detail how the grand jury process is to operate. And the Magna Carta is part of our common law here in this country.
Are you speaking about the people's common law grand jury or an actual common law actual grand jury that the district attorney uses?
What we've decided to do is the grand jury we're talking about is the people's common law grand jury, but we're not going to call it that initially because that's basically ceding the term grand jury to what isn't a grand jury. The government calls the committee they call together a grand jury, but that is not a valid grand jury. The grand jury that's in the Fifth Amendment is independent of government. It is not chosen by the government, and it is instead chosen by the people and operated by the people. And this becomes clear in the U.S. Supreme Court decision, U.S. versus Williams in 1992, where Justice Antonin Scalia quoted that the grand jury is independent of any of the three branches of government, and it acts as a independent constitutional fixture on its own. So,
and Roger, if I can interrupt you just for a minute, I want to hold questions for right now and let Roger get through his explanation if we can, and then we'll take questions and let Roger answer those when he's finished. Go ahead, Roger.
Okay, so we start the process with a complaint, and the complaint, of course, usually and should be in the form of a sworn affidavit by the victim, and should be notarized and should contain as much of the particulars of the damage to the victim and the accused, and in any other evidence that's available. So that's the first C, and that's the first step in the work process. The next letter is an I, and that stands for investigate. And the complaint gets investigated by the 4 administrative investigators for the grand jury. Of the total of 25 people on the grand jury, 4 of them are administrative investigators. They will dig in to validate the claims of the injured party. In addition, they will take that claim or complaint and prioritize it against all the other complaints and decide where it fits in the priority order of the work the grand jury administrators will do. Once they validate the claim and feel that it's worth presenting to the grand jury, it then goes into it goes into a presentment. And a presentment is the document that formalizes the criminal charges against the accused, and it includes the evidence. So the presentment is basically presenting the charges publicly, and a copy of it must get served on the accused and filed in the official public record. And as the documents are filed in the official public record, we're actually holding a speedy and public trial as required in the Sixth Amendment. So the presentment starts a 40-day clock. And during that 40-day clock, usually one of 3 outcomes occurs. The first outcome is the ideal outcome, where the accused recognizes that they are creating injury, and they admit that, and they take full responsibility for it and commit to stopping the behavior and restoring the victim. And normally that would be then reduced to a written agreement, sworn written agreement that the victim has to agree that the restitution is acceptable, and then the administrative investigators would just monitor that agreement is executed. The second possibility is that the grand jury might have made a mistake. Now, most all of the work is very thoroughly researched, and it's based on factual evidence, but you can still have errors, like there could be 2 John Smiths in the same county, and the wrong John Smith is served with the presentment. In that case, the wrong John Smith would create an affidavit of denial and give the facts that prove that this is the wrong John Smith, like maybe he wasn't even in the state at the time. Get it notarized and send that to the administrative investigators for the grand jury. They would take that and put it in front of validate it, put it in front of the grand jury, and if that affidavit rebutting the charges is strong enough, it will change the grand jury's opinion, and that individual will be exonerated and the charges will be dropped.
If, however, the rebutment by the accused is not sufficient to change the grand jury's opinion, then that case needs to go to trial in front of a petite jury of 12. So that would go to trial, and it's trial by jury without a judge. And that's a requirement of Article 3, Section 2, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution, which says the trial of all crimes except in cases of impeachment shall be by jury. It does not say any judges involved, just the jury. The third likely outcome from a presentment is, and this is the most common outcome when a presentment is accusing public servants of crimes. Most times they're very arrogant. They think they may have immunity, and or they turn to their attorney and their attorney says, do not respond. So in that case, when the 40-day period expires, on the 41st day, they have acquiesced to the charges because they didn't rebut them and they didn't accept them as true. They have acquiesced. That means they do agree that the charges are true, and they have, by their non-action, converted themselves from being accused to being criminals. The administrative investigators would take that evidence, present it to the grand jury, and the grand jury would vote on a judgment, default judgment, and an indictment. And those documents would likewise be voted on, and if passed by over 50% of the votes of the grand jury, and once a grand jury starts with 25 members but can continue to do business all the way down to 13 members, and they would also be entered into the official public record. And that indictment is the second I. So we've gone through CIPI. That's an indictment. So the presentment is the public document of the charges. The indictment is once they have become criminals, an indictment would be issued. And then we enter the last two steps of the process for those that have acquiesced to the charges. The next to last step is called claim of distrain, and then the last is distress. What is distrain? Well, distrain is a process whereby a ledger is created by the administrative investigators of the damages done to the victims. And there's usually two sets of damages. One set is the actual measured economic damages to the victims. But sometimes there's damage to the victims that can't be easily measured economically. In that case, you take the crimes that they've now admitted to, and you look them up in the U.S. Criminal Code for how much fines and how much jail time is associated with those crimes. So that ledger sums those things up, details them line by line, summarizing the damage to the victims. And the purpose of distrain is to encumber the assets of the criminals with the intent of restoring the victim. So the claim of
Roger, hold on a second. So everybody needs to mute themselves with the exception of Roger. Somebody is coughing and we're getting a lot of background noise. If you don't mute yourself, the moderator will, and then you may not get unmuted later. So please mute yourself, people. I'm sorry about that. Roger, go ahead.
Okay. So the claim of distrain consists of a ledger of damages, and it will get filed into any place where the criminals have assets. So, for example, if they have real estate, it will get attached to the real estate records in the county where that real estate exists. And any assets are vulnerable of the criminal and the spouse. That includes financials, accounts, stocks, bonds, airplanes, boats, offshore accounts, anything that are assets, enough in order to restore the victims.
Also, that claim of distraint gets filed against the surety bond. In the case of Florida public servants, they must, by the Constitution, have a surety bond. But in some states, instead of a surety bond, there's a liability policy or an umbrella policy for the county or for the state. And the claim of distraint gets filed with the insurance company. The insurance company does its due diligence to make sure that the grand jury followed the right process, including waiting 40 days, etc. And then they pay the claim. And when the public servant signed the application for insurance, they made a commitment that they would reimburse, they would use all of their assets to reimburse the insurance company if they ever paid out any claim. So basically, the insurance company acts as a bill collector, paying the damages to the victim and then collecting from the assets of the convicted criminals. But there's another interesting facet to it. Once a claim has been paid, usually the insurance company will withdraw any bonding for that official, that corrupt official. And most insurance companies belong to organizations that share that information. So in essence, that public servant becomes unbondable and must leave office, because a bond is a requirement before they enter office in Florida. Now, the last step is distress. And distress would only come into play if there weren't enough insurance coverage to restore the victims. The damages were more than the coverage. Then distress is when the whole community rises up and takes enough assets from the criminals to restore the victim. And during this process, it could be necessary to auction off real estate or other assets in order to convert it to cash to restore the victim. So that's the summary of the CIPID process, CIPIDD process. And in Florida, the statewide grand jury is at the claim of distraint step with two different cases where the ledgers are being prepared as we speak. Now, the operation of the grand jury is typically secret, and the reason it's secret is twofold. Number one is the grand juries historically can investigate anything, even if they just want to prove that there's nothing going wrong. And therefore, they could be investigating an innocent person. And they don't want to damage their reputation, so they keep that secret. In addition, the membership on the grand jury and its actual work is kept secret because of the possibility of retribution from those that are being investigated or that end up being accused on a presentment. The typical history, we dug out a newspaper article from 1901 in Florida, in Manatee County, and at that time, the grand jury met, a new group of 25 became the grand jury every 6 months, and they would give the county government a complete audit of the books and records and the operations of the county. They would investigate the jails, the courthouse, etc., the flow of funds. They would check the treasury accounts, and then they would write up a public report of the deficiencies and defects they found. That would be published in the newspaper every 6 months, and it basically became the defect action item list for the Board of County Commissioners to fix. So it basically drove corrective actions by the Board of County Commissioners to get those defects fixed. I yield.
Okay. Wow. Thank you, Roger. You did an amazing job explaining that. We've got some time here, so I'm going to allow for a few questions on this, and then we'll start doing some further discussion about these presentments and how we want to go about getting those out to the alternative media. So if somebody's got questions for Roger on the whole process of the grand jury and how it works, if you would try to be polite and not step on one another, just ask for the floor, and then when you're done with the floor, yield. If I may.
Hi, Brett.
Tino, that would be you that came in first. Go ahead.
Roger, I've got one question. I've been meaning to call you and talk to you. We have a problem in Oregon because we don't have the names of the officers that were involved in the shooting. Is there any way we can still go after them using the police report as Officer A, Officer B, or?
Yes. The way a grand jury would typically approach that is that in this particular case, they would call them out. If there was a report like there is in Oregon where they are named A and B, they would call them out as A and B and put in a phrase "and others to be named later" as further evidence comes forward and as more testimony is elicited. And the grand jury can subpoena witnesses. If they don't show up, then they have to go to get a judge's order to force them to show up. But in addition, don't forget that in any organization like the FBI or the BLM or any of these three-letter organizations, the responsibility goes pretty much up the chain of command until and unless there's evidence that there isn't any responsibility further than a certain point in the chain of command. So that's one of the missions of the administrative investigators, to investigate, where did the orders come from to set up, in the case of Lavoie's murder, the roadblock. Who actually initiated that as an order? It wasn't the low-level guys that decided on doing that. It came somewhere up the chain of command. So anybody in that chain of command is responsible for any criminal activity that they precipitated by their orders to the people that reported to them.
So the grand jury can use. What I'm getting at is the actual officers that were involved at the scene. The grand jury can use Officer A or B as is portrayed in the official police document.
Yes, but they would work hard to ultimately uncover who that person actually is, and they may end up having to use a whistleblower, or even having to offer someone in that chain of command immunity. But yes, they can do an indictment like that and be continuing to work to uncover the actual identity of that individual.
All right, I yield.
Okay, and who was the other person that had a question? Go ahead.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead. I thought there was another gentleman, but since you're speaking up, go ahead. And if there was another gentleman, you can go after her. Go ahead.
I will do so.
This is Judge Sines out in Texas. Roger, you mentioned the piece that was written, the grand jury, and how it works. Would you please tell me where I can locate this piece?
You can locate that, Don, on my Facebook page. It'll be right on my timeline. Okay. There are several copies of it up there, so please feel free to copy and cut and paste that and share it wherever. Roger was also kind enough to put the Magna Carta link up there as well, and that can be rather long. So anyway, I hope that helps you, Don.
And
I yield. Thank you.
And Judge Darby, can you educate us whether it's posted on the websites yet, please?
I I'm trying to find our sleeper.
If I may, while we're trying to find that.
Hold on just a minute.
Okay. The links to the Magna Carta are on the 4-cd.com website. In the
and what about the links to the article that Roger wrote? Is that there as well?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
He should have sent that to you today, Judge Darby. Am I correct, Roger?
Yes, and if they're not there, it'll be up there shortly, probably by midday tomorrow at the latest. I think would be fair because it's
it will be put up.
Not a long document.
Okay. And now, who else had a question, please?
I believe that was me. There was a lady from Texas.
Judge Don. Yes.
Judge.
She is one of the Superior Court judges from Texas.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I'm in Texas, and we should probably meet.
Don, would you like to share your information with this gentleman or email address?
I'm in Central Texas.
I'm in Abilene. And
you're at the other end of the state. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we're pretty big, but 4 hours is a short drive by our standards.
I understand.
You can reach me at theladyfederalist@gmail.com.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty easy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to mute myself again.
Thank you, Don. And everybody should know we have judges on here from quite a few states, including probably Hawaii. So we have managed over the last few years to set up grand juries and common law courts in, I believe, 20 or 22 states now. Did somebody else have a question for Roger before we continue?
I had a quick question, and I'm not sure if if this is a closed session for members of for judges or whatnot, or if I'm an independent media in Oregon.
No, this is kind of for everybody can jump in here. So go ahead.
I'm Brad with Oregon Wide Open, and the question I had was regarding where is the grand jury assembled, and of course investigating requires resources. What
the grand jury where they're located and where they meet has to be kept secret. So you're not even allowed to ask that information.
Okay.
Well, you can ask, but you can ask.
Yeah, you can ask. But go ahead, Roger. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, the answer is historically when the grand jury used to meet, say back in 1901, it would meet in the judicial center, the courtroom, or a conference room in the courtroom, or in any public building. But the grand jury is an independent entity and a constitutional fixture on its own. So the grand jurors could decide that they want to meet in a tent out in the parking lot. And it's their decision, and that's okay. And in some cases where there's particularly a lot of possibility of violence, like there were mercenaries and FBI, etc., armed on the ground in and around Harney County, then the grand jury will meet completely secretly and stay secret.
Are there any rights or privileges to establish courts in state or federal building?
No, it just is like a kind of like a good housekeeping seal of approval, if you will. It just adds to the credibility, but there is no requirement for that.
Okay, thank you. How are you?
And anyone else for a question for Roger before we continue?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Gloria. Roger, where in Florida are you located?
Right around Sarasota.
Okay, because I'm in Florida also. I'm on the east side.
And you should know, Florida has an amazing grand jury and set up down there where they have many counties that are active, and they are doing some of the groundbreaking work on figuring out how counties are actually taking public funds and converting them into corporate funds, which is actually against the Constitution. It's unlawful.
Can I get your name and email, please, and I'll connect with you?
Okay, it's Gloria, and my email is classmom2, the number 2 at AOL.com.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Now, you have to understand something. Real quick, just a little synopsis of what's going on. I'm about to get evicted from my home. So I'm packing up. I don't have the internet, so I'm not always on the internet. I'm on Facebook through my phone. I can get my emails and look at them, but I won't respond to the emails until I get to like the library or somewhere that has Wi-Fi. So it might be a day or two that I could connect, or I can maybe give you through Bruce. I can, Judge Bruce, I can give you my phone number and we could message back and forth that way or through Facebook.
That would be great.
Okay,
Lawyer,
thanks, huh?
Lawyer, are you and I friends on Facebook?
Bruce, yes.
Yeah, if you and I are friends on Facebook, you can find Roger Dowdell on my friends list.
Okay.
And give him a friend request, and then you can communicate with him directly.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, you're welcome, Gloria.
All right.
Somebody else had a question?
I have a question. I'm a quick comment and a question. I'm a listener.
Okay.
From Oregon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, dear. Go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, I'm brand new to this whole common law grand jury thing. I have no legal background whatsoever, so I'm listening and trying to glean information here because I am in Oregon and because I have been watching everything that's gone on, including the Voice murder and before. So that's why I'm on the call and listening. My question is, the common law grand juries that you're referring to, is it one jury nationwide, or does each state or a region or a county set up its own common law grand jury? That's my question. And then let me just finish with my comment. My comment is that it was asked or mentioned about the Oregon State police officers and their identification and how, and I happen to know for a fact that the Oregon House is the one who put the kibosh on with their House bill, put the kibosh on releasing the officers' names. However, that same, that although it passed in the House, it died in the Senate in the Rules Committee. So therefore, it's basically been left tabled. The House said they're not allowed to release the names of the Oregon State police officers that were involved. The Senate Rules Committee never even brought it out to the floor for it to get voted on. So it actually died. So I'm really in a quandary as to why then the names of all the OSP troopers haven't been released. But my comment really is that over Twitter and a little bit on Facebook, I have heard, and I do not know this to be a fact, I have heard that one officer has been named, and his name is Corey Gardiner, and he's an Oregon State trooper based out of, I want to say, Malheur County, which is one of the neighboring counties to Harney. So I thought I'd throw that out, but I don't have any verification that I know. I've looked that guy up. I can see his name and his picture and so forth, and that's all I know. I don't have any verification that what I'm telling you is a fact, but that is what I've heard. So that's I'm
going to go ahead and answer the first part of your question, and then I'll let Roger answer the second part. As far as the government trying to make it legal in order to hide the names of the troopers, that is actually unlawful. And anything that the government does only pertains to government employee. It does not pertain to we the people. And so anything that they try to do to hide the names of the troopers and stuff is definitely unlawful and unconstitutional. And Roger, I will let you take the...
Bruce, if I may.
Well, hold on, Keno. Let Roger answer the other part of this, and then I'll let you comment after that. Go ahead, Roger.
In addition, Bruce, to what you said, it certainly is the crime of obstruction of justice, as well as probably 2 or 3 other serious crimes, felonies. For it's public information, it's public records, and I'm sure Oregon has requirements regarding public information being available when requested or demanded. Regarding the question that you asked about the number of grand juries, etc. So the history shows that the grand juries can, it's up to the people to decide. So I'll give you a couple of examples. In Florida, we have a statewide grand jury operating, and we have a couple of counties operating with their own grand jury. And that's fine. You might ask the question, can one county have more than one grand jury operating at one time? Yes. People can decide, you know what, we have a county board of county commissioners that needs a lot of attention. And we have a school board that's out of control and needs attention. And therefore they could decide, the people could decide to set up 2 grand juries within one county. They could have a big state like Florida, Texas, or California might decide that they want 3 different or 4 different statewide grand juries to cover different parts of the state and the state government operations. And then regarding the federal government is so large and so complex that the people might decide that they want a grand jury in every state focused on the federal operations in the state. And then in D.C., the people might decide they want multiple grand juries operating in just the District of Columbia. So it's really up to the people to decide, and typically they will look at the job that's in front of them, the amount of investigative work and research, and the number of cases that are coming forward from the people asking for the grand jury's help, and then they would decide whether or not one grand jury has sufficient capacity. I yield.
Okay, and one comment before I let you go, Keno, and that is, you have to remember with these governments, all of them are corrupt. All the city and county governments, it's not just 1 or 2 of them. And, they know that they're committing fraud, and they're trying to they're trying to come up with illegal remedies to cover up their own fraud. And that's why you're seeing them try to pass bills where they're, trying to shield the people that were instructed to commit this murder. And I yield, and Keno, you have the floor.
I'd just like to expand on what Roger said. Now, ideally, every county should have its own people's grand jury so that they can handle local issues within the county. And then the state grand jury can concentrate on state issues. That's the ideal situation.
If I may?
Yes.
Go ahead, Roger.
I do want to make sure everyone understands that in one state, if one county has its grand jury, that grand jury can, in fact, take on a case anywhere within the borders of the state. So historically, grand juries can cross the county borders to handle crimes that are going on elsewhere. And in addition, it's frequently the case that grand juries have a history of cooperating with each other across the boundaries. I yield.
Did we answer all your questions, ma'am?
Yes, I think so. Like I said, I'm brand new to this whole thing and trying to understand, but I do get a better picture of how the grand juries are there. So thank you. And answer to, or in comment to what you all said about the corruption of our state government here in Oregon, in this case, I fully agree with that. But we can all see in the news about this whole thing how deep the corruption is going, and it makes your head spin as one citizen to try and figure out what in the world can I do.
Well, one of the things you can do is this call is every Wednesday night, and we are here to help all counties and all states set up their assemblies, their grand juries, and their common law courts. And welcome to the call, and I hope you come back. Understand that this corruption actually is in every county and every state, and it started on a county level and moved up to the state and then to the federal government. So, you're not alone with Oregon. All of the states are just as bad.
Bruce,
and go ahead.
Just.
Well, let her comment real quick, Keno, and then you go ahead and comment. Go ahead, dear.
I didn't have anything further to say. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
I have a question if you got the moment.
All right, hold on. Keno first, and then the lady.
Bruce, you should put the lady in touch with Judge Darby. She does have 2 Superior Court judges in Oregon that she can talk with.
Yes. You have Judge Darby, and you have Judge Matheson, Troy, that are probably both on the call tonight. And so if you want to reach out to either one of them, both of them are Oregon Superior Court judges or common law judges.
All right.
If I may.
Rather than trading emails over the phone, I'll look you both up on the internet, find your emails, and send you one then. Will that be okay?
Yeah, you can. Judge Darby, would you give her the Superior Court website, and she can find you guys' information there? And you had a comment as well, sir. And then after you, we'll have the other lady that had a question. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, I'm not on mute. The grand jury and how it works paper has been posted. It is up at the Four Corners Doctrine website, which is the number 4-cd.com. And when you open up that website, it will be the first item you will see. And thank you.
Darby, would you give her the address for the... Well, or you can give her the address for the Superior Court website too, the CCS US 1, is it?
Certainly. And that's what it is, ccsus1.com. And all the credentials will eventually be placed there for all the judges, marshals, and the grand jury administrators that are allowed to be published. In the meantime, you can call me directly at 541-862-2074.
All right, thank you. I wrote all that down.
Did you get that?
Right.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and we had another lady with a question. Go ahead with your question, ma'am.
Hi. Okay, so I had a couple of questions, actually. So my first one that came up was I noticed that this is being recorded. Can you tell me where to find the playback so I can listen a second time?
Yes, and not only is this one recorded, but all of the calls for both Wednesday night and Friday night from Colorado are recorded. You'll have to look for the Wednesday night calls and then the first hour of the recording will be the Colorado grand jury. So you want to start about the second hour, and you should find the judges and marshals call. And Judge Darby, if you would give people the link for the recordings, please.
Yes. Once again, that is located at the website, the number 4-cd.com. That's 4-cd.com. Go in for tonight's call, go into the Colorado section and look up the conference calls for the Colorado section. It will be posted tonight. We also maintain postings for the Florida call, which is under the Florida section, and the Friday night call, which is listed under Conference Calls 2016.
And have we added Michigan into that yet, Judge Darby, or are we planning on adding their calls in here as well, or do you know?
I have not been given any links to their calls.
Okay, I will talk to Justice
30
Roberts about that.
Thursday night conference.
Okay. Then, what was your next question, ma'am?
The bond that you were talking about that would, if an elected official's bond insurance caused them to be let go, has that been successfully accomplished anywhere where that has happened, that the insurance has rejected a public employee and said we're not, effectively it sounds to me like you could get somebody fired that is not doing their job. For example, Sheriff Ward in Harney County.
I believe that Roger has had some experience with that in Florida. Roger, would you comment, please?
Yes. Historically, this has happened, but the grand jury in Florida is at the last step where we're preparing the claims of distrain that will be submitted to the insurance companies. So nothing yet has happened recently, but historically, yes, the insurance companies have, in fact, once they've paid a claim, denied bonds, any further bonding for that official. And I can't tell you specifically any examples, but I do know it's been confirmed that, yes, they have done that. I yield.
And another point that I would make, especially for people that are new to the call, everybody needs to understand that all of this has, as far as the common law grand juries and the superior courts, we have gotten these refired up only in the last 2 to 3 years. And everything out of this is funded out of our own pockets. And we have no organization. It's just different states coming together and helping one another and sharing information and resources. Do we have any other questions before we move on to the next part?
One more.
Hunter and
wait. Hold on. Let's not step on one another. The lady has another question. Let's let her finish.
I'm sorry. So
no, that's okay.
With the thoughts of resources being slim, going after the comprehensive annual financial report that each county has, if as a grand jury you have the capacity to investigate and pull that information out into public light so that these county officials who have been mischievous and caused so much harm to so many other families, could that be tapped into?
Actually, Roger, do you know if Hagan's on the call?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, then I'll have you answer that, Roger. Florida has actually done some amazing work on uncovering a lot of this. And so, Roger, if you would speak about that, I'd appreciate it, please.
Sure. let's just talk about the CAFR accounts. And one example here is in Manatee County, where we have a total CAFR balance of net investable cash of over $700 million for a county with about 300,000 people in it. And what we found is that the funds are reasonably secret. However, you can get, in Florida at least, you go to your county clerk of the court, who acts as the chief financial officer for the county, and you can demand the CAFR accounts. And in Florida, at least, they give you both a paper report and a DVD summarizing the CAFR accounts. To the point of whether those funds are available or not, yes, they are. They are owned by we the people, even though they are embedded inside a corporation. And we would anticipate that the grand jury will move forward, making those funds fully knowledgeable in the public mind, and then the people will make a decision, most likely to drain those funds down to a much lower level. Maybe in the case of running a county as big as Manatee County, instead of $700 million, the balance probably should be closer to $30 or $40 million just for the cash flow purposes of the county. But we the people, if you look at you need to look at your state constitution, but we the people in Florida never delegated any authority to the federal government or any branch of the federal government or the state government or the county government or any branch of those to overtax us and accumulate large sums of money. And we know that whenever you leave large sums of money available to your politicians, you're asking for trouble. So most likely the grand jury would consider ordering a rebate of those taxes or a substantial reduction in the current taxes and take those accounts down over a period of 3 or 4 years or thereabouts. I yield.
Awesome.
Okay, did we answer your question, dear?
Yeah, it sounds like having a grand jury put together just for the effort of opening up those CAFRs and refunding residents would be a great idea.
Well, and that's what we're trying to encourage everybody. And normally on this call, what we're doing is helping every county across the United States get their assemblies and their grand juries up and running in the counties. Now we had a gentleman with a question. Go ahead, sir.
This is Gunter, Southwest Oregon.
All right, we got 2 of you here, so one go first, and then.
This is Gunter, Josephine County, Southern Oregon.
Okay, how are you, sir?
Yeah. I wanted to thank Judge Gary Darby for inviting me in, and also Roger Dowdell. Good to hear you. Roger got a hold of me earlier with the Muller occupation in Harney County. So, how you doing, Roger?
Good, Gunny.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to let you know I was here. I've got this might be a little bit further in, but I've been in correspondence with District 4, Peter DeFazio, and also Greg Walden, and they sent me a few letters. So there's some pretty interesting framing that they're doing in regards to the occupation and everything. So maybe later on there might be a good point where you might want to. I can share that with you.
We will have a question and answer section a little later, and please feel free to jump in then and share what you find then, please.
Okay, thanks. This is perhaps more for newcomers. This what I'm talking about is more for leadership. So,
okay.
Later,
if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
Gunny, if you wouldn't mind, could you forward those to me, please?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and send them to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I have a question,
Now, hold on. No stepping on people. Somebody's talking. Go ahead, sir. Finish. Were you done, sir?
Yes, thank you, Roger.
Okay, yeah. When everybody's finished, if you would please say, I yield, so that we know that we can bring the next person on. And who was the next person?
Yes, this is Eric in Larimer County. How are you,
Eric? I'm doing good, Eric.
Good. I just want to let everyone know that I've got the newest Webster's file, which contains useful words and keywords and phrases for people. And I've got the newest out there from Bill. If you guys can just give me a couple email addresses that I can send it to, and you guys can pass it out. This is incredible. It's almost 1,000 pages that you can search keywords and phrases. And these keywords and phrases have to do with everything we've been talking about tonight: foreclosures, common law juries, grand juries, everything. So can you give me a couple other people's emails that I can send this to in other groups? I'm looking kind of more for people who aren't normally on the call or are new to the call.
Okay, thank you for that, Eric. And when we have questions and answers, then we'll bring people on. So listen for those emails addresses when people request them. I mean, when the people give them to you, okay?
I just don't want to miss them. So if you want me, I can just give it to you and Kula.
You can always send them to me, sir. And then if somebody requests them, I can forward it to them.
Right, it is sent to you, so if you can forward that on to everyone, very important. Thank you very much.
And do we have any other questions for Roger? Okay.
Is there somebody that can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, dear.
My name is Robin, and I'm from Hawaii. And I have a question that when we're involved in these grand juries, is there a way that we should first pull out of being a U.S. citizen, or what do you recommend for some kind of protection in that area?
And Roger, do you want to handle that one?
Yes, we do recommend that you do state your political status correctly as a independent, sovereign, free American on the land jurisdiction as described in the Treaty of Paris 1783, and state clearly that you're not a U.S. citizen, a citizen of the corporation. In addition, there are 2 or 3 other documents that we're working on, courtesy of Judge Anna, that we have not yet figured out how to use them. But for now, at least, you should make sure that your political status is corrected. I yield.
And also, a couple of other things that I'm going to make for a comment on there, and that is that no grand jury member can be a bar member or can hold any public office with the federal government. And go ahead, dear.
And so if I have this status, I want to create this for the public to know this is my status. Where would I file that? Would I file that in a county records?
Yes, you would actually file that in the county records with the land title clerk, because this is land jurisdiction. So you would not file it with the county courts, but with the land title clerk.
Okay, and that was the Treaty of Paris. I didn't catch all you said. You did say that pretty fast. Is there
Roger, you want to go ahead and chime in there again, please, and go a little slower for us?
The Treaty of Paris refers to the independent. I'm sorry.
I'm losing you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little, Roger, so we don't hear you clear.
Okay, I'm not moving, so I all
right, there you are. We got you good. Go ahead.
Is there something that maybe you could put on the Four Corners Doctrine?
It's already there.
Oh, okay. I could find it there. Four Corners. Is there a place on the Four Corners?
Gary, where would you find that on the Four Corners Doctrine, please?
I'm sorry, what are we looking for?
Her political status for being a grand jury member.
I believe it's under Judge Anna's stuff.
If you can hear me, let me just, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah,
go ahead, Roger.
Okay, so in the Treaty of Paris, the words are independent, sovereign, free people, Americans on the land jurisdiction, an American on the land jurisdiction.
On the land jurisdiction.
You are a natural-born American on the land. You are a living natural-born American on the land. Because in the probate courts, they have you as dead.
Yeah.
Right. And what you would do is an affidavit of truth of your political status and file it into the official public record in your county. And then typically we ask that you consider getting a certified copy out of that file as proof and evidence for your own file that it is in existence in that file.
Okay. And would I, if I have a court case, would I put that into my court case? I have a foreclosure and...
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but I would certainly do it if I were going into court. I would want to make sure that my status was very clearly stated.
That was an affidavit of truth. There was something after that I got half of the word. Affidavit of truth. Political status.
Political status. Choice of political status. It is. There's court cases where everybody has in this country the right to decide on your own with no coercion what is your proper political status that you choose.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, did we get you with everything, dear?
Yeah, I think so.
You're very welcome.
If you could think of
And the
anything
next
else.
question, please.
If I may,
Go ahead.
this is Julie in Mesa.
Hi, Julie. How are you, dear?
I'm fine. This question, I believe, is for Roger, and it may be way off base. Those that are incarcerated in Nevada and Oregon, can they file a class action suit?
Well, under common law, a presentment acts as if it's a class action suit. So the term class action, I'm not familiar with existing in common law. It would be a presentment. But in statutory law, yes, it'd be considered a class action suit. But the presentment would start by those being incarcerated or someone acting on their behalf, creating a complaint and filing that complaint with the grand jury. Now, the statewide grand jury does exist in Oregon, but it is in process in Utah and Nevada. It is not yet in existence there.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Bruce, if I may.
Go ahead, Keno.
When you make out your affidavit of truth, you need to go to a notary and have your signature notarized before you file it with the county clerk.
Yes, I got that. Thank you.
All righty. I just wanted to make that clear.
Would I now?
If I may.
Go ahead.
Hold on just a minute. Let her finish with her question here.
When we go to, this is Robin, when we go to the notary, I'm going to the state notary, unfortunately, and their wording on their, on the wording on the notary is usually the entrapment. And I don't know how you feel about that.
I had mine done at my bank.
Okay, but like they use the word person as, I would think, the fictional character when they use their wording.
You also can do 3 witnesses on your affidavit of truth, and it is actually more powerful than a notary. And I yield.
If I may?
Yes. Go ahead, Judge Johnson.
Thank you. When I did mine, and I got it from Anna, read through it completely, agreed with the whole thing, I set up my lines of autograph for both myself as claimant of that document and the 3 witnesses on the on the right side of the page. Where Microsoft Office has it automatically aligned to the left side of the page, which is the debtor side of the page. So you got to realign it to the right side of the page to be on the credit side of it as claimant and your 3 witnesses. And if they don't record it, let me know. They should have absolutely no problems with a statement on that going into their public record at all.
If I may?
Hold on just a second. Did we answer your question, dear? And did we answer your question, dear?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And gentlemen, go ahead.
This is Roger. Was that Judge Johnson?
Yes, that was Judge Johnson.
Okay, I request that we post Judge Johnson's form on the website that Judge Darby runs, please.
Judge Johnson, are you okay with that?
Sure. I haven't scanned it yet, but I'll solve that problem here before the end of the night.
Okay, good. Thank you, gentlemen. And good suggestion, Roger. And do we have any other questions?
The credit goes to Judge Anna because she sent me the doc in the first place.
Okay, well, we should give credit where it's due.
Yeah. So in any event, it's originally her document. She typed it for me a couple, 3 months back.
Okay. What I want to do now, we're getting pretty late, especially for Roger and Porter, because, it's already 11:30 there, Roger?
Right.
Okay, let's see if we can hold off on any more questions for right now, and let's see if we can, Roger, if you will finish out how we're planning on the plan for getting out the presentments to the alternative media, and do you know if we have seen those presentments yet?
Yes, the plan to get the presentments out is we're asking people to register with your email address, your name, and your phone number with either Judge Darby, Judge Bruce Doucette, or myself. And what we will do is, as soon as the press release is available, we're asking for a 48-hour embargo. And if you agree to the 48-hour embargo, we will get you the press release. And then upon that 48-hour embargo or the actual whatever time it ends up being, upon the expiration of that, we would then ask that we do the best job we can getting the public fully informed, because we've seen the distortions and distractions printed by the mainstream media to try to undermine the grand jury and the facts of the case. So it's going to be very important that we do a great job covering Oregon as well as the rest of the western states and the rest of the nation. This is a critical element because, as you might expect, a lot depends upon the court of public opinion. And this could also be the catalyst for many other counties in Oregon and in the other states deciding that they've had enough of this abuse by BLM and the FBI and the other federal agencies. And they would decide that they want to stand up their grand jury and their We the People in assembly meetings and move forward with holding the government accountable for their oath of office to the constitutions. We don't we cannot predict with any real accuracy when the document will be forthcoming from the grand jury, but we want to make sure that if you could, please help us identify other meaningful independent media, other meaningful investigative reporters, bloggers, key people on Facebook, etc., that are patriotic and wanting to get the truth out about the Hammonds, about Mavoy's murder, and about the Patriots. I yield.
Again, I will second what Roger said there. I think that to this whole movement of what we're doing with trying to get all states and counties set up with grand juries and common law courts, this presentment right here and the success of this presentment going out to the rest of the nation as well as the rest of the world is extremely important. And, you know, we want every keyboard warrior. You don't have to be a blogger. You don't have to be an alternative media. We want every keyboard warrior that can write something about this to write about it. And we want to make sure that when the alternative media, when the mainstream media starts to publish this, that when they publish lies, it's up to us, all of these keyboard warriors, to go out there and shoot down their lies. We've got to be active, every single one of us, in doing that. And if the mainstream media is not publicizing this, then it's up to us to make sure that this thing goes nationwide. This is really important to all of our freedom for everyone in this country. So please, people, get everyone involved with this.
If I may add to that, Bruce.
Yeah, go ahead, Kino.
We, the people out here, by getting this information out, it will also help protect the People's Grand Jury in Oregon, which is our main concern, is protecting them.
Yeah, and I can't tell you all that, we have had to work very hard to protect this grand jury in Oregon because of the fact that the FBI even today still is actively looking for them. And so that is another reason for the secrecy and of the grand juries, because all of the time that this grand jury has been seated, we still have FBI and alphabet agencies in Oregon looking for the grand jury. And they want to try to shut this down and stop it. And we, the people, have to make sure that that doesn't happen. These are 25 brave souls that have risked everything to come out with the truth. And we all need to be supporting them. We all need to be supporting Oregon and our patriots. Okay, what I would like to do at this point, and Roger, you were so gracious with your time, sir. You may go home. You may hang up the phone and get a nap.
Thank you, Bruce.
We very much appreciate that tonight, Roger. Judge Darby, if you would explain the rules for question and answer session, and then if you would take us into question and answer. Anyone with any comment, any question, anything they want to say is more than welcome to go into question and answers, and Judge Darby will tell you how to get into the queue, and we will take all questions, and we won't stop until we've answered them all. So now remember, if somebody is already muted, if you had background noise and you got muted, then you may have to recall in order to get into the call and then get into the queue. So we try to make this so that nobody is left out of the questions and answers, but if you had background noise and one of the moderators had to mute you out, then now might be a good time to hang up and call back in. And with that, Gary, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Just want to let you know, once we go into Q&A, everybody will be muted. And if you would please press *61, that will put you into the queue. And as we answer the questions for each person, the queue, I will automatically shift it to the next person. And
Gary, is there anything that I'm sorry, sir. Is there anything that we can do to help you identify the panel members, or do you want to do it kind of how you've been doing it?
I already have all their phone numbers, and I can get it fairly rapidly.
Okay.
And if you'd like to talk a little bit, if you'd like to talk about while I'm doing that, or go ahead, we can get the first caller. If you would
bring me on
you
first.
can answer the first caller if you'd like.
What was the numbers that you press again? What numbers do you press to get on queue?
*61 to get into the queue.
That just muted me. That's why I asked. It just muted me.
Well, you have to do that after we go into Q&A.
That will mute you unless you're...
Go ahead, Darby.
We have to be in Q&A for that.
Q&A session started.
And now we are in Q&A session, people. So anybody that wants to get into the queue now, if you hit a *61, that will bring you into the Q&A or into the queue so that you can ask your questions. We will take questions first come, first serve. And again, these can be any questions.
If you'd like to, your request has been received.
We'll try to answer them for you. Or if you just have comments that you would like to make, we had a couple of people earlier that had some comments. We had a couple of people that may be wanting to request additional information from something they heard earlier. Whatever it is, line up for the queues. And Judge Darby, have you unmuted yourself yet? Do I have anybody in here with me on the panel?
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Okay, there you go.
Let me get the first caller.
Okay, go ahead and get the first call. We'll start with them, and then you can unmute the rest of the panel, please.
Caller, you are on.
Yes.
And hello, if you would introduce yourself and where you're from, and then go ahead with your question, please.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth, and I'm calling from Chicago. And my question, I got on the call a little late, and my question relates to something that was said about changing your status, I think, the Four Corners doctrine. And I'm going through foreclosure myself, and I'm interested in learning more about how I can change
the free will to elect our political status at any time. We do not need the government or anyone else's permission to do that. So part of what you're talking about is changing your political status, you can re-listen to the call. You can find the call on 4- and that's the number 4-cd.com, and you look underneath the Colorado calls, and it will be the Wednesday night call. The call will be available probably right after we finish tonight, or first thing in the morning. And we've already gone over all the instructions on how to change your political status. Now, some of the other things that you're talking about, as far as reclaiming your name, that's a little different. And you can do that one of two ways. you can go to AnnaVonRights.com, and that will have instructions on how to do that. You can also go to my Facebook page, which is Bruce Doucette, last name spelled Doucette, and you'll know you have the right Bruce Doucette. It's under work. It shows Superior Court at the United States. And on my timeline there, you can also find the instructions for reclaiming your name.
Great.
So, did I answer your questions, dear?
Okay.
All right. Well, then instead of me trying to answer all the questions, I'll try to, offer these questions up to the panel so everybody can take a shot at this. How many people do we have in the queue, Gary? Okay, if you would keep updating me on that number so that we can try to keep things on. The next person on, please.
Hey, you're on. Next caller.
Hello. Can you hear me? And if you would introduce yourself and where you're from, please.
Yes, this is Eric, Larimer County, Colorado.
Hey, Eric, how are you again?
Good. I want to get people's attention to let them know that there are tools out there for getting through all the language, and one of them is the Webster's file, and it's just called the Webster's file because it contains a lot of words from Webster's, but it also contains a lot of words from Black's Law Dictionary, 6th Centennial version. And the Centennial version is very important. It's the 100th anniversary of Black's Law Dictionary. So they kind of went all out and put, I don't want to say this, put a lot of state codes, or how should I say, jurisprudence. And so if you want to receive that from me, you can email me at taskman.usa@gmail.com. And again, slowly, it's T as in Tom, A, S, K, so like a task, and then man, M-A-N, and then period, USA@gmail.com. Or you could just call me freely at 970-213-0610.
And Eric, if you would take just a couple of minutes, we're going to try to move along quick, but if you would explain to people the importance of this. When you look up a word, is it giving the definition or is it giving the codes that refer to that word? I'm not sure that everybody's understanding what this actually does, so take a minute and explain that, please.
Yes, so the PDF that you'll be receiving from me, the reason why we like to use PDFs is because when you pull up Adobe Search, a PDF reader, you can go under the tab called Edit and go down to Search or Advanced Search. And what you can do is there are 4 check boxes that you can qualify your search for, and you can enter in a word or a partial word or a word phrase and hit enter, and it will show you how many times that word came up in that one instrument. And what's so nice is Bill, I won't give his last name, Bill has worked extensively on this for the last 6 years. And between Bill and a bunch of people coming up with words that are commonly used and word phrases that are commonly used, we've narrowed down people's views. And what I mean by that is that, you know, out of the tens of thousands of law dictionaries and definitions, we've narrowed it down to about 906 pages of critical key words that if you are involved in the system in any way, you would like to have this. And so it's a really awesome tool. It's easy to use. If you don't comprehend it, you can just call me and I will I'll get on the phone with you or Skype you and actually run you through it on your computer on how it works.
And basically what this does, people, is if you're involved in a case, it helps you understand the documents that you're receiving, as well as how to produce the documents that you want to send out. Is that correct, Eric?
Yes, and an example would be.
Well, let's, Eric. We got a lot of people on the call, so let's let them call you and handle that individually.
An example would be if the court used the word legal proceeding, you could argue and object, and I'm not a lawyer or attorney, I don't give any kind of information regarding legal services, but you can look up the word legal or lawful, and you'll find that it's only found in the Article of Confederation. And so under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1...
Okay, Eric, we don't have time to go into all of that. I got a lot of callers, and it's already late, so I'm going to have to... No, Eric, you're going to have to stop there, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, please. You got a lot of callers, and I got to try to get to everybody's questions. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Gary, if you would bring the next caller on, please.
Next caller is on.
All right. Introduce yourself, please, and where you're from.
Which phone number is it? Is this me?
That's you, sir. Whoever's talking, yes, we can hear you.
This is Marshall.
8497.
Okay, this is Marshall Ferg Wilson from California.
How are you, sir?
Pretty good. I have a quick question. I found that, I was asking questions our last time we talked. Last Wednesday was about the county recorders refusing to file the documents, but I found an important document on the internet thanks to Sandor on Facebook. And
yes, you sent me a message on that.
Yeah, I sent you a message. Yeah, that thing is great. It answers everything that I wanted to know. So anyway, I'm putting I'm making a document, mine, with my name on it. And I was wondering, would it be wise to use Marshall Wilson or just going ahead just with my regular name?
Anybody want to field that question? I guess
I think we need more background to understand what the question's about.
Well, he's actually trying to get his marshal's oath, I believe, filed. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Yes.
And my birth certificate of live birth, and a host of documents, political status and everything. Continue.
So does that help anyone answer that question better, or does somebody want me to take it? Okay, nobody's speaking up. You could do that either way, sir. You could do that either way, sir. It really won't make a difference one way or the other, except for the fact that with your marshal's oath, you have already claimed your political status.
Okay.
Okay? And you've had that political status witnessed by 3 witnesses, so it already carries weight whether it's filed or not.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right?
Fine.
And Gary, go ahead and bring the next person on. And how many do we have in the queue now?
It looks like we have about 11 people.
We're working backwards here instead of forward, but that's okay. All right, we'll try to keep things moving.
Olga, you are on next.
Olga, how are you?
Hi, calling from Ohio. I've been...
Well, hello there, dear.
People around here have not heard of anything that's going on, and it just blows my mind. Does anybody have any suggestions? They have my best route to get? I mean, there's nothing on the news. There's nothing.
Yeah, the mainstream media is not going to cover this. If you're looking to find other like-minded people to help form assemblies or grand juries or whatnot in your county and stuff, there's a couple of suggestions for that. One, you might want to try to do a Lavoie rally. And typically the people that show up for that will be like-minded. Your second option would be to print out some flyers with your information on it and what you're looking to put together, whether that's a committee of safety or an assembly or a grand jury, and stand outside the courthouse, and as people come out, hand it to them, because you're going to find a lot of people that have been victimized by the courts. The third option on that would be to actually set up a committee of safety or an assembly and publish that in the paper with a date and time for people to show up. And when people show up, there is your assembly or your committee of safety. Did I answer your questions well enough?
Okay. I'm very limited with funds and disabled, so I'm going to do my best.
Does anyone on the panel have any other suggestions for her? Anyone?
Nothing.
Well, I covered some of the best ones to start with, but, you can also do some Facebook campaigns if you're on Facebook.
That's part of a pretty major mailing project that is expanding different directions as far as funding and helping out the families and stuff. So,
hey, Bruce, am I there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Johnny B. up in Kansas. My lady, Olga, a real good place to go is city council and county commissioner meetings, and look for people speaking their mind.
Well, again, part of her problem, as Kino, is that she's handicapped and has limited resources.
Sure. But all she'd have to do is show up. This is Johnny.
I think I could catch some of those. Well, I wouldn't be able to know who they were. I think they have one station on the TV that focuses on the city council meetings.
Yeah, some cities put them on the city access channel. That would be a good place to familiarize yourself with the people that come forward. Often they have to introduce themselves, so that might be a way to find them.
I'm on a first-name basis with my councilman, so maybe I'll just make him come pick me up and take him to the meeting.
Well, there you go.
All right. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you, ma'am. And Darby, who do we have up next? Darby?
Okay. Get myself off of mute.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. We have a wireless caller. Last four numbers is 906.
You may now ask your question.
You are on.
Hello, Judge
And
Darby. This is
to
Rev
the call
News.
and introduce yourself.
This is Rev News, YouTube Rev News, Revolution News and Information on Facebook. I have my co-host with me, Clovis, and she would like to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Clovis. Hi, Judge Darby. I want to know, what can we do? And I say we as far as we're not in Oregon, okay? There's a lot of people around different states that want to help those that have been locked up, the Hammonds and all them, and Ammon Bundy and them. What can we do here that would be helpful to them there within a legal way of not getting in trouble.
And Darby, do you want to field that one, Darby?
Well, I think you are closer to that specific situation. So if you would, please.
Okay. Yeah. One of the things that we need everybody to do, regardless of what state they're in, is to use this presentment to educate the people around you as to what a grand jury is and what a presentment is and why these work. Everybody needs to get out there and help educate everyone else, regardless of what state you're in. This is not just an Oregon situation. This corruption we're facing in every county in the United States and in every state. So it takes all of us getting the truth out there, and you can start with this very presentment because this one here has national attention on it. And did I answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, you did. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
We yield.
And who do we have up?
Clovis.
Go ahead, Darby.
Okay, I'd just like to mention that Clovis has been very active in getting the word out, and I would just wanted to personally thank her on the line here.
We have so many wonderful people that are spreading the word on the media as well as Facebook and all over the place. And, those keyboard warriors do so much and make such a difference, and people don't realize that. And they may only be on the keyboard, that they're in there fighting and trying to get the truth out. But that is so important, people. Every one of us are just as important with what we do. Every one of us makes a difference. Judge Darby, if you would pull up the next caller, please.
Judge Darby, if I may.
The next caller is 5597. Certainly, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Bob Marshall Hudspeth.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Bob. How are you? And for the people that don't know who Robert Hudspeth is, he is actually a retired sheriff from Oregon that has now stepped up and taken his oath and became a lawful marshal for the continental United States. And Robert will be one of the marshals that will be serving the indictments, or not the indictments, the presentments when they come out. And Robert, how are you, sir? Welcome to the call.
Very fine, thank you, sir. I've been on here since the conception of this tonight's call, and I wanted to offer a little information. I heard that a lot of the judges were interested in my brother Glenn's court case.
Most definitely.
The one, my brother, of course, is incarcerated from a trial that he went through in Harney County. And I spoke to his appellate attorney yesterday. And he said as far...
Clovis, the call has been disconnected prior to your request. What's up?
No.
I can reconnect it.
Yeah, reconnect, because I want to hear them.
Information that came forward, or any activity that came forward in regards to his case, might be detrimental to him sent to another jury.
Well, Robert, first of all, I guess my first comment to that is that he was not rightfully convicted in the first place.
This is true.
He was actually convicted by a kangaroo court, and criminals will be criminals.
Yes, sir. I understand that.
My biggest suggestion on how we proceed on this is to actually to file a quarter records
unmuted
records
cross complaint.
Yeah, cross complaint. It's not cross complaint. It's a Yeah, I'll have to think about it, Robert. But if we do a court of records, then a court of records is a common law court, and as Justice Scalia put forth in the 1992 Supreme Court decision, the court of records is the highest court in the land, and its decisions cannot be challenged by any government court, including the Supreme Court of the United States.
I understand that, sir.
So we need to put that in place, and they never had the jurisdiction or the right to charge him in the first place, and we need to first address those issues.
Right, I understand that. All I wanted to do is put up a precautionary flag that was waved by his appellate attorney.
Okay.
And
well, I appreciate that.
He says everything is looking really good as far as Glenn's cases. So we just didn't want to rock the boat.
So we want to leave that alone for the time being and see what happens with that. And if that doesn't turn out right, then go ahead and file a court of records.
That's what we would prefer.
Okay, that's fine. We will respect his wishes, of course.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that greatly. And while I'm on the phone here, I'm having a little trouble determining how the common law grand jury is initially set up. I mean, it's got to take somebody to organize this. I mean, they just don't wave your magic flag, Froggy, and there's a grand jury.
You can do that any way that the people choose. Are you asking of the requirement to do that?
No. I'm just trying to determine who starts it and how it proceeds from there.
Typically, what's happened is the people get together in a county and decide that they want to form a grand jury.
Okay.
And then they will select or have people volunteer to be the grand jury administrators. Tino, are you on the call? You're a grand jury administrator. You could probably field this question better than me.
Yeah. The first step is for the people to elect their 4 administrators, and for them to take their oaths of office and file them with the county and with the state. Then the people, they are the ones that bring forward the grand jury. They all the people would put their names in the hat, so to speak. And it takes 25 people to form the grand jury. If you have 50 people or 30 people, you just ask for 25 people to volunteer to be on the grand jury.
I understand that. What I'm wondering is, all of this is done under secrecy, though. Is that correct?
Only when the grand jury is called.
Okay, I understand.
It's up to the administrators to call the grand jury. The administrators are the only ones that actually know who the members who are actually seated on the grand jury.
Okay, well, I understand that now. It makes sense.
If I may, I can add to this a little bit. This is Troy.
Go ahead, Troy.
Or they can't. Somebody can't try to retaliate against them.
Go ahead, Judge Troy.
Thank you. I can tell you that here in Oregon, what we started with was a series of things. We filed what's called a file on demand initially. We had a declaration and authorities drawn up. We issued a press release that gave everybody a 2-week or more heads up that we were going to be meeting at any public place. We looked into libraries, but the libraries were trying to charge us, so we ended up finding some folks that were willing to work with us with their establishment by, for example, opening up an hour earlier than they normally do, so we could come in and have our meeting at that time. And then we did a presentment. We showed them 2 different videos. One of them kind of talked about the situation as it stands, and the second one kind of touched on what we were planning on doing, which is restoring the law of the land through the common law grand jury. And after we did about a 30-40 minute run of those couple of videos, we asked everybody to do a show of hands so that we could elect the county and or state coordinators into their positions. And that was pretty much the process for going from a county or a state coordinator to an actual county or state administrator. And that's pretty much what we did to get that process rolling. I'd be happy to talk with you further on this too, Bob.
Well, that you've answered most of my questions. I just, since I'm going to be delivering and handling these presentments, I want to get everything firm in my mind.
All right, sir. Well,
what we also did here in Archuleta County in Colorado was
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Let me restore that call.
This conference is being recorded. Q&A session started.
Very good.
So you should be getting it eventually in the mail.
All right, sir. I look forward to that.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much.
Okay. Gary, how's our queue look? And would you bring the next person on?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. And the next person is
thinking that way.
Gene Charles.
Dean, how are you, sir?
Charles, yes, you're on. Dean?
Dean, are you there? Dean, are you on? I hear somebody. Hello?
Charles?
What's
for
the
numbers
last?
9333. Hey,
Okay,
well, I guess we go on to the next person.
Well, there you go.
Wireless caller in the 801 area code 3651.
Okay, this is Terry from Utah, and I have a question I have a question on the international commercial lien. I got pulled over. I was on a Friday night call back in November when we were talking about it, and Steve Curry was still on the call, and he said I asked him if I put the number on my plate, if that would suffice as giving them notice. And he said that he had a friend that was doing that. I did it. And I was pulled over. The officer refused to look up that SEC number. I also gave him a business card with the information from part of the lien itself, the item 6 and item 9 about it. It was my identification and that they were to cease and desist. And he continued to arrest me and harass me and stuff. And so I was wondering if I could, wasn't that sent to all the state governors?
And who wants to field that question?
I'm not quite clear on what the question is.
Well,
it wasn't sent to all the state governors.
It wasn't sent to all the state governors?
No, it was sent to some of the state governors where it was filed.
And it is Colorado.
It was up to the people that were filing the lien in their states to file it with the state governors.
So there is
the Secretary of State.
There is a guy on the Salt Lake, from Salt Lake, so I could call him and find out if he filed it with Utah.
Yeah, because it might have been filed with your Secretary of State. If somebody else had already filed it, it was up to the individuals to file it in their states.
Now, if it was filed, isn't it international though that any law officer has to abide by it?
Well, that's like asking criminals to obey the law. So that's kind of a loaded question. Criminals will be criminals regardless of what the law is.
But being public officials, you can. I don't know. See, that's why it's up to the people in the state to file the lien, because I don't know what your state constitution says or what the general laws of your state are. Here in Colorado, it's real simple. If you're a public official, all officers, all sheriffs are supposed to have their oath of office and bond. It's not just these sheriffs. It's all his deputies, too, that have to have an oath of office and bond.
Well, this just happened to be a Utah Highway Patrol, and I was under the impression that the lien had been filed with all the states.
No, it was up to the individuals. It was up to the individual. It has been filed here in Colorado, but it's up to the individuals that use the lien that took up the lien in their specific states to file it.
Okay.
Okay, did we answer your question with that?
Will it then go state by state? Not every state is under this commercial lien. I thought it was every American.
No, it's against the ABA and the IBA.
But didn't this file on behalf of every American that's been victimized?
It's been filed with the United States Secretary of State, with John Kerry.
So then does it apply to me?
Well, it should apply to everyone, dear, is what we're trying to tell you, because, as well as it being against the IBA and the ABA, it's also the Department of Justice. But again, just because it's filed and just because it's lawful does not mean that the criminals will obey it.
Right.
You have to file it in your state, too.
Now, if it has been filed in my state, then they've had notice of it?
If they have notice of it, if it's been filed with your Secretary of State, they'll have notice of it.
Well, and another thing you want to remember too, dear, is if this is a traffic violation that you're getting pulled over for, if you're not involved in commerce or if you're not for hire, then none of the traffic laws apply to you. And especially not if you're not a U.S. citizen. So if you have corrected your political status, really for any traffic laws or any laws to apply to you, you either have to be involved in commerce or you have, and you have to be a United States citizen. Otherwise, they have no jurisdiction over you. And all law starts with jurisdiction. If you have no law, you have no jurisdiction. I mean, if you have no jurisdiction, you have no law. Sorry, I said that backwards. I'm talking too much tonight. So I hope we answered your question.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And Judge Darby, would you bring the next caller on, please?
Okay, we have 5 in line. This is Ronnie.
Ronnie, how are you, sir? And what state are you from? Ronnie. What's the last 4 of the phone number, please, Darby?
Okay, that's Ronnie Cassie at 6191.
And Ronnie, you should be already unmuted, so you should be able to just speak up.
Unless you have your own phone muted.
Are you going once?
Are you there?
Go ahead. We can hear you. Yep, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
I'd muted and unmuted myself several times. I apologize. My question.
That's okay.
They pale in comparison to what I've learned. You give much clarity for many people, including my own self. My hat is off to you from the great state of Texas. There's a lot of people that have no idea about anything that's going on.
There's a lot of people in Texas that are awake, though, too, sir. So, you just need to find those like-minded people. But continue.
I recently had some dealings with my bank and an insurance company that were ejecting money from my bank account. That was one of my questions. But I reserve to yield to the other people that have more pertinent questions that are more important. This is not that important. I'll take care of it myself. Judge Anna's website, I learned a lot from that, and I'll continue to revisit it, including the stuff that I learned tonight. I have the whole call recorded so I can look at it at my leisure. And I appreciate y'all very much. I know the great American people will eventually realize that we do control what's on, and if we continue to focus on that and stand up for each other, including our own selves, that perhaps one day real soon that all these things will be in our favor. I thank you, sirs.
Well, you're welcome for that, but let me encourage you as well that, if you don't or aren't finding the like-minded people in your county, then please, sir, stand up and try to find those people and bring them together, because it takes each and every one of us doing everything that we can in every county in the United States to resolve this situation. And, we're just like you. I mean, we're a bunch of people that have, become frustrated with the corruption, and we're all coming together to try to lawfully and peacefully come up with the solutions on how to deal with this. And I yield.
As do I, sir. Thank you again.
All right. You're welcome, sir. Gary, if you would bring the next caller on, please.
That is caller, last 4 digits is 6890. And you are on. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Who are you and where are you from, sir?
I'm Wes Palmer. I'm from Utah.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, sir. And madam, I got a question on the Hammonds. The way they were re-prosecuted. As you guys were I'm actually, first of all, I should say thank you. I cannot believe there's actually something going on besides space plant, that we have real judges and people that are concerned with our laws being burnt right in front of us. But the thing that really worries me is double jeopardy with the Hammonds being prosecuted, our patriots being thrown in jail, and it's really getting bad. So,
well, if you notice, the first presentments that came out from the Oregon State Grand Jury were actually several months ago, and that was in regards to the Hammonds case. And the grand jury actually gave the county 40 days within which to clear up all constitutional violations against the Hammonds, which they should have never been charged in the first place, let alone the second. And so the grand jury and what's going on there is already in the process now, because we've gone past our 40 days on that in pursuing remedies against the county and the people there. As well as that, the new presentment.
This is Revolution News and Information. Clovis, please unmute your mic.
I'm unmuted. I'm hoarse as hell, but I'm unmuted. Okay.
All right. So you made a command decision. We're good.
Okay. Yeah. God, as long as this ran, you can actually use this to stream all night long for your viewers that stay in your chat room. Jesus Christ. It's a long. We shouldn't have jumped in when they were doing their little who seconds motions, third motions. We should have did it after. But Judge Darby didn't tell us that part.
Well, we were just following.
Hey, did you know? Can anyone hear us?
Yes, we're live on the air.
Okay.
Judge Darby didn't give us a clear schedule. He said this time, so we went this time.
Okay, well, listen up. AXJ was in there in that phone conference, and I've learned it in Mike Sorrell's room, his room. And I emailed Darby, and Darby emailed me back, and that's why he's not paying attention. He was too busy with his emails, and he's asked me the names. So I gave him names, and I said, they bashed you, Gary. See, I'm on first name basis with the dude. I said, they bashed you, Gary, and I'm just watching your back. And they're on the call list. They're in the conference right now. He said, give me the name. And I emailed him back the name. Yeah. You believe them son bitches are actually on the phone?
They had balls to go in there. They even call in and even announce themselves.
I know, because they're that fucking stupid.
Balls.
Don't it give you some shit?
FCC rules still. I don't know.
Oh, I was ready to freaking say something. And I thought, no, I'm going to let Judge Darby handle this.
Yeah, we've been broadcasting on FM stations all night.
Oh my God, that was just so. I'm so tired. I can't believe it took that late, and they're still going. Are they still going?
Let's listen.
I think he only had 3 callers left, so let's finish it off, I guess.
All right.
It'll be a good stream. You can stream this, man.
When the media starts attacking them and saying they're fraudulent or something like that, stand up and argue against them. We have got to attack the mainstream media when they start lying and telling mistruths. We've got to correct them, and we've got to do it so that everybody sees the truth. And that's all our jobs on here, is to make sure that the truth comes out here.
Amen to that. And yeah, I'm behind you guys, and thank you. Really, thank you. God bless all of you.
All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead, Judge Johnson.
Thank you. Judge Darby, is Ronnie still on the call, or did he hang up yet?
I don't know.
I need to keep him out of email.
Because I have a Texas phone number conference call for him if he's still on.
Ronnie, if you're on, would you jump into the queue, please? And to jump in the queue, it's a *61. Ronnie from Texas. Did you see anybody new jump into the queue there, Gary, or?
Yes, I have a Lewis. Is that Ronnie?
Judge Johnson, can you hold your question until we get to that person, and then if that is, then we can put you in touch and you can give him the information, please.
All right.
And that way we can move along. Gary, if you would bring on the next person in the queue, please.
Okay, we have. I believe that's me. Marshall Hudspeth.
Wow.
Yes.
Bob, how are you?
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm just listening now. I've already had my say.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. You were back in the queue. Okay, we have.
Tony. Leave Marshall Hudspeth unmuted, please, as part of the panel.
He is unmuted.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He is unmuted.
Okay, good. Okay, so who do we have on next?
I'm Tony from Oklahoma. Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Fine, how are you? Actually, I wanted to comment on one of the questions that someone had asked. They had asked, what they can do to help. And with regard to the patriots themselves who are incarcerated, we actually have a group called the Patriot Mail Project, where we're releasing the information of, where each of our patriots is located, and you can write to them. And it's actually helping to boost their spirits. And we're trying to keep them, going during this time while we're trying to, pull everything else together, all the hard work that you guys are doing to make sure that, we can get these guys freed eventually and take care of things the right way. Additionally, they said that there are some family-endorsed funding projects. So if people, have the ability, please share them. There are a lot of them on Facebook, and this helps the families because they're, kind of in dire straits with all their men and, and women locked up or having the potential of being locked up. So we just wanted to share that with y'all so that, we need to keep the spirits up of these wonderful patriots who tried so hard to bring, light to what's going on out in the western states.
And Tony, I will second that. And, one of the important things to keep their spirits up is so that none of them, what the government is trying to do is break them down so that they will take some kind of a plea bargain, and that way they have them in their system. And that would be a shame to see that happen with anyone. So, Tony,
Exactly.
That's amazing work that you're doing. And, do you want to share where people can find that?
Well, Patriot Mail Project is actually on Facebook. It's a group. And if you request to join, we do vet the people that, are joining to make sure that they really are patriots and not people are going to be in the group harassing. So we do try to check them out before we admit them. But if they go to that group and try to join, we will check them out and allow them to join and assign them to a group which basically we rotate the names within the groups. So 1 week you'll be writing, perhaps to Ammon Bundy, then the next week maybe to Cliven. But that way we can ensure that each of our patriots is receiving mail. And, there are some restrictions on what we're allowed to write in the letters. We're not supposed to discuss the case, and there's actually information in the group telling you what you can and cannot write. But, something to lift their spirits. And also we have...
Tony, Tony, are you and I friends on Facebook?
Yes, we are.
Can you put a link to that on my timeline, and I'll approve that? And so for anyone that has a hard time...
If you'd like to, your request has been received.
Go to my Facebook page, and you should be able to find a link there for it.
Absolutely. I will definitely do that, Bruce.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, and I appreciate everything you all are doing. And
hey, we appreciate we appreciate the work that you're doing. You know,
thank you.
We are all in this together, and just because we may be called judges or marshals or something like that, we are no different than anyone else.
Absolutely.
And we are all doing what everybody else should be doing and what you're doing, Tony, and we thank you.
Thank you. And there's a lot of other people involved. I just said, you know, I wanted to make sure that we got the news out to y'all because it's so important. And, you know, we're, like you said, we're all working together, Bruce. And we all need to take a different, you know, the roles that we can in this mission. And, you know, not only work on our states and bring them in aligned with the Constitution and with the Superior Court and get all that stuff up and running, but we have to make sure we take care of these guys that really try to make light of what's going on and make awareness, you know, of the issues that are out there.
These guys, in my opinion, that we have incarcerated right now, those are our true heroes, not us
heroes
out here, because they are the ones that stood up and took a stand and went to the compound to do these things, whether it was the Bundy Ranch or in Oregon. And these are the true heroes.
Absolutely.
So please support them.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm thankful for each and every one of them because they're out there doing what every one of us needs to be doing. And people need to understand that. I mean, we're in trouble and we need to get things straight again. So I really appreciate everything y'all are doing.
One thing that I want to make a quick comment on really is so that we all understand what it is that we're fighting and who the enemy is. And some people have heard me say this before, but there may be some that have not heard that yet. If you don't know who your enemy is, then you don't know what you're fighting. And people, this is a spiritual war. If you look up at the very definition of legal, which everything that the government does with its statutes and codes is legal. Well, the definition, the 1823 Britannica Dictionary definition of legal is the undoing of God's law. And the definition of legal is in obedience with God's law. And the government is setting itself up. It's already made it legal for the government to lie to the people. Well, what is one of the 10 commandments? Thou shalt not bear false witness. And so the government has set itself up to be our God or our master that we have to follow. And what's the very first of the 10 commandments? Thou shalt have no other God before me. So this is very much a spiritual war. Yes, they're robbing us blind and they're stealing from us while they're doing this, but at the end of the day, this is all about souls. These evil people are after your very soul. And that's why in their system, they have you as a dead soul, a fictitious person. We all need to come up out of the grave and stand up and be found in the book of living.
Okay, we have 5 more people in line.
Okay. Tony, thank you very much. And thank you for the work that you're doing. We greatly appreciate it.
You take care.
Okay. Judge Darby, if you'd bring the next caller on, please.
Okay, we have Luis Contreras.
Luis, how are you, sir? And what state are you from?
Hello, is this me?
It is you.
Yes. I'm not Luis, but I'll go ahead and speak.
Well, give us your name, please, so we know who we're talking to, and go ahead and speak.
On YouTube, my name is Vincier Atmori, and I'm looking on basically trying to get involved in this movement. I've reached out to the Finicums, and I'd like to reach out to you guys as well. I registered 3 domain names, Justice for Lavoy Finicum, the .com, .org, .net, and purchased everything to put up a nice website with unlimited bandwidth, and I'm trying to contact people that would like to use that to get the word out.
Well, thank you, sir. And are you doing videos and stuff on YouTube as well to share the truth with people?
Yes, and there's a concerted effort right now to distract and to pass disinformation. The tenor of the conversation on YouTube has changed dramatically, where you have many people trying to crush this movement. So we're swimming upstream at this point. Yes, I am involved in trying to get the word out.
Well, we've been swimming upstream since the beginning of this. And there are some of us that have learned to become very strong swimmers.
Right. Well, I don't want to make any money off of this. I want perhaps maybe a clearinghouse for information, something that can't be censored, something that has unlimited bandwidth that can be maybe possibly used as an archive. But all the tools are there to put up a professional site. So.
Okay. Well, and if you can do what you can to spread the word and educate people on YouTube, what a grand jury is and what presentments are versus indictments and all of that, it would greatly help.
Oh, certainly lend a hand there as well.
Good. We need somebody on YouTube fighting the good fight as well.
Is there any interest with your group, or is anybody related that would be of interest in working or collaborating on that any of those sites?
I don't know that, but why don't you do this and give your YouTube address to people again, as well as that address there, and let them contact you.
Right. It's Vincere Otmore. If you just type in Lavoy Finicum on YouTube, my name should come up.
Can you say that one more time and go a little slower with it?
Vincere Otmore.
Can you spell that? Because nobody's going to know how to spell that.
It's Latin. So, it's Vincere. Otmore is AUTMORI.
Okay, and thank you, sir. And hopefully, if people are interested, they'll contact you. All right.
If this is Judge Darby, if you'd like to speak, if you'd like to speak to me directly, we can discuss this further and see how we can help you.
Oh, thank you. That was Judge Darby.
Yeah, my phone number is 541-862-2074.
Thank you very much.
And again, we appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, Darby, how many calls do we have in the queue, and can you bring the next on?
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 remaining calls. We have let's see. Lordine?
Hello? Make sure to unmute yourself if you're on a cell phone and you have yourself muted. Unmute yourself.
Lordine Fresen, 9677.
Are you there? Okay. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, Gary.
Okay, it's actually Santa Claus in Cincinnati. I don't know why.
Well, hello, Santa Claus. How are you, sir?
Hey, pretty good. I don't know why.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, yes, it is. I don't know why I'm known as Gary, but as long as you don't call me late for dinner, it's fine.
This board shows up names in a very peculiar way.
Yeah. One of the first thing I ever read of Anna von Reitz's was Mass Arrest of the Cabal, which pretty much pointed out that the bar mafia is exactly that. And so I'm wondering, what my question is, any of the courts that are now controlled by what I'm calling the bar mafia, is there any way they are legitimate? They, you know, we refer to them as a corporate.
I can answer that question.
Okay.
No, there is no way that they were legitimate, and this goes all the way back to 1819, and when the original Organic 13th Amendment was ratified, that did not allow anyone that was a member of the bar or that had dual citizenship to take any part in the government or the justice system. So that makes them all frauds and null and void. Are you?
Bruce, if I
Anyone
may.
else want to add? Yep, go ahead, Kino.
They're not only not legitimate because of the 13th Amendment, they're illegitimate. We found here in Colorado that there's hardly any judges that are even following their own rules because they don't have oaths of office or lawful bonds.
Well, but that's what I mean. Even if they did have, then would they be considered legitimate?
Nope. The 13th Amendment destroys that right there. They were never allowed in any government position or any Justice Department position because they have sworn an oath to the British Crown.
They're foreign agents.
I might add also that anyone that wants to get Jonathan Swift's Opinion of Lawyers in Gulliver's Travels.
That should be interesting.
Oh, I mean, and that was in 1735, and it is lawyers. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, you could see even back then they knew lawyers were going to be a problem and bar members, and and that's exactly why starting in 1809 is when the first state ratified the original 13th Amendment. The last one that we can find was 1819. It may have happened before then, but we can't prove it before that date.
If I may.
Go ahead.
An additional nail for the coffin is that every statutory judicial court is also a corporation.
Yeah, and that's not allowed either. So basically, they couldn't be any more criminal than they are. They've managed to break just about every one of the Geneva Conventions in some way, shape, or form.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you, Santa Claus. And Gary, who do we have up next, please?
Okay, Lord Dean came back on, so I'm going to head and put her on.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, Lord Dean. Yes.
Hello?
Hello, how are you? We can hear you.
Okay. I don't know why you couldn't hear me before, but you couldn't.
That's okay. I'm glad you.
From Utah.
You remember what me? Now?
Deloy Meekum in Utah.
Oh yes, Utah.
Deloy Meekum. Yeah.
Okay,
Meekum.
Eloy.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to thank you guys first for bringing up the CARFA funds because I've been pushing that, trying to get people's eyes open on that for 10 years. But it's been really a tough thing, but I'm glad you had something to say about it. And I only got one other question for you, which...
Eloy, there's another thing that you want to pay attention to, too. It's not just the CAFR funds, but there's also something called the CRIS funds, which are the court systems and all the money that the court systems are making, and that ends up being bigger than the CAFR funds. And every county has both of those, and we've discovered that.
Well,
but now go ahead with your question.
Okay, the other thing here in the state of Utah, our governor and the legislature just passed the bill HB 276. I know whether you're familiar with it, but it's to take the power away from the sheriff and give it to the BLM when they come. And so we got together and tried to get a group to make sure he didn't get it signed, but he signed it. And now when I talk to him, he tries to explain to me that that's not what it says, but I'd like one of you guys to read that and interpret what we're up against. I've met with the sheriff, and the sheriff seems to think that we're still okay with it, with them on the floor.
They're bamboozling.
It does.
They're bamboozling the sheriffs in order to bring in the United Nations troops that they want to. It's not really the BLM that they're bringing in, and we have found that the BLM is actually now owned by China. So what does that tell you?
Well, yeah, that's true. I just know that in the bill it mentions the BLM as the one with the authority to arrest and whatever, but
yeah, that's totally unlawful. And this is part of the reason that both Roger and I are putting a big push on trying to get Utah and Nevada organized now with grand juries and common law courts and assemblies. So if you could help us with that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Well, I've talked to you a couple times already about U.S. Marshals. I've got about 20 people that we've got lined up.
Oh, good. We want to get those people. I thought we had like 160 from Utah. We only got 20 of them that would become marshals?
Maybe just from me, but I don't know who else you're talking to. But, that's just for me right now, but what we need to do is get some time that we can do whatever we got to do, and I'll get back with you another time and call you.
If you would call me tomorrow, we will set that trip up, and we will get those marshals sworn in. And
appreciate what you guys are doing.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Doucette and
Bruce,
I will also be going up there to help swear in and get all these marshals online.
Yeah, so it'll be Judge Darby and myself that'll be coming out to do that, sir.
Bruce, if I may.
Okay, I'll get a hold of him.
Go ahead, Tino.
I wanted to ask the gentleman, are you familiar with the American Lands Council there in Utah?
I'm not.
Because I belong to it. They do excellent work fighting to get Utah's lands back. I'm here in Archuleta County in Colorado. I belong to the American.
No, I'm not familiar, but I go to an awful lot of meetings and stuff.
They're based in Salt Lake, and they're a big organization.
Yeah. See, I'm in Brigham City, so I'm way north, almost Idaho, and so you're probably right. That's probably a good thing to get a hold of, but we'll have to do that.
Well,
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys.
Yeah, and Roger and I will be reaching out to you as well to help organize the whole state of Utah with grand juries and common law courts. So, as well as assemblies for all of your counties and stuff. And, it's very important. As you can see, they're already starting to bring the United Nations in to these counties. We've got to stop this, and we've got to do it now, people. Everybody has got to get off the couch and get involved, whether they want to or not, or very soon we will be under a new world order. I yield.
Yeah, we'll be involved.
Yep.
Same to me. Good night.
Good. Thank you, sir. And Gary, who do we have up next?
Okay.
And what's the queue look like?
We have three people left. And this is 303 area code. Last four is 0552.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
And you are on.
Good. And what's your name, sir?
It's Ken Scott, Bruce.
Hey, Ken. How are you?
Doing super, guy. How are you?
Good.
How is everyone? Well, real quick, I need to be touching base with some of the local marshals here in Colorado. And trying to get some assistance over here. Things are starting to ramp up. with the bar attorneys being involved with the estate. And they're pretty much in a short trying to do everything they can to steal the home back from me that I've been paying for the last year and a half.
Okay.
So,
If you would get with either myself or Mr. Nolte and kind of update us on what's going on, we'll see what we can do for help. And who had a comment, please? Did one of the other panel members have a comment for Ken?
If not, let's jump in on Vincier Otto Muir. Is he still on the line?
I don't know if he is or not. What was your question for him?
Well, I think I've got it right. If not, I will get with you tomorrow, Bruce.
Okay.
If we can. And we can have lunch if you'd like to. You're just across town. And like I say, I don't know.
You'll have to call me tomorrow. I'm actually booked for the whole day already, but you can call me and we'll set something up for maybe Friday or Saturday or Sunday. Okay?
That sounds good.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, I yield.
All right.
Okay, we have
Gary?
4 people. Olga Lee, area code 440. You are on.
Hello, it's me again. I'm here in Ohio.
Hello, ma'am.
Wanted to add on to Tony's comments earlier about the Patriot Mail Project. That's a group that I belong to. We do a lot more than just write those Patriot letters. We provide information on how you can deposit money into their commissary funds. In some of these jails, they have to buy their own toilet paper, just to give you an idea. We also have some sister groups that can, we vet people, and we vet people very highly for the deeper into the group that you get. We're sending money to the families themselves because the husbands aren't there to bring in income.
And we're sure that all of this money that's being donated is going directly to the
100%.
correct?
100%. We are.
Thank you, dear.
Volunteers. I'll tell you what. Sometimes somebody will post a letter that they get back from one of the Patriots, and I think they inspire us just as much as we inspire them. And it's the Patriot Mail Project. If you want to, put it up on the
I think Tony was going to put it up on my Facebook page, on my timeline, and I will approve that.
Okay.
And if you want to put up another link as well, dear, then feel free to.
Yeah,
Are we friends on Facebook?
I doubt it. I'm not even sure. I jumped on here because I saw a bunch of comments rolling through on the PMP. That's what Patriot Mail Project comes on the PMP chat, messenger chat, and I
okay. Do you know who I am, dear?
No, not really. I just listened for the last couple of hours.
Okay. I am Judge Doucette. On Facebook, you can find me Bruce Doucette. And the last name is spelled D-O-U, D as in dog, O-U-C-E-T-T-E. And you can feel free to friend request me, and then I accept everybody's friend request. And if you want to put up a link to there, you can do that as well. You can also friend request my wife, which is K.A. Doucette. And you'll know if you have the right Bruce Doucette because under work, it will say Superior Court Judge at United States.
Okay. And just so you know, I'll give my mom. I'm Isha.
Okay. Well, thank you, ma'am.
The phone's just we've both got phones, and her name's on the account. But yeah, there's a lot more to it than just the letter writing.
Good.
And everybody is volunteers, and we just we're putting our hearts into it because we believe we stand 100% behind these guys. Some of us I've got from 2014, the original standoff came up on my Facebook memories. I had a picture of the cowboys and the military and the people on the bridge, and it popped up as a memory just a few days ago. That's how long I've been following it from here in the Cleveland area, of all places.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. And, it's truly a blessing to everybody what you do.
No, they're giving us an opportunity to bless them. They're the heroes. They're the ones that they got up and they left their families and now they're sitting in solitary confinement in jail cells and being dieseled. Look up that word. Find out how dieseling goes.
Okay, now I've got other callers that we got to try to get to. Is there anything else that? Okay.
No, I just wanted to let you know the Patriot Mail Project is a lot more than just mailing these guys letters. We provide information, just the links to the jails themselves on how you can deposit money into their commissaries and things like that. It goes a lot deeper. Just wanted to let you know. All right. Thank you very much. God bless each and every one of you for doing this. And I'm going to do my part here in that community and see what I can come up with.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
I yield.
You may now ask your question.
That's a wonderful thing that that you guys are doing for the Patriots. Who do we have next, Gary?
Okay, we have a caller from the 401 area code, and last four is 9063. You are on now.
Gary, this is Clovis again. I called in before. Do you hear me?
Oh, hello, Clovis.
Hi, Gary.
Yes.
I wanted to let you know the email I sent you while this was going on. The French guy that just came on here and talked to you. That's the AXJ, and what they're doing is they're using LaVoyd Finicum's name to collect money, and the families are not seeing it. They're preying upon people for donations. They're a false collection, and I emailed you this. He was one of them. You gave your number to him. And I want you to also know that I've been campaigning, telling people to write the prison, to write the Patriots up there, keep their spirits up. What can we do to help the wives and the children also? Because they have to keep their spirits up as well. So I just wanted to give you that little tidbit. The AXJ guy that just called in, we know what they're about. And the Patriots are really mad at them because they're collecting in LaVoyd Finicum's name. They're false. And they're taking donations, and they're not even giving it to the families. And I wanted to expose that. And all the Patriots that are working to help all the Patriots up there in jail knows about these people. They're on Facebook, they're on YouTube, and this Vinavir Altamore, we know who you are. Stop. So I just wanted to let you know that, Gary. I'm watching your back, and I want you and Judge Doucette to know I'm a patriot, and I'm going to do what I have to do to expose people like this. And it's not right what they're doing. So I just wanted to let you know.
And thank you for stepping forward with that information, dear. And it's really important that everybody vet everybody in here, because we know we're going to have opposition in here pretending to, be friends with us all, to either get information from us or to somehow work against us. And thank you, dear. I appreciate you. That took a lot of courage to stand up and say that.
Oh, hey, I'm a patriot.
You,
I'm going to fight for him. You're welcome, Gary. Thank you. Bye.
Hey. Okay, Gary, who do we have up next?
We have Wayne up next.
Muted.
Wayne, is this Wayne Bachman?
Hello.
Nice, Chloe.
Hello.
Nice.
Actually, let me respond to the last caller because I actually heard my name again. This is Vincira Mori.
We jumped Wayne. I'm sorry, Wayne. Somehow we jumped you. We'll get you next.
This is Vincira Mori. I am not associated with that group. I don't want any money from this. I'm willing to turn over that domain names to anybody that can make good use of them. So I have no clue why you think I'm a part of the opposition. I am absolutely not.
Well, somebody's going to have to figure that one out. I don't have enough information to speak one way or the other, and I wouldn't want. Hold on. Don't speak over me. And I wouldn't want to falsely accuse anyone. So, again, everybody needs to make sure they vet whoever they're working with.
Understood. And I'm just as leery about you guys as well. I mean, I want to make sure that I'm going to associate myself.
Well, one way that you don't have to be leery about somebody is you judge a person for their actions and what they do.
Well,
and everybody here, even though we don't even have a group, when we all started these calls and stuff 2 or 3 years ago, there were no grand juries. There were no common law courts. And now we have over, I believe it's 32 Superior Court justices, and we have some 20 or 22 states with grand juries up and running and all working for the people. So if you have a question as to who we are and what we're doing, we have a good track record.
No, understood.
And I think it speaks for itself.
Understood. But if you guys want to vet me, that's fine. But I am absolutely not involved with that other group. I have not collected a cent from anybody related to this, and I'm willing to donate those domains, including the website, to someone that could put it to good use.
Well, maybe what we need to do is find a way of getting you and Chloe together so that, you guys can work this thing out. Because, again, we're not trying to...
Finicum, but I know she's probably getting, requests from crap pots all over the place. It's just sitting there. I wrote her several emails saying, I will not do anything with these domains if you don't want me to, but they're there for you if you want them.
Chloe, I know that you're probably still on the call and listening. If you would get Judge Darby and get the phone number, and maybe we can all come together and find out what this is about and put this one to bed, because again, none of us want to falsely accuse anybody. That's not what we're here for. And I'm not saying that, you're wrong or Chloe's wrong. It may be just a misunderstanding between the two of you as to who one another is. So I would encourage you guys to, if everybody's honorable here, let's get this fixed.
And
I yield.
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay, Judge Darby, would you try to bring Wayne on?
Wayne.
Yes, Bruce. Nice.
You are now on. My apologies for.
So that's okay. We don't care about It's better to get those problems ironed out. I was an AXJ editor also, and I was put on a couple of different sites without even being asked about it.
So was I, Wayne.
Huh?
So was I, Wayne, and we've talked about this before as well.
Right. So I feel they've done some good, but I also feel that maybe they were doing the good to be able to pull some backstrings. So I have disassociated myself from them too. Anyway, on with life here. I would like to know who those 3 ranchers are here in Utah that are going to continue the fight, and I'd also like to know how to get in touch with the people here in Utah who want to be federal marshals or grand jury people. What I'm trying to ask is, how do I get in contact with the people who are being patriots here?
Wayne, contact Roger and I, because Roger and I are both working on now. And for those of you that aren't aware of this, Roger and I originally, basically set up the grand jury in Oregon and all of that. Judge Darby and Judge Troy had just come on as judges, and so they were a little new at that time. I very much feel like Judge Darby, and as everybody can see, has stepped up to the plate, and so has Judge Troy, and they're ready to handle Oregon by themselves now, and it's not up to us to really try to interfere with any state. We're here to try to help states until they can get up and running on their own, and once they are, cut them loose. And so even though we're talking about the Oregon presentments tonight, Oregon has been totally turned over to Judge Darby and Marshal Bob and Judge Troy, and they're now putting a team together to finish what work needs to be done in Oregon. And so anyway, as far as your question, Wayne, get a hold of Roger and I, because Roger and I are now actively working on both Nevada and Utah, and we can get you in touch with all those right people.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it so much. I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing to help us out.
Okay.
Get us trained.
You're very welcome, sir, and go ahead, Judge Darby.
No, that was Keno.
That was me.
Oh, that was Keno. Sorry about that. Everyone should be congratulating Judge Darby, because he has worked amazingly hard and really come up to speed in a very short time frame, as well as Judge Troy and Robert and everybody else is coming along. And I yield. Go ahead, Keno.
A lot of the problems are occurring in southeastern Utah. If that'll help you any, you can. The ranchers in southeastern Utah are the ones that are really under attack, and they're not getting any attention at all.
Well, and if anybody knows those ranchers that are under attack, please get them in contact with either myself or Roger Dowdell, and we will try to help them as quickly as possible.
Isn't that the St. George area?
I don't know, sir.
This is Wayne again.
Yeah, go ahead, Wayne.
Yes, that's probably coming from the Kanab area, down there where the Finnecums and those ranchers are. I just saw some ranchers, 3 ranchers, who said on Facebook, who said they're going to continue the stand regardless of Bundy's being in jail now. And so I would just like to make contact with them and do whatever I can to help them.
Right.
If you find that Facebook link again, all you need to do is click on the picture, and it'll take you to the article.
To the person that wrote the article, and then you can message them directly, Wayne.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't seen the article for a couple of weeks, but thank you for the input, and I yield.
I think it's on my timeline still, sir.
Okay. If on mine, it would be so far back that it's lost. So, yeah.
Well, and for those of you that don't know, Wayne is truly a patriot and has definitely stood up and tried to do a lot to help with everything in here. And I personally greatly appreciate him. Him and Shanna Albright actually kind of watch my Facebook page. Well, I went to my son's wedding, and I greatly appreciate that.
Well, I did the best I could with the knowledge I have, the lack of knowledge I have on it.
You guys did a great job, and same goes out to Shannon. You know, it's nice to know that people like you have our backs.
I thank you for your compliments. I just do the best I can to help out however and wherever I can. We've got to get a stop to this crap that's going on.
It takes all of us getting in there, even if we can't do anything more than be keyboard warriors, then that is an important job as well.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one caller left.
Bruce, and I yield.
Okay, let's bring on our final caller, and that will be it for another Wednesday night. Who do we have?
And thank you, Wayne, for your calling in. We have a wireless caller in the 989 area code. Last number is 2197.
Hi, Judge Darby.
And
you guys
you're on.
We can hear you.
Barely.
Introduce yourself, please.
This is Mike Soror from Soror Strikes Back. I had talked to you, Judge Darby, along with Clovis on an interview on Revolution News last week. And,
that's right.
It was very awesome to be able to talk to you. First of all, I just want to tell you guys that you are doing an absolute amazing job, both of you. And I'm also a member of the Stand By Me here in Michigan. We've done 3 rallies for Lavoie. And I also wanted to let you guys know that if you do want any information on AXJ, I have got plenty of documentation that I can send you privately, and you'll be able to take a look at it.
Will that help sort things out here?
What's that?
I said, will that help sort these issues out with AXJ?
I don't know if it'll put a stop to them, but it'll at least make you guys aware and all the hard-working patriots aware that are working really, really hard for everything that's going on to definitely stay away from them.
Gary,
you have my email address.
There you go.
I do.
And
absolutely.
Once you get that, Gary, if you would publish that on Facebook and put a copy of it on my timeline as well, then, that'll be important. And please give the other gentleman from AXJ, though, a chance to respond before you
the last one
before you post that.
Yeah, the last one, I didn't recognize the name, but in the very beginning, the guy that said he was John from Actions for Justice, that's actually Ed Vallejo. I know that voice very, very well. I've dealt with him the last year. So just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, well, we don't want to unfairly convict anybody, so let's make sure that before we publish something that everything is correct, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you guys for everything.
And thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. That was the last caller.
Well, thank you, everyone, for participating. Make sure you get a hold of Judge Darby or myself or Roger Dowdell, and we will, as soon as these presentments come out, we'll make sure that you get them. And God bless everybody for all of the work that you're doing. And I would just say one final prayer, and that would be that, Heavenly Father, if you would please help everyone that is on this call to be found righteous and to be doing your will and not their will. Make it so. Good night, everyone.
Good night, all.
System has been disconnected.
Okay, he knows. Or am I live still live?
You are still live. We are.
Okay, I want him to know this. Let me get his name. Venbury Altamore. 1, what are you doing with all them domains? And 2, you lied when you said you got a hold of me several times to give me the domains. You're a damn liar. Okay, I'm calling you out. You're a damn liar. Why do you want to admit that you have all the domains? And why would you want to lie saying that you got a hold of me several times to ask me if I wanted the domains? They're just sitting there. You are a liar, and I will take you on. Leave my Patriot alone and quit stealing from those who want to help the Patriots. Chang Chang.
Where did you all learn how to social engineer people like that? I mean, crazy. Yes,
Oh, it makes me mad.
blatantly lie to people, AXJ.
Okay, if he's not part of them, what is he doing with all the domains?
There you go. That is a question that needs to be answered.
Yep. And I want Judge Darby to bring me in it.
We'll be asking Judge Darby about that when we interview him next time.
Yes. Why would this guy call back in to try to fight that? And he admitted it. I have all the domains. I've got a hold of her several times. No, he's never. No, he's never. He tried to add me to a group. I got pissed and I put him on block. No, I didn't turn him in, Toast, but I put him on block. So, no. The domains, I don't have them, Brenda. He never got a hold of me. He lied.
Hey.
What? They're all over Facebook.
A lot of people have tried to report them, and Facebook does nothing about them. But they'll terminate my account. Now, what's wrong in that picture?
And he might be a Fed. They fuck up all the time. And he knows I'm from Revolution News and Information, so I hope he's lurking. I will take you down. And if you're a Fed, you're going to be seen. I'm like Pete, transparency. Or transparent. I've been drinking.
Yeah, and Judge Darby.
But he said,
too.
Well, he said it right there. He said it right there on. Hey, get a hold of Mike in his box. Tell him to hop over here a minute, please.
Yes, let me get that.
Because I just looked in my block list and he's in there, and an Ed Valajo is in there. So I have, and he called and he said he was John from Justice. So they've both been exposed.
Okay.
Damn right, Hidden. I go Columbo. You mess with my Patriots and you mess with my people. And you lie bluntly on me. Now he's got a fucking enemy. War's on. Lie to me. Did you not hear his call? How many people heard his call?
I did.
Did he not say, I have all the domains sitting there? I got a hold of her several times to ask her what she wanted to do with them. I offered them to her. I've never, ever talked to this man. Never. What a fucking game.
Hang on, let me grab Mr. Mike Soror.
Tell him to come over here.
I am.
And you want to talk to him. He's in my block list. Him and this Ed Valaridge. Why are they claiming to be French? It's French. I got news for you. Why are you hiding in a French fucking name, motherfucker? Oh, excuse my French. I am so sorry. Oh, God, audit this.
Speaking of French.
Edit this, please.
I told everybody I'd post it raw, but okay. It's going to be raw.
Edit that. Edit that. I don't want that cussing on there with these judges and stuff. That's not cool.
I'm going to have to. Yeah.
Tell Mikey, I know he's up. Get over here. Clovis wants to talk to him. No, that ain't right. I'm going to expose people for what they are. He lied. Then he called back in when he knew that I was talking. He called back in to try to cover the tracks of me. You know what? If it is feds, they're going to be looking at me. Make my life more exciting. Why don't we? Oh, no. I'm going to expose it. No. You lie on me, I'm going to expose you. No way. Now this man's got war. And if he's a Fed, he better bring back up. That's all I got to say.
He said he's been up for 3 days straight. I repeated the request.
Tell him, night.
Tell him night.
Tell him, did you tell him Clovis was over here?
I told him that he'll be right here. He's coming.
All right.
He's coming.
You're bringing him in the hangout?
Yeah, we're still live, by the way.
All right, don't tell him.
I already told him. We got to tell people.
All right, yeah, you got to tell people that. That's like telling people you got to, when you're recording them, you got to.
So we're bringing in Mike Soror from Soror Strikes Back. As soon as he's on, please welcome him.
Because he's probably calling in anonymously, block number. And I'm sure he did. That's why Judge Darby didn't have a name or an area code, because he gave it on everyone else.
Yeah. Trolls, man.
No, he's not a troll. They've been doing this since Lavoie got killed. And they have used the Lavoie name in an email to me.
There was that one time I did thought about setting up a PayPal account for the family, but then.
Hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean, Hidden? You have to out it, Clovis. Hidden, where are you from, honey? Are you from Canadian or something? You have to out it, Clovis. What's that mean? Watch for their strokes. Now you're starting to scare me.
I wouldn't even worry about him.
He disclosed and you didn't do due diligence. He's on YouTube. He says. I'll go to YouTube.
Yeah, this AXJ stuff is pretty serious.
Yeah, because they're taking money from people. And yes, he has used Finicum's name.
More than once.
Yeah. Have you guys witnessed that?
I was reading the documents that Mike Soror had on screen when he was doing the whole AXJ thing.
No, he told me that he did not use the Finicum. He did not use Lavoie's name.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what.
He might have used the Finicum name, but not Lavoie's.
Coming up here soon on the site worse. And on the
Brenda, put them in my box. Please, Brenda. I'll be up all night with this shit. Now I'm pissed. Where's my tequila?
No, please don't reach for your tequila.
Dude, I've been drinking it.
Oh.
It's the only thing that's making the pain go away.
Is it good?
I got a bad toothache.
Is it good?
Well, I'm not feeling the toothache no more, if that's what you say, but I got a whopping headache.
So is it what type
giving a bud and okay, that I don't care about the dude that's doing that. I'll take care of him in a minute. What's he doing? John Brewster on your Facebook page. Okay, let's see what this is about. He keeps giving me a bud. Oh, we got to block him. He's on our Revolution page. Is he doing it on my page too, Brenda? Does she hear me?
We're coming.
Type to me, Brenda.
We're coming.
Hey, Hidden, I would send it, but it would get lost somewhere in cyberspace.
As usual.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God.
Okay, please hurry up, Mike. All right.
No, because Todd, they got to break my jaw and cut it open in 4 different places. And then they got to break my jaw to get that tooth out because the roots are grown and curved under the jawbone. And I really don't want to go through that right now. It's a wisdom. It's not rotten or nothing. It's a retarded wisdom.
We got to get with the admins. Well, I don't think they'll post anything while Judge Darby is admin on this page.
Okay, where is she? Is he on my Facebook, Brenda, doing it?
Let's go to your Facebook.
Where is she? I'm going to look. If he's doing it on my page, I'm going to block him. His name is, and he's doing it on the Rev page too. He's handing out big buds, and that's not good when you're trying to tell the news, dude. And we got all these big people looking at your pages.
What is...
I deleted it once, and he's doing it. John Brewster.
Ban him.
I'm trying. Well, Brenda's not telling me where he's doing it at. Oh, God. Morons. It's too late for this shit. God, they go long on theirs. You can leave this streaming. Okay, where is he? If he's on that page on the, how would I find him on?
Send me his name. I'll take care of it.
Okay. Well, if he's on my Facebook page, he's coming off. I don't need ignorant people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Copy. Well, that's Mike's. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, he blatantly lied. I've never talked to him. Never, ever. He tried to add me to a group. Is why he got put in block. I've never talked to him. He's never offered me the domains. Never. He's lied.
Wow. Somebody blatantly rages war with us. If it ain't somebody else. Damn. I thought we were done with this shit, but no. Somebody blatantly lied to our crew and made our crew look fucking stupid.
What do you mean?
Well, they lied about you having the domains or whatever, or talk to you. Yeah, you never talked to him.
No, never, ever. He's never offered me the domains. He says they're just sitting there. He got caught in a lie.
Man. Yeah, this is going to be the long version, but my brother-in-law will be able to shorten it because every time when I say or there's a big gap of what is it, dead air, yeah, he edits that out, so it makes it actually shorter. Come on, please, Mike. Okay, one more time. I'm gonna repin it again. Apparently, not enough people know about it, so I'm gonna pin it one more time. And listen to my words. Avoid AXJ. We'll get a virus. Mike Soror joins us. Welcome, Mike.
What's going on?
Hey, Mike, I want to talk to you for a minute. He's in my block list.
Sorry.
Sit down. He's in my block list because he tried to add me to the group, and I don't like to be automatically added to anything. I'm in email with Judge Darby right now. And on the call, he admitted he has the domains. They are just sitting there. He's doing nothing with them. And then he turns around and says he has had a conversation with me and has offered these domains to me. No, he's never had that conversation with me, ever.
I thought he said he had a conversation with the Finicums.
No, he had a conversation with, he says, I've had a conversation with her, this caller, and I've offered her the domains.
Oh,
no, he's lied. He's one of them, and he's in my block list along with Ed. I'm looking right now. Ed Valer, however you say it, name Vallejo.
Vallejo.
Okay. Yeah, Vallejo. Both them guys. And why would he call back in and say something like that? The domains, I have the domains are just sitting there. No, he's never had a conversation with me. The domains are not just sitting there. This man blatantly lied, and he's in my block list because he added me to a group I refused to be added to. And and I asked him, why'd you add me? He would never answer me. I didn't give you permission to add me to this group, and he never answered me, so I put him in block. And him and that fillet guy, fillet fish, whatever, he's in block.
Yeah, Vallejo.
This guy is one of them.
I didn't catch his name, so
it's VINBERE AUTMORI. He's one of them. Now, what I want to know is, are these guys feds? Because I more or less just challenged him.
Yeah, of course they are. They've got all of their lines go directly to the federal government or Interpol.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, I had too much tequila, evidently.
So I was kind of like, hey, trying to go, oh shit.
No. I'm
dealing with these guys for the last year, so I know their tricks. That made me a little nervous.
Well, he's definitely one of them. And I looked at my block list because after you said what you said in your chat, I was like, wait a minute. And I went and looked at my block list, and him and that Flay guy, Flay a Fish, he's in there.
Yeah.
I don't know how to speak French, so I'm saying it like that.
The first guy that called in on that conference call that went by the name John, Actions for Justice, that was Ed Vallejo right there. That was not a guy named John.
No.
And
well, if, he says he's got the domains. What are you doing with the domains?
Right.
If you're not doing this, what are you doing with the domains? And he says, I offered them to the young lady several times. No, he never. He never.
Yeah, I didn't hear that part. My fiance came home from work during all that.
Yeah,
I didn't hear the name until he spelled it out for me. So
Gary Darby says, I figured he was one of them when you sent me the email before. He says, thank you for looking out for me. And yes, I will give you a call when I get a chance tomorrow afternoon. It will be around noon, I promise. Also, I do believe that you wouldn't just blatantly lie on someone. So I thank you. If you have any evidence of anything that you can bring to me, would be great to back what I'm about to do. Sincerely, Judge Darby.
Hey, Mike.
I never doubted that.
This guy gets on national because we had some radio station in Kansas, FM was streaming this whole stream. You're live when you went on Kansas City, everywhere.
Yeah.
And he's not. No, it's not going to happen. And he says he has a YouTube account and a YouTube channel, and it's under that name, VINBEREAUTMORI.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, he's one of them.
Gotcha. Oh, I believe you. I believe you.
I just want you guys to watch your back. What the hell was that?
It's Toast. Quit sending me. I'm using my phone right now.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Toast.
That's right. I can't look at another computer screen for a while, man. I'm going cross-eyed.
I think I just ear raped myself. I'm not sure though.
But anyway, I wanted to let you know now that guy's been exposed.
Good.
Yeah, there's no way I would put my name on the line. You know how I've been fighting for it if I didn't know something. And then I thought, well, wait a minute. I'm going to go look in my block list. And him, and like I said, Ed Vallejo is in there.
Now, Ed Vallejo is the guy that was from the United States, went to Spain, and is wanted in Spain for some pretty nasty things and fled back to the United States.
Oh, now it's starting to make some sense.
Yeah, if you plan on having me on with Darby tomorrow to talk to you in that conference call?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to first thing I'm going to do in the morning is I'm going to send all that information to Judge Darby that I got because I want to put it in one file for him so they don't have to have 1,000 different things. And I'll make sure that I get it to you as well. You can upload it to a PDF.
Would you please?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I got Brenda. She is checking on his domains and everything. However you say his name, Fabri Altomori. See, he even heard his name. He called in and he's right away. But he lied. He blatantly lied. If he had nothing to do with that, what is he doing with the domains?
I don't know. Exactly. See, and I that's the first time I ever heard of anything that was a .com or a .org that said Lavoie Finicum in the name. That's what I'm saying. I haven't heard that yet.
I got an email from there. I'll ship it over to your email. Okay. But it's from this dude right here, I'm pretty sure. Or was it from Ed? I'll have to look at my emails because I know I keep certain stuff that is really suspicious. But now that I did this, what's going to happen to me?
Nothing per se. You're just going to be on the same list as I am, which
I'm probably already there.
My list goes pretty deep with these guys. So even, fake FBI's calling my phone and the whole 9 yards and, It gets to be a lot of fun.
I like the way Judge Doucette handled it.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way he handled him.
What's that?
Because I like the way Judge Doucette handled this Altamori, because he said, well, I don't even really trust you guys. Oh,
Right.
hell, you did not just say that.
Yeah, I knew that was a big one. I knew that was a suicide sentence, I call those.
Mm-hmm. But no, he's never offered it to me. And if he was, and I listened to his conversation closely because he addressed me. And he said, I've talked to this young lady several times to offer her the domains. No, he never did. No.
Right.
Never.
I misheard because I was talking to my fiance. I thought I heard that he called or offered them to Jeanette at first. So I was like, that's why I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Then I started tuning in, so I caught like a lot of the in and out stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And he, no. He's got he said he had a YouTube channel. He's trying to get people to go to it now.
Yeah.
And
there's also a YouTube channel called AXJ International News, too.
Yeah, I've seen that YouTube channel.
That's the guy that come in and, he wouldn't join the show yesterday, but he was coming into the chat room and just kind of egging me on, That's all right. I'm used to that, too.
Well, it just got to the point that these guys have to be exposed, and the more we get it out, the more people won't. You know how much money people's probably already donated to them?
I know.
Jesus.
That's why I'm so glad that everything that I've donated went right to commissary or directly to the Finicum address.
Yeah, and
for that.
Well, that's what we got to do, and I want to know what we can do for the women. Can we send a card just to cheer them up, because women like cards, they like flowers,
Oh, yeah.
But we got to do what we can, and this right here is number one. Stop them from getting any more of the money, throwing it out there. People are, wanting to help, and these people here, and if they are feds, this is pretty shitty. I'm gonna be straight up with you, shitty.
Yeah.
And for men that are feds, they're pretty stupid.
Well, here's the thing, man. When they put out these posts about me, and they're like, I know for sure that I have information that Mike Soror is a paid federal informant, and I'm going to turn him into the FBI. Wait, you just said I worked for him. Now you're going to turn me into them? They make no sense, and they'll always play stupid if you question them. They'll say things like, "What do you mean? I'm just a reporter. We're just a news network." Things like that. They play completely stupid with you.
Yeah, well, he played stupid on here when he, because I'm listening to him. Right. Why would he call in so quick to be so,
Yeah, he did get back on pretty quickly, didn't he?
Very quickly. As soon as he heard me talking about it, he called in.
Yeah.
And I think the feds are sitting there listening to these guys, and they really need to vet who they let in on these calls.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm blown away because I'm not going to let this happen, and I'm going to speak up. And this guy here blatantly lied. He admits he has the domains. He admits it. So you're already screwed right there. And when he admitted he had the domains, I think these Judge Darby and Judge Doucette and them realized, oh wow, he does have the domains.
Right.
See, they're in law. They're not stupid.
Exactly. That's what I was just going to say. You're not dealing with high school kids here. These guys have been around. They've seen it. They've seen it all. They know what's going on. So.
Right. And he had, by law, so he wouldn't have a lawsuit against him, Judge Doucette. He had to say, well, maybe, and if Judge Darby does get me and this idiot together, I want you to be alone.
Oh, yeah, I'll be alone.
And asked him some questions because, no, he blatantly lied, and he admitted he has the domain. So it's on now. It's on.
Yep. They make more enemies every day than I could ever possibly imagine of trying to make. These guys from AXJ.
I looked on my Facebook page, and I don't have none of them on there. And I've got, oh, man, it took me all day just to look. And I have a total.
For is Judson Witham.
Who?
He calls himself Judson on Facebook. His name's Isaac. He's an older guy. I think it's Witham or something like that. That guy's in pretty deep too.
He's one of them?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, because I only have 2 of the names. It's all I got in my block.
Visitor's another one. And he's the one that's now in charge of the Lavoie supporter page, the XJ page. And he's the guy that lives 45 minutes away from me. And he's the guy that was got kicked off his land, wanted to start a revolution, and he was the squatter. It wasn't even his land. It was his ex-wife's land. He had no right. So he was trying to start a revolution over due process, and he had no due process because it had nothing to do with him.
Right.
So...
Well, they need to be exposed because I don't think this guy lied. He got back on. He was very defensive, and he lied. And I'm not going to let none of our patriots suffer at the hands of morons like this. And if they're feds, they really need to train them better on how to talk and how to keep from tripping up with their mouths.
Uh-huh.
Jeez. My kids are smarter than this.
Yeah, they're terrible people. They really are. And they're even worse liars. That's the thing. Like, I don't even think these guys are high ups, man. Their job is to just distract, really. Because they're too stupid to be to be in charge of something so big.
Wow. Well, I say that they got to be exposed. This guy here has made enemies with me to come on and try to call me a liar. Yep. And then admit that he has the domains. I think Judge Doucette caught on right there when he says, well, I have the domains. They're just sitting still. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Now, why would you, that's another thing. Why would you buy up every .org, .net, whatever, and put them all under that name too, one name,
Exactly.
So nobody else can start anything. That's how they got Citizens for Constitutional Freedom too. We know that Jake Morfianos is in charge of that. And yet they started their own and just changed it from .org to .com. That's all they did.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, they're really causing havoc. And now that he's lied on me and tried to make me look stupid, it's on. The war's on now. I'm going to be a thorn in that man's ass for the rest of his living days. And he's not younger than me, so he better hope I die soon.
They're all, the whole thing is exposed. Like, these guys got nowhere to run anymore. So right now it's just a cat and mouse game of them trying to get under people's skin.
Now, I can't remember, did Judge Darby give him a phone number, or did he give one to Darby?
I think Judge Darby gave him his phone number.
Oh,
Gonna get interesting. Gonna get interesting real soon.
Yeah, because, see, Judge Darby is like how do I put this? He's the one that started this whole getting the judges together and everything. He's like I'm not being ignorant, but he will be on their hit list for sure.
Well, I'm sure.
Fudge. Well, I made sure I stayed. That's why Judge Darby, he was reading emails and he wasn't paying attention. I said, I'll leave him alone in emails. No. But yeah, there's no way I'm going to let this go. I'm not letting it go, Mike.
No, and people have been wanting me to let it go too. Okay, the damage is done. No, it's not done. These guys have done more than enough. They've got lots more coming. This isn't something that just gets to be, okay, we caught them, they can go now, brushed under the rug. No, they're taking the greatest patriot of my time and embezzling money from his family.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with that. Hell
no, I don't either.
I won't stand by and let that happen either.
Well, you said you're going to be busy what time tomorrow so I can make sure I get us all in this phone together?
I don't have anything going on until 4:30.
Until 4:30. Okay, good.
Because 4:30 your time, and I'm available. I'll be available right around the same time we did the show today, about noon. My time.
Your time. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just tell Judge Darby when he calls me that we will be calling him back to bring him in, or we'll just send him, we'll bring him in a hangout and talk to him that way.
Yeah, because then I can even start, he'll be able to see some things and I'll be able to show him, other things that aren't in the file yet that I haven't gotten a chance to put in order yet.
Okay.
I have like a Google Doc that I'm constantly putting stuff in because literally every day I'm finding 2, 3, 4 more pages with the stuff on these people.
Okay.
You know,
well,
so,
the only thing is he knows my name's Clovis. He knows I call Judge Darby by Gary. And there's two things about my name. You can either remember it because it's unique, or you can forget it because it's unique. you know? I don't know, but
don't feel bad. They got my name. They know. I've actually gotten messages from these guys that have sent me my address and phone number that I keep private. So, yeah.
Well, all of my accounts are made with different addresses.
No. I'm talking my home address where I live. Yeah. So, you know,
as I look around the room at all the doors, are they locked? Oh, yeah, they're locked. I'm going to do it. I'm going to stand my ground. I mean, this guy here, now that I found him in my block list, he's a damn liar. And now I'm really upset because, you know, I even started second guessing myself. I've had a couple of shots of tequila. My kids are in bed. It's wee hours of the morning here. Well, it's 12 going on 1. So it's safe to do that and go to sleep, get up in the morning, get her off to school. I don't drink when they're awake. I refuse to. I don't even drink at barbecues because I'm too busy watching them. But
honey, you don't have to explain yourself to me. I believe you.
Well, it's the fact that, you know, the tequila gave me the oomph to really go after it, because if I was straight, I would have thought, well, I ain't going to do this on their time, on the air. You know, you get to thinking like that. And the tequila was more or less something pushing me to say, do it.
Yeah, that's when at first I was like, oh, you know, we got to email Judge Darby or whatever and let him know about this. And it was cool, though. You just, next thing you know, you were on there, and I'm like, all right, go, girl.
Well, it's not right. I will do what I have to do to protect my patriots and their families. And like I done said, I will live for my patriots. I will fight for my patriots. I will die for my patriots. And when I said I will die, I didn't know it would be this quick. But you know what I mean.
If I wasn't being so professional, I would have unmuted my mic and said, hey, can I say something? AXJ's in here.
You actually was trying to be professional this time?
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't want to mess it up. Did not want to mess that up.
Mike, I talked to Toast here, and I told him that I will be starting my own stream, but I will still help him out. You know, what's his name? We don't need to mention names. Is gone.
Okay.
Denise, he's chose it himself, so that's good. But anyway, let's get this taken care of. Then you can start helping me with the stream. Let's get this out to Judge Darby and get him aware.
Okay.
Now they're stalking the judges.
Yeah.
And these are constitutional patriot judges.
Well, sure.
So we got to watch their back.
I knew it was only a matter of time before they did anyway. I mean, if they're going to go after the Finicum family and call them basically greedy and liars and non-deserving of any kind of help, and if they can do that to that family, they'll certainly do it to judges.
Oh, I know. Well, that's because Judge Darby is getting this crew together.
Sure.
You know, he's helping people.
That's a threat to them.
Yes, it is. And I think all the judges, especially Judge Doucette, is actually, which I got him on my Facebook. I think they're actually understanding, you know, people are looking out for us.
Mm-hmm.
And if Judge Darby ever gets this man on a phone, I'm hoping he gets his number and gets us on the phone with him.
Right.
Because that will be my question. You told me, you said you talked to this young lady several times and you offered her the domains. I've never talked to you. Then you said that you had the domains. If you're trying to protect yourself, why would you even admit you had the domains, Mike? You see what I'm saying?
I get you.
What an idiot. They need to train their feds a lot more better than they do, because they got some dumb ones.
And not only that, but these guys basically work on full immunity, man. They don't have to answer for anything. They took a plea bargain with the federal government. You know, they got caught with, John Astor got caught with over 15,000 images of child pornography, including dead children.
Do you have that information?
Oh, sure I do.
Oh, man, get all that stuff to me.
Yep.
Please.
And we've reported it to, you know, FedBook, I call it. I don't call it Facebook anymore. Along with a call to, you know, the FBI themselves. They even have played stupid. We can look into it. We've never heard of the organization, blah, 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 blah. Well, that's funny to me, you know. And then you can't really find out, like on, John Astorius and Ted Visner, not John Astorius, I meant Ed Vallejo, because that's who that is, will say, there's never been, if that was the case, then John Astor would have been put on a sex registry list. Well, sure, in the United States, but in Australia, they don't have one. I checked it out. I called. They don't have to register their sex offenders. So certainly you're not going to find them on a registry there.
No.
Register.
Now, let me ask you a question. Has anyone tried to turn these guys into the feds?
Many times.
And how the feds act?
Like, they never really get back to you. They play stupid. Like these guys are like ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, well, it's time to fix it.
So long, man. Evil only prevails for a certain amount of time. Their time's up.
Brenda said these guys does not own all 3 domains like he said does. Not own the ORG.
Caught him in a lie.
So we caught him in a lie.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
Can you see our chat?
No.
Okay. Okay, Miss Brenda, she said, that guy, okay, quit typing, people. I've been drinking. That guy does not own all, okay, you little shitheads. I'm going to tell you know what? Don't make me wrench. Okay, it says, that guy does not own all 3 domains like he said does. Can you people put it in a whole sentence? Not own the .org. Huh?
Okay. So with is whoever's typing that, are they saying that this guy doesn't own the .org site, the Finicum, the Lavoie one that he talked about?
No. Okay, I got it. I got her next sentence. This is what she's saying. Okay, I'm going to read it again, then I'm going to read her next sentence. This is Brenda, our secretary.
Okay.
That guy does not own all 3 domains like he said does. Not own the .org. Then she said the sites are listed to a woman in Arizona. Ooh, Brenda digs like that.
Okay.
But we know who's running the sites, Brenda, is what Mike's saying. We know who's taking control of them and running them. So
Right.
yeah, they're pretty much. Oh.
Yeah. Not only that, if you want to have an AXJ website, they'll sell you one for only $5,000.
Are you kidding me?
Nope, I'm not. And you can even use their logo for $100.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
What is their logo? What's it look like?
It's white and black. It's just white background, black letters, big capital letters that say AXJ with a copyright symbol next to it. Which is funny how they copyright something, because these guys aren't even listed as a real organization. Not in Australia, not in America, not in Spain. So where do they come from? They're no different than the Soror Strikes Back. It's a real radio show, but it certainly isn't incorporated as a business or a nonprofit.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
AXJ, Burns, Oregon, non-governmental organization, NGO.
That's AXJ. They have over 200 pages.
Okay.
Facebook, 200.
Yeah, I just typed them in and it's going and going and going and going. They're even selling T-shirts too.
Oh, and hats too that you'll never get. If you want to buy an AXJ hat, you won't receive the hat, but you'll pay the $20 or $10 or whatever it was.
Well, I'm going to use my. What?
I have seen all 3 of your shows about AXJ, all 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you uncovered a lot of things.
Well, I kind of fell into even finding out who they were by accident, truly, because like I said, I got Ted Visner, some guy that lives, so close to me talking about a revolution. When it becomes that close to home, you want to know what's going on. And to find out he was a fraud. And then I get this Ed Vallejo who contacts me and tells me I need to publicly apologize to Ted Visner because I didn't believe his story. Well, guess what? I don't have to believe anybody's story. That's up to me what I believe and what I don't. He wanted me to publicly apologize to Ted Visner. And still to this day, I won't do it. There ain't no way. I won't do it. I haven't done anything wrong to even apologize for. I was actually nice to Ted. I told him I didn't believe his story. So if that's grounds for a public apology, this is your network. I'm just going to say F you. I won't say the words I want to.
Double middle fingers to them.
So
I'm pretty sure the FM stations that we're covering went off air a long time ago.
Well,
and the kids went off to bed, so fuck them. All right.
Well, I knew, I just had this gut feeling because somebody told me that they had posted the conference and stuff like that on their Facebook page today. So I knew they were going to be there. Every time I go live, they're there too. They're always there. And if you mention AXJ, bam, this AXJ International News or whatever comes in. And you'll say, well, call in. Here's my call-in number. Oh, that's a fake phone number. No, it's not. They'll be like, you call me. And the number that they'll give you is the number that Ed Vallejo has listed for AXJ real estate, AXJ dating sites, which you can get underage Ukrainian women.
Ooh.
AXJ, you name it, man. AXJ News, AXJ Airlines, AXJ Airlines, for God's sakes. I mean, it's insane. One site will tell you Ed Vallejo's been a real estate agent for 10 years. Another one will tell you he's been a real estate agent for 30 years. Which one is it? These guys are bad people. And unless you have the thick, the thick skin to deal with bad people, I'd avoid them and let the people that can take the beatings take it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hope those people want to definitely speak up while they're taking those beatings because their voices need to be heard.
That's right. So I made the choice to go out and speak again on them as I did once before, a year ago, because when I found out they were harassing the Finicum family, if you heard that interview I was on last night, that's why I put myself up in the forefront, told the Finicum family about it. And the main reason I told them about it was because they've been through enough. So I decided that I was going to sit back and I'd stand out front. I'll take the beatings for them because they've been through enough. They don't need to deal with these people right now. So, to AXJ, this any tragedy looks like a moneymaker. And that's not what patriots stand for. That's not what humanity stands for. It ain't gonna fly with me either, So I'll take the death threats and I'll take the beatings and I'll let them call me a troll and every name in the book on wherever. As long as they're leaving the Finicums alone, that's what I care about. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. That's all I'm asking for.
I'm asking too.
And pretty soon, we've even gotten to the point where we've reported these pages to Facebook, and they still doesn't violate our community standards. So, you have people embezzling money over your network, and that doesn't violate community standards. That's great. Thanks, FedBook.
And then they shut down my Facebook account. Why? Because my name doesn't match my real name. So what?
Right. And then after, they're going after Sergeant Moe now. And I already talked to Sergeant Moe and told her the same thing. Honey, you got way too much to worry about right now. You're on the ground busting your ass for these patriots. And I'll take the beating for you. Just ignore them. Let them, whatever I got to do, just leave these people alone. Don't claim to be a patriot. That's what they do. AXJ's Actions for Justice. They should stand for assholes for injustice, really.
Yes.
And now we've got one that's messing with Clovis. Well, that's a mistake. Not just because of me and the people that support Clovis, but she's not one to mess with to begin with. And now she's come with a pretty big army behind her now. So including you guys, you know what I'm saying? We protect each other. That's what we do. We watch each other's six. It's what we do.
That's right.
So, yeah, with that being said, if there's any advice I can give to anybody, man, is, if you see mutual friends that are, members of these groups and stuff, they may not know, they may not even know, because a lot of people still don't really have a full clue as to who they are. So what I can say, though, is talk to them, friends of yours, first. If they tell them what's going on, and if they refuse to believe you, I would unfortunately separate yourself from them too. But don't attack them, just because they're associated. Find out if they even realize who these people are. Give them a chance first. There's a lot of people that I've talked to that had no clue. And when you see a name like Lavoy Finicum supporters, naturally you're going to want to like that page, So they may have no clue.
They like to suck you in any way they can.
Sure. Yep. So I hope I answered, some questions. I don't know. I couldn't see your chat, but if they have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer it for them.
I'd actually like to have you on the show one day, and we talk about nothing but AXJ, the new stuff, the old stuff. We do the whole 360 on it one day. What do you say?
Sure. Anytime you need me, Toast, I got you. Anytime, brother.
Awesome. Thanks. I appreciate it, man. Fist bump, man. Fist bump. That's all I gotta say.
Absolutely. But if there's, need me for anything else, man, I'll get with you guys tomorrow. I really got to get some sleep. It's been not a lot in the last few days, and starting to see crooked.
All right, man. Well, take care. Be safe. And this is Mike Sorors from Soror Strikes Back. Sorry if I keep messing up your name. I got dyslexia. I apologize. But you go ahead and say your show name. When is it on next time?
We're going to be on tomorrow at Soror Strikes Back. I'm going to be on tomorrow, not at noon, normally on at noon from Monday through Friday, but I have Leo Stratton and Lorenzo coming on to talk about the indictments and stuff. It's going to be a pretty big show, but it's not going to start till 4:30 Eastern time tomorrow. So it's going to be on a little bit later. And then I'll be on Spitfire in the Sentinel tomorrow night, and back again Friday at noon. And it's an open line Friday. I always do open line Fridays. So Freedom Friday, baby. Anybody can call in with whatever they want to talk about.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I thought they black bagged you. I was like, already?
No, I was messing with my headphones, and I'm like, can you? And I typed in the room. They're like, no, Clovis, we can't hear you. No. I was like, what the hell did I go do to myself? So yeah, I'm going to call in. So that's just how it is.
Absolutely.
But they do this these judges meet every Wednesday, but man, they got a long night. It's like, geez.
I want to start covering this on a regular basis if it's okay with Judge Darby. because
I'm sure it's okay. I'm sure it's okay, but the point is because he wants the mainstream media to get this out. I mean, not the mainstream, but the alternate. You know the word. God help me. I've been drinking.
It's going to hit mainstream media, and then if mainstream media tries to mess with it in any way, shape, or form, we're going to nail it. We're going to be like, no, that's not the way it went down.
You know what I love about tonight is to hear these guys actually say that the independent media, meaning us, are going to get the first bit of information on everything. I have never heard that before from anybody. So I could say right now that is amazing. And for the alternative media that's out there right now, let's get our shit together now, because we've got big people that are putting their faith and trust in us. Time to put the differences aside. We got a job to do. We can bitch later. Right now, we got to get together.
That's right. Especially when you got, these little fake French fucks. Oh, I can't say that. You know what I mean? You got them coming up now calling the freaking Judge Darby and them. Now, you mess with my Darby and you're in trouble. That's my buddy, man.
Yeah, well, didn't you hear me right away when I typed in the room right away? I was like, instantly, I was like, did he just say actions for justice? Like, I wanted to make sure I wasn't hearing shit because I've been so focused on this, this organization of trash.
What did I do, Mike? I got right in that email and emailed Judge Darby. He already knew before I even came back on again.
Beautiful. Bruce was another one that the AXJ drug through without even talking to him. Bruce was another one that they put as an editor of this Lavoie supporter page without his knowledge.
Well, they're going to be messing with me probably because I done said you're not going to mess with my Patriots. That's just not going to happen. And messing with Lavoie's family, they've gone through enough. How can you do that?
Anytime you get on here and you mess with Clovis, she gonna come on my show and say, hey, this person's messing with me. Here's the proof.
Oh. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm going to take it public. It's not going to happen. And the way I seen it tonight was I talked to several people. I talked to your chat, Mike. I talked to this chat. And I talked to privately in boxes to people to make sure before I even made that call. And they're like, yes, he's one. Yes, that's him. He's one. And I was like, okay, cool. Then it's on. Right. He's not gonna do this shit and get by with it. And then he admits he has the domains. Oh God.
Well, they don't hide anything. They're not afraid to come right out with it.
I was sitting back laughing. I was like, he's actually going to try to take me on.
What part of this conference is being recorded do you not understand, people?
No kidding. It's like
when you work with 100% immunity, what do you got to fear?
Exactly. Nothing.
These guys are like the spoiled kids in high school that you wanted to beat the shit out of. They got everything they wanted because mom and dad took care of the booster club meetings.
Yeah, I did beat them kind of people up. I tripped them when they walked past me when I was sitting in my seat. Yeah, that's sad.
This might as well be high school, and we're in the computer club, and they're over there in the jockey club, and we're gonna expose you. They're like, well, we don't care.
Yeah, I'm not smart enough to consider myself in the computer club, but I can tell you I can play chess. That I can do.
Now, I like chess, but I'm gonna okay, Mike, you can play chess. My son this goes back in high school, but he held the Missouri State Championship for 4 years.
That's awesome.
And I learned to play chess when he went in the Navy because I wanted to surprise him when he came home to visit, play a game of chess with him.
Uh-huh.
I had a glass set, little glass, pawns and everything. Well, he ticked me off because he kept beating me in 3 moves. Then my husband played him. He beat my husband in 3 moves. My husband said, I won't play him. There's no way I'll play him. His name's James Ash, and I'm telling you, he's good. He'll play you on the internet too. He's good.
I want a guy like that.
He's pretty good, dude. But
just a little fun fact about me. I joined a chess club when I was in 5th grade one time, and the reason I did is because I had a huge crush on a girl named Emily Przybylski, who taught me how to play chess. That's the only reason I joined is because I had a crush on her.
Oh, wow.
And then I learned how to actually play. So.
Well, my son, the oldest one, that's what I'm talking about, that was in the Army. He was the geek in school. Okay, while the middle son was the popular one. And we lived in the country in a place, and yes, it was called this, Belgrade, Missouri. And my sons came home from their dad's one time over the weekend. They were wearing these big old giant bell-looking pants. And I'm like, what the hell is that? Do you know that most of the kids at school was wearing the boot-cut jeans, and you could see the skull ring in the back of their back pocket? Before it was over, everyone started wearing these pants. It's like, oh, great. The principal's going to hate me. But it was just a real small. It was like maybe 300 people in that town, you know. But no, we're going to have to do this. We're going to have to expose them for what they are. I'm not going to let this happen. The man lied on me. He came on there and tried to make me a liar. And like I said, you heard me say it. Clovis says it. She owns it.
Yep. All I got to say is now that they've picked a fight with you, now we're going to have an entire show about them. And the more you give her trouble, the more you give Mike Soror trouble, the more we're going to talk about you. And pretty soon, you're going to be the subject for a couple of nights. Just don't mess with us. We don't want your BS. Thank you.
That's it, man. And I tell you another thing, too. Just for shits and giggles, go on AXJ Exposed Trolls page or the Lavoy Finicum supporter page and just look, my name's all over it. All over.
We got to tell everybody to be aware of that AXJ virus too.
Yeah.
What do you mean the AXJ virus? What are they doing? How are they doing that? So we can tell people.
All you got to do is go on any of their AXJ.com pages, man, and it loads an AXJ virus into your computer.
Oh, I ain't going on their sites. Oh, Brenda, you didn't go on their sites, did you?
Oh, no, not again.
As long as she's got, pretty good protection, I do. Mine lets me know. But I have my computer now set up to run a scan every 10 to 15 minutes. So just because that's how much I trust these people. Like, not at all.
She's not typing. She's like, what the hell? Is she in my box? Let me look in Facebook. Nope, she ain't typing. Did she say goodnight, guys?
I think she did. Speaking of goodnight, we probably need to wrap up the show and adjourn for the night.
Okay, well, Mike, I'll get a hold of you tomorrow, and we'll get Judge Darby on the phone. We'll get him in a hangout so you can do that, and I can talk to him, too.
Oh, could I please be there? I want to hear this.
As long as you behave and be quiet.
I will. I promise.
Uh-huh. I was thinking Mike's just laughing. Okay, so I'm going to get off here because I got to get a kid off to school in the morning. So, yeah, we're going to do that tomorrow. Judge Darby told me he'd call me as soon as he's done. He is going to grant me the very first interview, whether it be my stream or wherever I'm at. He says he promises because I've been nothing but nice to him and helping him out. Also, I want to let you know, Mike, I appreciate him giving me a shout out on there. He did. That was really cool.
That was awesome.
I know. I really appreciate that because I've been trying to talk to Judge Doucette, and he's just a busy man, very busy.
Mm-hmm.
Night, Todd, and you're welcome. And we're just going to have to do what we got to do. This is part of being a patriot. I mean, this is it. This is part of the job.
Yep.
And Patriot didn't choose me. I chose it. I wanted to be.
That's my saying.
No, you said it chose you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying I chose it.
Yeah, it chose me. Okay.
Okay, see, I didn't take your saying. See, where's our
No, my bad. That was my bad. My bad. No, don't hurt me.
You guys act like I'm this big old mean bitch.
You're the one that mentioned that you carry the title bitch proudly, remember?
I do. I carry it proudly. I'm so in love with that. And, and I wasn't trying to be fruit, but it is true because he says, you're a bitch. And I said, yeah, well, it's miss when you say it. That's what I tell. That's why I tell people when I was in Yahoo chat and I was a booter, booting people out of rooms and stuff for people. And I tell them, they call me a bitch. I miss that life too. They call me a bitch. And I said, it's miss bitch and bow when you say my name.
I mean, we're still live right now.
Right. I'm an open book.
Hey, I'm going to actually go do my closeout real quick. Thank you all for tuning in to Revolution News and Information. I want to say peace out, and this was a legendary broadcast. Thank you all for joining us.